reincarnated as a card maker, but my cards are weird. CH 2660. Chapter 26. The person who was even more confused was actually the challenger. He can see the timing of the mission interface. It's obviously not get out of class time yet. Why does the music start playing after class? This is no longer something that can be described as good luck. It is simply a miracle. At this moment, two figures came out from the end of the corridor. Their pace is steady and unhurried. They don't look like students at all, but leaders who came to inspect. As if they hadn't seen the director at all, they walked quickly towards the challenger. "My friend, you are safe," Deacon said with a smile. He had an impression of the challenger's face and had seen it in the examination room. The challenger looked back at the director with slight hesitation. The director seemed to be still in a state of panic. After confirming that the director really stopped attacking him, the challenger hurriedly thought about the direction of Deacon and ran staggeringly. "Director, this state of affairs... Is this your fault?" The challenger recognized Deacon and Cornelia. It was these two guys who penetrated the examination room. When he saw the strange rescue Humanity 101/3 on the task bar, the first thing he thought of was these two people. These two people must be senior high-level challengers. No matter what, he is saved. Who knows? Deacon just smiled and asked, "Are you going to the infirmary?" The challenger replied: "Yes." "Then let's go." Deacon took out a small bottle of potion from the infirmary from his pocket and handed it to him. Then he lifted the challenger's arm. The potion can only relieve his injuries, but he still needs to go to the infirmary to get bandaged. If he could save someone easily, Deacon would still raise a hand. After all, he is a good boy with a kind heart. "Thank you for your help." The challenger thanked him and quickly drank the potion, and his complexion immediately improved a lot. "Have you been to the infirmary?" the challenger asked again immediately. "Deacon, I've been here before. It's a 5-star review. There are still normal medical resources in the infirmary, but the Devil School doctor has a serious bad taste and usually does not treat patients well. Even after Baron Batch's destruction, there are still remaining resources that can be used." The three of them were walking down the corridor. Deacon asked the challenger, "Why are you so hurt?" "My companion and I failed when we challenged the 4th level classroom. When we finally confronted the teacher, my companion created the chance for me to escape... but he... should have already sacrificed in the music classroom... The damn hell-like classroom." The challenger's expression gradually turned sad and unwilling, with tears in his eyes. Deacon nodded, probably understanding why the previous mission objective 3 inches showed camouflage intact 5-6. The camouflage effects of the 6 of them are actually quite good. If he hadn't encountered a demon with special means, he would probably have been discovered to be a human only when he was killed and turned into a corpse. "But I heard the challenger talk about a hell-like classroom." Deacon couldn't help but become curious. Is there anything in this school that can be called hell? Author's note: recommend a book. The following is the introduction. Ding. There are bad boys in front of you besieging a beautiful girl who is alone. As the host of the full world with love system, if you don't move now, when will you wait? Oh, rescue the pretty girl, right? I understand. The bad boys just want to invite her to the bar for a couple of drinks, but I want to ask her to help give birth to 3 children. In this way, won't she not have to worry about the problems of the bad boys? Ding. Ding. The rare supernatural Sadako tried to harm her classmates through the videotape, and asked the host to come to the rescue. Videotape. I can handle these people without videotapes or TVs. In comparison, isn't Sadako not that scary? Host. Please correct your attitude. The purpose of this system is to be a good person and do good deeds. It is not what you think at all. Yes, I understand you. Turned. Pick it up. Pick up the ears. Portal. How can I, who have done good deeds and accumulated virtues, be so evil? Volume 1, Tales from the Demon Academy. 029. Deacon knows the art of humility. You and your sacrificed companions are both level 4? Deacon asked as he took the challenger to the infirmary and helped him tend to his wounds a little. Yes. After the challenger finished speaking, he looked at Deacon and Cornelia somewhat submissively. Are you two at level 4 or level 5? Level 4, everyone is level 4. Deacon shook his hand and answered calmly. Although the challenger has all the doubts in his heart, He dare not raise them. He very much doubted that there was at least a 5th level among Dickon and Cornelia. Even if he does not have the 5th level, he is still the kind of genius who can exert the 5th level combat ability by relying on the 4th level. The messy appearance of the infirmary may have something to do with these two people. Without the terrifying combat power, it would have been impossible to destroy the infirmary like this, or even let the school doctor disappear out of thin air. What was most incredible to him was that these two people were not even injured at all. Dickon asked again, "Is it difficult to say that the classroom where you failed?" Challenger: We didn't think it was particularly difficult at first, but when we discovered its mechanism later, it was really disgusting. Oh? Tell me about its mechanism. Maybe I can go and unblock it. Dickon seemed to be more interested, and his eyes became a little fiery. This is most likely an elite room. Since the difficulty is high, the level of exploration will be higher, and there may be information about the boss room. It's better to bypass that classroom. I really don't see any hope of passing the level. I can't harm you. You talk about the mechanism first, and I will judge the difficulty myself. Dickon still said confidently, as if he exuded the aura of an absolute superior. Cornelia next to him also looked calm and silent, with a cold look on her face. It seemed that no powerful enemy would move her expression at all. Really carefully observing the state of these two people made the challenger a little dazed, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. For a moment, he had the illusion that these two people were the masters of this devil school. This is the aura of an absolutely strong man. Maybe they can really avenge themselves and their companions. The challenger took a deep breath, stroked his chest gently, looked at Dickon and Cornelia solemnly and said, "That is a music classroom, and the mechanism is called the Devil's Chorus. The music teacher plays the instrument and the students have to sing in the Devil's Chorus. When you first enter the classroom, you can listen to the choir singing up to 3 times and have 15 minutes of free time to practice on your own. The next step is to join their chorus. Once you sing incorrectly 3 times, the teacher's killing mechanism will be triggered. If you attack other students, you will be attacked and killed by the demon teacher." This made Dickon frown slightly. He felt that this mechanism was not considered underworld, and could even be said to be ordinary. It won't overwhelm Tier 4 challengers unless you are two-tone deaf people. Does this game have other traps besides the superficial rules? Dickon asked. Yes. In fact, the demon teacher is not particularly disgusting, but the damned demon students in the demon chorus will exclude the new students. There seems to be a secret code between them. If a new student joins the chorus, they will collectively deliberately change the way they sing in certain places. The challenger replied with some gritted teeth. Then the teacher will decide that you sang it wrong? Yes, right and wrong are relative, not absolute. We only discovered this rule trap after being tricked. Even after using up 3 opportunities, we still couldn't figure out the variation code between the demon students. The challenger's face was full of pain and regret, and his eyes turned red. Dickon touched his chin, thinking if this was the mechanism. He did admit that this classroom was a bit of a netherworld. The previous rooms were all about a battle of wits and courage with the teacher. In this music classroom, even the students dare to start causing trouble. I thought all those demon students were extremely innocent. I never thought there could be someone with such a bad character. Bullying of classmates will never be tolerated in our school. Dickon is going to stop this from happening. Cornelia, let's go. Good. Wait a minute, won't you listen to me tell you the information I know? Chapter 27. The challenger looked at the 2 people who were about to leave the infirmary without hesitation and asked in a panic. No, the gentlemen watching the live broadcast outside don't want to hear such a complicated mechanism analysis. They can just watch me rectify the demon chorus. You brought the game viewing program with you? New anchor. Putting these words aside, Dickon and Cornelia walked away from the infirmary, leaving only the confused challenger behind. I haven't told them where the music room is yet. Did they even get the school map? How come I haven't heard of such a great god? The challenger sat in the infirmary and muttered to himself blankly. Dickon and Cornelia walked towards the music classroom. Now the corridors of the Demon Academy have completely turned into the back garden of Dickon and Cornelia. However, they were more annoyed with a bunch of idle demon students wandering around on the road, so the school resumed classes. Anyway, when I challenge the music classroom later, I have to change the school status to class. Cornelia, this classroom is more suitable for a solo challenge. Please wait for me at the door. Good. As he approached the music room, Deacon took out a devil's pass from his pocket and handed it to Cornelia. This was what they had previously recovered from the body of the demon teacher in the classroom that was raided by Batchel. The broadcast room and the infirmary did not have devil passes, but the teachers in the other two classrooms did. Originally, the two of them took one piece each. Now both of them are in Cornelia's hands. Each one can guarantee safety for at least half an hour. A music class lasts only 1 hour. Even if the director is standing next to Cornelia, she will not be in danger waiting outside the door. Cornelia, I'm going in. Well, be safe. Then Deacon pushed open the door of the music classroom alone and walked in. Light instantly filled his field of vision. The music room looks like a classical performance hall. Different from the dim corridor, the music classroom looks very bright. The stone pillars are carved with various lifelike paintings, and the walls seem to be made of pure and flawless white jade. There is a circular stage directly in front of the hall. The stage is covered with thick and soft carpets, with various musical instruments placed on both sides. In the center are 2 rows of steps, with 20 demon students standing on them. It seems to be the devil's choir. In this classroom, the most eye-catching thing is the male devil standing in front of the devil choir, wearing a black dress and gold-rimmed glasses, who looks elegant and a little serious. Welcome to the music room. Seemingly noticing Deacon's arrival, the music teacher turned back and said with a calm smile, Volume 1, Tales from the Demon Academy, 030. Deacon's first performance. Before the demon teacher could finish his opening remarks, Deacon had already walked to the seat opposite the stage and sat down. Let's sing. He looked like a judge, dragging his chin with one hand and leaning on the chair. His behavior made the students of the demon choir frown. Because the most arrogant thing about Deacon is, he turned his chair over so that his back was to the choir. The music teacher was silent for a moment and said: Let's start. Since this student is so arrogant, he is not even given a chance to make an opening statement. Then it is okay not to introduce the rules. After all, it is the student's choice. When the killing mechanism is triggered, just follow the rules. The music teacher sneered, turned to look at the choir students, and began to play the large instrument in front of him. The instrument looked like a piano and sounded like a piano, so Deacon assumed it was a piano. Well, except for the timbre, which is a little bit strange. However, in Deacon's view, the tone of the piano has never been the most important thing. Deacon was concerned with its structure. It's perfect for converting into a barbecue grill and placing it next to the pool. Amidst the accompaniment, the devil choir also began singing in unison. The choir sang in a rather noisy and indulgent style. Like the low voice of a fallen person or the sigh of a judge, it carries an unspeakable charm, as if it wants to make the listener fall deeply into it and get lost in it. In less than 5 minutes, they finished singing the first time. Until they finished singing, Deacon didn't react at all. He had no intention of applauding. Only his somewhat dissatisfied voice was heard. Unfortunately, I can't use this chair to turn around for you. Deacon sighed and stood up. This is how the song goes. I will only teach it once. Listen carefully, Deacon said as he walked towards the stage. This made both the music teacher and the students of the demon choir a little frightened and angry. They have never seen such an arrogant person. It was okay if I turned my back to them just now. Not worthy of letting him turn around. Want to teach singing? What kind of new insult is this? He is here to die. He. Many students' expressions gradually became ferocious, and they even laughed to them. Deacon was already a corpse. Soon they will teach Deacon what true despair is. He was brutally killed in fear and unwillingness. The music teacher also smiled disdainfully. He couldn't wait to kill this ignorant student. The real horror in this classroom is not the killing mechanism, but this group of demon students full of twisted psychology. They will try their best to kill the new students. Are you ready? Seeing that Deacon had already stood on the devil's chorus seat, the music teacher asked. All right, Deacon shouted after the group of demon students. The music teacher took a deep breath, put his hands on the keys, and pressed them slowly. The noisy and addictive tone flows slowly from the piano and gradually solidifies in the air. The sound of the piano gradually began to fall like raindrops, and the reverberation lingered on the stage. Just when the piano music is about to enter its best state, when the demon chorus also started singing. We were no strangers to love. Deacon's voice shook the music teacher's hand, and he almost missed the next note. All the demon students stopped singing and looked at him dumbfounded. Not only the piano sound, but also the voice of the devil choir was drowned out by Deacon alone. Why? Because Deacon controls the school radio. He turned up the volume of the radio in the music classroom to the maximum and used the magic ring as a microphone to sing the song he wanted to sing. What are you looking at? You all sang it wrong. ? The expressions of all the demon students were full of doubts about demon students. Let's take a step back and let's not talk about why this guy knows their rules. Why can this guy control the school's broadcast? The volume was so loud that it would kill them. How could you possibly cover up this bastard? The demon teacher also stopped playing and looked in the direction of the choir with his face as dark as a pot. All 20 of you sang it wrong. Although the music teacher didn't want to admit it, he could only announce it like this, because the rules are like this. The demon choir has been using this mechanism to trap other demon students. On the other hand, if the devil's choir is cheated, the teacher needs to approve it as usual. If the demon teacher disobeys the rules, he will be the one who dies when the principal finds out. All the demon students looked at Deacon in horror. They had realized something was wrong. Start over. The music teacher coughed twice and said helplessly. After giving the students a short preparation time, the piano played again. This time, as soon as the piano started playing, all the demon students reached a tacit understanding. They were preparing for a false start when Deacon made a mistake. But Deacon had already predicted the devil student's strategy and sang ahead of him. It's changed. Deacon raised his head as if he was intoxicated and sang with a bright smile. His voice was still the only voice in the entire music classroom. You 20 are wrong for the second time. Chapter 28. The wise music teacher once again announced the result truthlessly. The faces of the devil students were ashen. This is awesome. There's really nothing you can do against him. If he succeeds again, all members of the demon choir will be killed. If this continues, they will definitely die and must fight to the death. Go to hell. Finally, a demon student jumped over the wall in a hurry, preparing to pounce on Deacon. Deacon put his hands in his pockets, sneered, and activated psychic interference. I saw the demon student's movement trajectory changing dramatically, and he punched another demon student next to him. The beaten demon student was defenseless and was knocked to the ground. Teacher, he is attacking other students. Deacon raised his hand, like a good student seeking justice for his classmates, and shouted loudly, ? The demon student who took action had a face full of questions and looked at his hands in disbelief. The one he clearly wanted to kill was Deacon. Why is my body out of control? Before he could figure out the reason, the music teacher sighed, turned into a shadow and passed in front of him, reaching out to break the neck of the offending student. Then the teacher returned to the piano with an expressionless face, sat on the piano bench, and seemed ready to start playing for the third time. Hey, students, peace is the most precious thing. Deacon looked at the group of demon students with a meaningful smile on his face and said, his expression that was partly provocative and partly mocking seemed to be telling these students, if you take action, you will only die faster. Author's note, recommend a book Teeth of the Red Dragon. Rabbit develops another world. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy, 031. The Deacon Fox pretends to be the pretense of the tiger. The silence in the music classroom was eerie at this time. Regardless of Deacon's calm attitude since he entered the door, or his incredible ability to control the school broadcast, or it may be a weird way to control the actions of other demons like an evil god, it all makes the devil students feel creepy. Deacon came here as if specifically to hunt them. Whether he is playing dirty tricks or playing bright tricks, he will use the rules to counterattack. This feeling is like being the ruler of the school. Can't resist. This time, the music teacher said nothing. He played the piano on his own. In his opinion, the fate of these demon students has been decided. It's better to call it a day and send this plague god away. This guy is bad in every sense of the word. Deacon's series of performances and behaviors are definitely not something a demon student can do. The music teacher already had some guesses in his mind. He is most likely sent by the principal to fish and enforce the law. If Deacon were to stay any longer, he might be in danger. Dang, Thump. The music started, but this time the demon students were a little confused and didn't know how to sing. So Deacon made a gesture of holding the air microphone in his hand, and looked at the group of demon students with a mocking look on his face as they began to sing Da Baba, Da Bayu. So along with the soundtrack, Deacon sang according to his own ideas. The faces of the demon students were full of despair. Even though they struggled, the sound couldn't be heard over Deacon, who had audio rights. Looking at Deacon's calm smile, their bodies couldn't help but tremble, as if they were standing on the edge of a cliff and about to be pushed down hard. Counting this way, they have sung the song wrong 3 times. Unfortunately, the music teacher sighed and stood up. Next, it will be the killing moment for the music teacher. Except for Deacon, all the demon students were slaughtered amidst the screams. The entire stage has turned into a slaughterhouse, filled with the smell of blood. The demon corpses scattered all over the stage seemed to make Deacon feel a little helpless. "You can leave now." The music teacher frowned slightly and said he had strictly enforced the rules and regulations, and Deacon had no reason to trouble him. However, Deacon had no intention of leaving and just stood there. The music teacher felt even more uncomfortable. "It's not get out of class time yet," Deacon said with a smile. "You can leave now. I will give you a devil's pass in accordance with the regulations." As the music teacher spoke, he took out a red devil ticket that Deacon was familiar with and handed it to Deacon. However, Deacon looked at the ticket with disgust and looked away. It seemed like he didn't even bother to take it. The music teacher's frown deepened. A simple test confirmed the music teacher's suspicion. This guy was not a student at all. The demon students in this school must have a fanatical desire for the demon pass. To a certain extent, the demon pass is a death-free gold medal. Even if this guy steals the authority to control the broadcast, the principal cannot let him stay like this. If the devil's pass really doesn't appeal to this guy at all, then he must have only come to this school temporarily. "Are you sent by the principal?" The music teacher's eyes were full of vigilance and he asked with a hint of probing tone. "You are very smart. Unlike other teachers, you can guess my identity." Deacon did not answer the question directly. There was still a hint of joking in his words, but he finally began to look directly at the demon teacher. That look was like finding a rare smart guy among a group of idiots. This made the music teacher's heart beat wildly. The music teacher heard some rumors during recess before. Some weird things happened in the school today, and teachers were persecuted one after another. Moreover, the method of killing was extremely strange, as if they were induced to commit illegal acts, and then died inexplicably. He couldn't help but feel lucky now that he was relatively well informed and didn't commit any illegal behavior just now. Seeing the music teacher's expression as if he had just survived a catastrophe, Deacon felt that he had already figured it out. But, Deacon changed his tone. He gently raised his index finger, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he remained silent for 2 seconds meaningfully before speaking. "It's still up there." The music teacher's pupils shrank sharply. Better than the principal? Although many conjectures flashed through the music teacher's mind in an instant, he did not dare to continue thinking about it. The identity of the other party must be beyond his imagination. This kind of devil who seems generally incapable of taking action and is gentle is actually the scariest thing. You'll never guess how powerful he really is. He will appear disguised as the perfect prey, and when you think you are sure of victory, he will show you the power to make you desperate and crush you like a toy. The music teacher was almost certain that if there had been any act of shielding or favoring the demon student just now, his body would have been cold by now. Even if Deacon doesn't do it himself, the principal will appear, or an execution demon more terrifying than the principal will appear. Please rest assured that you are a teacher who abides by the rules. We will not make things difficult for you. We just want to ask you to help us with something. Deacon retracted his hand, clasped it behind his back, and looked at the music teacher kindly. In an instant, his aura seemed to become full of affinity. Although the music teacher knew that the devil in front of him was a smiling tiger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and his expression softened a lot. As long as the other party's purpose is not to cause trouble for him, that's fine. Then may I ask, do you need my help in any way? The music teacher's words became much more polite. Please don't tell any demons what I'm going to say next. Once it's leaked, not even the principal can protect you. Do you understand? Dickon still said in that indifferent tone. The music teacher nodded solemnly. Dickon continued, you must also know that there are still many teachers in this school who do not teach according to the standards and have a luck mentality. They think they can hide the truth. In fact, we have been dissatisfied with this for a long time, so we launched this special Operation Today plan. The music teacher remained silent, but sweat broke out from behind. If he wasn't careful, he might be the one who was found out just now. Chapter 29. In just the past 6 hours, several teachers who violated the rules have been arrested. You must have heard a little bit about it, right? Dickon asked. The music teacher hesitated for a moment and nodded. You're lucky, and just lucky, to pass our screening. There was something in Dickon's words, but everyone has bad luck sometimes, right? The music teacher fell silent again. He didn't know how to answer Dickon's somewhat threatening questions. But luck is not something that cannot be achieved by oneself. What do you think? Dickon put his hand on the music teacher's shoulder and stared into his pupils, as if he wanted to penetrate his soul. Volume 1, Tales from the Demon Academy, 032 Dickon Fishing Law Enforcement. As long as the price is paid, even the devil can sell his soul for you. Of course, if the deception is in place, then let's talk about it differently. Maybe there's no cost at all. Dickon. The look in Dickon's eyes made the music teacher feel numb. I will do my best to assist you. Music teachers know they have no bargaining power. Dickon nodded with satisfaction and said, there is one key suspect in our operation this time, Miss Olive. Not only did she secretly hide humans in the laboratory for torture, she was also suspected of repeatedly violating school rules. If you have any information about her, please assist our investigation. If there are such surprise inspections in the future, I will give you some tips in advance within the scope of my ability. After listening to Dickon's words, the music teacher's heart was filled with turmoil. Did the investigation above turn out to be so clear? Maybe they were well aware of their previous violations and just lacked an opportunity to catch the current law enforcement. It seems that the other party is not specifically targeting him. It seems that the main target is still the big fish Olive. In order to catch Olive's flaw, the other party was even willing to provide him with a layer of protection. The music teacher took a deep breath and said, please don't let anyone know that I said that. Of course. Please don't worry, I always keep my mouth shut. Teacher Olive does have some violations. She often ignores the rules and forces passing demons into her laboratory. Good-looking demons may be spared by her, while unsightly ones may be tortured and killed. In addition, she is a sadist and also has masochistic tendencies. Rather than killing, she enjoys pursuing the ultimate thrill. The music teacher said slowly. Dickon, how did you know? Music teacher, I was abducted by her. Dickon was silent for a moment. This music teacher is indeed much more handsome than the demon teachers I saw before. Dickon, is there any other information? Music teacher, that's what happened with her in the devil's laboratory that day. Just wait. Dickon quickly shouted to stop. He was still live broadcasting. Then he temporarily cut off the broadcast function of Movie World Battle Program. Elaborate. It turns out the devil likes to play like this. Dickon complained secretly in his mind. But he didn't dare to tease the devil in his heart, for fear that the master would notice his inner thoughts. Even though the master craftsman had never disdained the company of her own kind, and had made it clear that she would sleep, she had always been very ghostly. Dickon was bullied by her a lot in the beginning. Dickon patted the music teacher on the shoulder. Thank you for your cooperation. My promise to you is always valid. The music teacher quickly nodded and bowed to express his gratitude. Correct. Dickon suddenly seemed to remember something again, which shocked the music teacher. Can you please bring this instrument to the door of the principal's office? It is a bit old and affects the quality of teaching. I will ask the principal to replace it with a new one for you, Dickon said, pointing to the piano. No problem, thank you. The music teacher answered crisply. As long as it's not a bad thing, let alone such a good thing. Then he politely sent Dickon out of the music classroom and promised to deliver the piano to the principal's office as soon as possible. Not far outside the music classroom, Cornelia watched the demon teacher's flattering look as he bid farewell to Dickon. I feel like I have a lot to say, but I don't know where to start. When she thought it was her good teammate Dickon, it didn't seem so strange. Deacon quickly met up with Cornelia and took her to the next destination. "Cornelia, we can go meet Miss Olive for a while. I found that the reason why these demons are particularly easy to deal with is that they follow their own desires and nature too much, and their weaknesses become too obvious. Olive, although Miss seems to be the most confusing and difficult to deal with, in fact, she may be the easiest to solve." "Okay, what should I do?" "This time your mission is very critical." The two conspired quietly along the way, occasionally using their own unique language. "Follow the signs on the map and arrive not far from the Devil's Laboratory. Just 2 more corners and you'll reach the corridor where the Demon's Laboratory is located." "Cornelia, just stay here." Deacon stopped. "Since we know that Miss Olive may directly capture the students near the Demon Laboratory, this should be a relatively safe distance." Cornelia nodded. The two once again made the same arrangement as they had before entering the music classroom, with Deacon going to challenge the room while Cornelia waited outside. In the viewing hall of Heavenlit College, many senior students also gathered over to watch Deacon and Cornelia's strategy. With their route, are they going directly to conquer the final room? The director previously recorded that the map drawn by Deacon was placed in the lower right corner of the screen to provide a better experience for all viewers. It shouldn't be. They haven't collected all the information yet. Some senior students sighed while holding their heads. Although Deacon's methods of conquering ordinary rooms are very evil, in this exploration-type shadow world, the final room is a completely different concept. If you underestimate it, you will pay a heavy price and fall short of success. Hasn't he already collected enough information? Some junior students asked in confusion. But the upperclassmen nearby were shaking their heads. Miss Olive doesn't necessarily follow the rules, and she has extremely high combat effectiveness. In other words, it is very difficult to successfully conquer the Devil's Laboratory, whether it is decryption or forced demolition. From a rational perspective, there is only one answer for a 4th-level challenger to have a chance to defeat Miss Olive. Then use the principal to deal with her. So actually we need to collect the rules about the principal's appearance in the school, and then control the time well to lure Miss Olive into violating the rules and let the principal kill her. Many senior students explained patiently. This made the underclassmen suddenly realize. But, did these two people follow the normal route? I don't know who asked the question, causing all the students to fall silent. The object of their concern gradually changed from Deacon to Miss Olive. Deacon walked to the door of the Demon Laboratory and took a deep breath. If you want to say which room is slightly more dangerous after coming to the 4th-level shadow world, it must be this Devil's Laboratory. Of course, the danger he refers to is not danger in the conventional sense. But, if he makes a wrong move, his live broadcast career is in danger of being permanently blocked. After all, his appearance may be to Olive's liking, and his race at this time may have a charm bonus. Author's note, also recommended original God. Can I accept this grievance? Acting article. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy. 033 Deacon's Dangerous Temptation. Outside the Devil's Laboratory, Deacon closed his eyes and prepared for a big show. This will showcase his professionalism as an actor. Before Deacon could take the initiative to reach out and push open the laboratory door suddenly opened. A slender arm reached out and grabbed his collar, dragging him in. Deacon felt that his body became a little weightless in an instant. He is like a cotton doll in the opponent's hands. The next moment he felt a pain in his back. He was pushed against the wall without any resistance. Chapter 30. The picture in front of me finally settled. The inside of this Devil's Laboratory looked like a dark prison, with a strong smell of blood filling the air, as if it were a slaughterhouse without a butcher knife. A large number of strange utensils can also be seen on the table and cabinet. These utensils are covered with blood stains. It may be more appropriate to describe them as torture instruments. Deacon had previously measured the building area and room division rules of the Demon Academy in the corridor. There are also estimates of the area of the Devil's Laboratory. However, the area of the Demon's Laboratory he saw was smaller than his estimate. This shows that there should be a secret compartment in the Devil's Laboratory, and the secret compartment is probably the secret cage where Olive hides humans. He moved his gaze from the surroundings of the laboratory to the female demon in front of him. Finally, at this moment, he could see the whole picture of the other party clearly. The other party must be Miss Olive. Her appearance was charming with a hint of evil. The long black gauze skirt wrapped tightly around her figure, outlining her plump curves, and there was a scorpion tail dangling behind her back. Her eyes were full of teasing and amusement, and she looked directly at Dickon. Those breathtaking pupils seemed to want to suck away Dickon's soul. But soon, a little surprise gradually bloomed in her eyes. Looking at Dickon, she could not feel any fear in Dickon's eyes. And Dickon had no intention of struggling and always remained calm. Olive frowned, but soon, the corners of her mouth began to rise. The urge to enjoy this little devil was suppressed. She looked at Dickon more carefully. He seemed particularly interested in Dickon's unique attitude and cold eyes. "Why aren't you afraid?" Olive asked. "Why should I be afraid?" Dickon answered. "Your life is now under my control." "But it's not my life you want." Olive was slightly silent. "Oh? Then answer me, what do I want?" Olive's pink lips, which were as bright as crystal cherries, opened and closed slightly, revealing a dangerous smile without any concealment. She continued, "If you answer correctly, I will do as you say. If you answer incorrectly, I will let you die in a very painful way." Dickon replied dryly, "I don't like the smell here." He didn't answer Olive's question directly. Instead, he said something that was confusing to Olive. In order to cover up the smell of blood, the laboratory was also filled with strong perfume, which mixed together made Dickon's nose particularly uncomfortable. He was already a little unhappy. Dickon knew the answer to Olive's question just now, but he would never answer it. "If you answer the question incorrectly, Olive will think it's boring and will brutally kill you. If the answer is correct, it is very likely that the audience will never see him again. In fact, you can just answer anything else." Olive was somewhat interested in him now. As long as she can maintain Olive's interest, she will not kill herself and will continue to be tempted. "This is how we take the initiative step by step." "You don't like it?" Olive asked, somewhat curious about what Dickon meant. "Well, it's mixed with too much bloody smell that shouldn't be there. Not just demon students, but demon teachers, and even humans." "Teacher Olive, how much do you indulge your desires?" Dickon answered absently. This caused Olive's expression to change drastically, from initial horror to now anger, and even some unconcealed murderous intent. If she just heard devil student, Olive wouldn't be so surprised. Teachers killing students is normal in this school. But how was she discovered by her students when she hunted demon teachers and hid humans? "You must know that it is illegal to hide a human being in school, and among teachers, if the other party does not violate the rules seriously, they cannot kill them." Based on what she learned about the strange things that happened in the school today, she couldn't help but start to wonder, is it really coming from above to check? "Who are you?" Olive's hand holding Dickon's neck became even harder, and her eyes finally no longer concealed the ferocity engraved in her bones. However, Dickon did not become panicked at all. Instead, a smile finally appeared on his lips. "Humphrey, I'm just a student passing by. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly." Olive looked at Dickon's face, lost in thought. Her first reaction was, the other party was tempting her to violate the law. "You really can't mess around." After a moment of silence, Olive changed her nervous attitude, released her hand from Dickon's neck, and then moved up gently, stroking Dickon's face. "If you continue to act stupid, you will really die, boy. I also have a way to kill you without breaking the rules. Or if you have any bad intentions, I will kill you even before I die." With these words, her scorpion tail was already pressing tightly against Dickon's abdomen. Despite Olive's gentle and lovely expression now, her murderous intent at this moment may be stronger than at any time just now. Dickon could feel that the sharp, cold and deadly scorpion tail could pierce his flesh at any time. The good news now is that Olive successfully mistook Dickon for the inspection. She no longer covets Dickon's body and life, and is willing to play by the rules. The bad news is that Olive mistook Dickon for the inspector. She became intensely wary. If you fail to trigger the killing mechanism next, the Dickon-style death-to-death play can be effective, but the risk is also high. He needs to be stuck in time and equip the cursed doll, 2x the pain back, and summon the ruin poet, 10x the pain, at the same time, and cooperate with the already equipped crown of thorns, 3x the pain, blood lock, to achieve 60x the pain feedback. Then the poison is a bit troublesome. What Dickon hates most in his life is enemies who use poison. They are all despicable and shameless guys. Fortunately, He is kind-hearted and proficient in detoxification. But he would not come to this point with Olive unless he had to. After all, the secret of Tongiliu can only be used once a month, and it is super painful. Dickon lowered his head and remained silent. His fingers moved slightly, seeming to tremble a little. He seemed to be trying hard to control it, but he couldn't stop his shaking from getting worse. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy. 034. Dickon never loses. Are you scared? Olive asked doubtfully as she felt Dickon's body gradually starting to tremble. Dickon's weird state made her feel a little curious even though she was on guard. She reached out and gently raised her index finger, holding up Dickon's chin, wanting to think again about how to deal with this rare little succubus. However, at this moment, she met Dickon's eyes again. For a moment, she had the illusion that it was like staring into an abyss beneath the ice. Dickon's eyes were so cold that it made her heart tremble. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Olive's surprised look, Dickon burst out laughing, as if he was teasing her. Why are you laughing? Olive's face still had no trace of surprise. You are so cute when I laugh. You are actually afraid of me. It really makes me excited. Dickon slowly raised his slightly trembling hand and made a fist. Do you suspect that I was sent here to check? Dickon's eyes were cold and full of danger, and his laughter had a hint of joy. Aren't you? Olive frowned. She couldn't understand the ingredients of Dickon. Dickon didn't care about the scorpion tail, took a step forward, and looked directly into Olive's eyes. If Olive hadn't retracted the scorpion tail, Dickon would have been stabbed through the stomach by it just now. If I were here to inspect, I wouldn't tell you so much. I would have a way to lure you into violating the rules and then deal with you. Dickon said with a faint smile on his face. You have two choices now, either treat me as your opponent, and then compete with the air. Or listen to my proposal, maybe you will find the happiness that you have never experienced before, beyond the extreme. The corners of his mouth did not curl up, but there was a complex mixture of indulgence and teasing in his eyes. Olive didn't know why, but looking at this little devil's appearance, her heart became more and more itchy. From the beginning, this little devil had been tugging at her heartstrings, and she is now very concerned about what beyond the ultimate happiness Dickon refers to. It would be nice if he really wasn't the principal or someone sent from above. Are you secretly expecting me to prove my identity to you? Dickon asked in her ear in a small yet provocative voice. Olive's expression was startled. But you can't prove it, so I won't believe you anyway. Olive replied. The demons sent to supervise them are not fuel-efficient lamps. No matter how great the temptation is, they must not be easily indulged in it. What's more, succubi are a race that is good at attacking the mind, and they are full of lies. She didn't believe Dickon had any way of proving his ingredients. Chapter 31. Well, if I can successfully prove to you that I am no threat to you, can you play a tense and exciting game with me? Dickon's voice was light and airy, as if it contained a little bit of resentment. Ha ha, so what if I promise you? Just prove it to me. If you were really harmless, I would have wanted to play with you a long time ago even if you didn't ask. Olive narrowed her eyes, and although she didn't deny it, she still looked at Dickon warily. Is it possible that I'm not actually a devil at all? Dickon asked, assembling the cursed doll. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Olive's chin, gently opened her mouth with his thumb, and then forcefully traced the tips of her teeth with his fingertips. Suddenly, sweet blood flowed into Olive's mouth. At the same time, the stinging pain that came from unknown sources made her body tremble slightly. Is this ... a human smell? She asked blankly. Despite Dickon's subtle disguise, the smell of blood is unmistakable. Olive knew this taste all too well. She couldn't help but look at Dickon again, as if she had discovered a treasure. For a moment, it felt like my heart was about to explode and my blood was boiling. How perfect this is. What a crazy guy. He has a dangerous aura and succubus qualities, but he was a weak human being who could hardly pose a threat to her. The most important thing is his wonderful ability to feed back pain to her. With this ability alone, she was determined to keep this human by her side forever, as the best plaything in the world. Mission Objective 3, no more than 3 pretenders have been discovered as human beings, and the current disguise is in good condition for 6. That's right, I'm not a demon. I'm just a human being who is full of good intentions toward demons. I want to know more about demons and do some interesting things with a charming high-level demon like you. Even if I am on the verge of death ... But the more exciting it is, the more it will make people want to stop. isn't it? Dickon looked at the task interface prompts and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha, you are such an interesting lunatic. But I like it." Olive laughed crazily, her eyes already full of passion. "Now, are you interested in playing a game with me? I guarantee that your feeling will be 100 or 1,000 times stronger than before." Dickon said. As he planned, he first stabilized Olive, the chaotic demon, and then gradually dispelled her wariness, and then induced her, and she finally took the bait. "I'm becoming more and more attracted to you. Come on, why not play with you? Tell me what you think." Although Olive didn't like to play by the rules, Dickon's words were filled with a temptation that she couldn't resist. She was actually looking forward to it. "Wait a minute, I will blindfold you. You can't guess or see what I will do to you. There is a half chance that I will cause you extreme pain like just now, and a half chance that I will give you another heavenly joy." Dickon grinned, revealing his white teeth. "How about it? Do you want to try it?" After hearing this proposal, Olive's breathing became rapid, and she seemed a little impatient. She wanted this exciting feeling of anticipation and nervousness. No matter which of the situations described by Dickon happened, it was the ultimate enjoyment for her. And she doesn't have to worry about the threat to her life brought by this weak human being, Dickon. She went to a cabinet and rummaged through it to find a roll of blood-stained gauze and handed it to Dickon. "Hurry up." "No problem, I will satisfy you." Dickon gently pressed her shoulders, made her sit on the chair, and then covered Olive's eyes with gauze roll after roll. It didn't take long. Olive felt Dickon press his forehead against hers, but her vision was pitch black and she could see nothing. "I can only hear my own heartbeat." She was looking forward to what unknown joy and excitement Dickon could bring her. Dickon silently took out 2 cards. This scene is finally over. In order to trick Olive into giving him such a close opportunity, he acted to the point of numbness and created a character that could attract Olive. But hey, Olive was finished. Among the 2 cards in Dickon's hand, one is the Ruin Poet, and the other is the last spell card, Spiritual Collision, that he carries but has not used in this shadow world. The moment he summoned the Ruin Poet, he activated this spell card. Spiritual Collision. Category: Spell card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 1. Effect: it will only be effective when the distance between the 2 parties is less than 1 meter, and the smaller the distance, the stronger the effect. It will trigger a collision between the mental powers of both parties. The stronger party will cause a mental shock with a strong stun effect to the weaker party. Note: fight for points. Fight for something. Better fight. This spell card originally had no substantial damage. The final mental shock will not only cause the loser's head to hurt, but will not damage the brain. Its main effect is dizziness. Of course, this is on the premise that the pain is doubled. As for how much damage a mental shock would cause under 60 times the pain, Dickon has never tried it on anyone. But today, Dickon can get the answer he's been waiting for. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy. 035 Cornelia wants to get off work. Mental Collision was originally a control spell card with higher risks and greater restrictions. High-spirited mages rarely get close to people. Most fighters who are good at close combat are not necessarily mentally capable of winning against their opponents. If you lose, it is equivalent to helping the opponent control yourself. Except for some specific professions, this is a very useless spell card with very low versatility. But if Dickon uses this card, he will make the profit regardless of whether he wins or loses. If you win, you will stun the opponent, but if you lose, you will be stunned together, and the opponent will most likely be stunned for longer than him. The moment the spell was activated, a strong stinging pain stimulated Dickon's brain, followed by an irresistible dizziness. He suddenly felt his eyes go dark and his body collapsed. He saw it in his last moments before losing consciousness. Olive's body twitched violently, and tears slid down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her expression looked like she was crying in pain or smiling with excitement. Her eyes were extremely blurred under the gauze. The pain, which was so severe that she was beyond recognition, seemed to have broken her nerves, leaving her unable to even control her tongue. After Dickon passed out, the limp Olive quickly fell from the chair to the ground. Not long after, the door lock of the laboratory began to vibrate slightly. Ding! With a crashing sound, the door was opened. The person who walked into the Devil's laboratory was Cornelia, the lock-picking expert. At the end, Deacon turned on the broadcast function on the ring before using spiritual collision. This will transmit the sounds from around Deacon in the Devil's laboratory to nearby corridors. Even Cornelia, who was waiting outside, could clearly hear the sound of him and Olive falling to the ground. And of course there's the sound of Olive's gibbering. The task given by Deacon to Cornelia is to wait outside the laboratory. If you hear two dong-dong sounds from the school radio, then quickly unlock the door and break into the Devil's laboratory. Then, Cornelia needs to kill Olive before she regains consciousness, because Deacon is not sure how long he can stun Olive. After all, Olive is a high-level demon, and given enough time, she might be able to recover on her own. At that time, Deacon will be really in danger. But Nelia looked at the messy scene in the Devil's laboratory and wanted to complain. But she still held it back. Olive was seen collapsed on the ground, her face flushed, her tongue hanging out, and she was unconscious. It was like someone had forcefully drank a bottle of liquor. From time to time, his body would twitch, and Deacon just lay beside her as peacefully as if he was asleep, with even a little smile on his lips. If they didn't know Deacon's plan, anyone passing by would definitely suspect that Deacon had done something sinister. Cornelia quickly ran to Olive's side. Now she has no time to think. She still has the most important task: kill Olive. This demon is extremely dangerous, and she must be completely eliminated to avoid future troubles. Generally speaking, even if Olive faints, it will be difficult for the third-level Cornelia to quickly kill a sixth-level demon without waking it up. After all, her hammer was broken, so she couldn't kill the fifth-level Bacchal. The demon's body structure is really amazing. However, Deacon had discovered a flashpoint before, a very important way to easily kill demons in Demon Academy. Cornelia lifted the unconscious Olive, quickly ran to the window, opened the window and throw Olive out. Chapter 32. She lay on the window edge and looked outside. Olive fell into endless purgatory and disappeared completely. Cornelia breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, call it a day. She stretched herself by the window, feeling very comfortable. It's great to have an external brain. She thought about it again and checked the mission objectives. Deacon also told her to take a look at the exploration status of Mission 1 to determine whether Olive is dead. In previous explorations, they have determined that when entering a room, you can get a small amount of basic exploration rewards, and after clearing the room, you can get a larger amount of exploration rewards. Whether you successfully clear the level according to the rules or kill the demon teacher in the room, it will be counted as clearing the level. She saw that the exploration rate displayed in Task 1 had indeed increased significantly as expected by Deacon, and was very close to the 50% target requirement. Exploration degree 32.7%, 47.7%. The remaining time is 5 hours and 10 minutes. Then you only need to clear 1 or 2 more rooms. But Deacon and Cornelia had done enough. They had already agreed before entering the boss room that they would not continue committing crimes after finishing this job. They were going to take a break and enjoy their own pool party. As for the humans in the boss room, Deacon's advice is not to contact them, because they did not defeat Olive according to conventional methods. If they follow the original requirements of the normal strategy path to rescue humans, it may trigger an unpredictable chain reaction. With Deacon in a coma, Cornelia had as little to do as possible. Cornelia squatted down, looked at the unconscious Deacon on the ground, and wanted to poke him in the face to wake him up. But she thought about it and stopped this behavior that might accidentally injure her teammates. Just let him rest for a while. She carefully stretched out her hands to drag Deacon's back and hips, and picked him up. Then he quickly left the demon laboratory and headed towards the cooking classroom. Since Deacon only suffered 3 times the pain and the dizzy effect of the mental shock, he gradually regained consciousness without being dizzy for too long. He felt like someone was holding him gently, and the tender and warm hands made him feel strangely at ease. He felt goosebumps all over his body, and his eyes opened unconsciously. At this time, Cornelia left the demon laboratory and was walking down the corridor. As soon as Deacon opened his eyes, he found that he was being held by Princess Cornelia. The two looked at each other. They all fell into silence. It should have been a pretty good plot, but it seemed a little awkward for the boy to be held in the arms of the girl. I think it's better for you to carry me on your back. Deacon chose a less awkward opening line. I'm afraid I'll break your bones when I carry you on my back. But Nelia also considered betraying Deacon. But she always remembered Deacon's initial instructions to her. His body was very fragile, so don't hurt him. So I chose a safer transportation method. Forget it. This is fine. Dukan thought about it. Fragrant, soft, very considerate and reassuring. I've been busy for most of the film world, so what's wrong with enjoying it? Cornelia, shall I let you down now? Dukan, I'm still a little dizzy, please take me to the cooking class. Cornelia, oh. Author's note. These two chapters can be said to be written very conservatively, and are very youth-oriented. However, you can imagine what other plots may occur in Devil's Laboratory.mp4 and whether there are any unreleased scenes that have been cut out. Even if there is an if plot, if you have any ideas, you can freely express them in the long comment area. This way I can also study. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy. 036 Cornelia is multi-talented. The lights flickered in the corridor of the Demon Academy, and the dim light hit the walls on both sides of the corridor, reflecting mottled and blurry figures. Cornelia was carrying Dukan walking down the corridor. Dukan slept with his eyes closed. Except for a slight tingling in his brain, he has basically recovered. However, Cornelia seemed to have discovered something and frowned slightly. Dukan, there seems to be movement. But Nalia suddenly lowered her head slightly and whispered in Dukan's ear, Dukan, get your bearings. Cornelia then activated the spell card, Echo Positioning, that Dukan had given her previously. Echo Positioning. Category, Spell Card. Grade, Blue Precious. Level, 1. Effect, perceive the position of an individual within a range of 100 meters. Note, it will not be blocked by visual camouflage. Skills. Since Dukan does not have any melee professional functions, in the two-person team of Dukan and Cornelia, Cornelia needs to serve as the team's frontline tank, scout, DPS and many other positions. Although her professional position is obviously not that of a scout, her terrifying physical fitness is accompanied by her supersensory ability, which to a certain extent is not inferior to that of scouts of the same level who use detection skills. Plus she can pick locks. The assassination ability is also excellent. As long as she is equipped with some functional and low-cost spell cards, she can definitely work part-time as a scout. It's not the director, there are two guys following us. Cornelia leaned against Dukan's ear and conveyed the situation to him. Keep walking and pretend you haven't noticed anything, Dukan instructed. He thought for a moment, and after a few seconds he asked Cornelia softly, are you still following us? Cornelia probed again and replied, still. Now that the school has been set to class time by Dukan, there should be no other demonic students in the corridor except the director. Of course, the devil would not be so bold as to follow them. Presumably the other parties are the last two challengers. According to Dukan's speculation, they are probably a 5th level creature plus a 3rd level creature. There will be at least a 5th level anyway. No matter how strong the opponent is, Dukan is unwilling to contact them now. Even if the other party wants to contact Dukan and Cornelia for something, it should be when they posted the picture earlier. Now that the boss is over and the level is about to be cleared, they pop out. Everyone knows what kind of person this kind of person is. Most likely with bad intentions. Does the other person want to make friends? Or what if there's something important? You can just shout it out. You don't have to follow him sneakily like this. As for why the other party can find them now, the reason is also easy to explain. The opponent may have already obtained the location of the boss room, but is not fully prepared to challenge it. As a result, the other party discovered through the skyrocketing exploration level that the boss room had been cleared. Rush to the boss room and use some enemy detection skills, and you will naturally find Dukan and the others. Dukan felt a little numb. Why do you have to work overtime again? I just finished and I might have to fight another PvP. Of course he's not afraid of PvP, but he really doesn't like fighting. Nelia, as long as the other party dares to show their face, no matter what their purpose is, they will be beaten to death. He was ready to summon the ruined poet and the cursed doll at any moment. Cornelia, okay. Dukan and Cornelia disappeared behind a corner. Two figures stepped out of the shadows on the other side of the corridor. They appear to be demon students, but they are actually two human challengers. The face of one of them was wrapped in black gauze, and his face could not be seen. Only the outline of his eyes could be vaguely seen. A pair of dark pupils were filled with bloodshot eyes. The whole person exuded an evil and strange aura. The other man was short in stature, with bulging eyes, chapped lips, and a sinister smile on his lips. They were gesturing and communicating in a unique sign language. Have they spotted us? Not at all. We can start soon. There are currently 5 hours and 3 minutes left in the mission countdown. In 3 minutes it will be the next class break. At that time, even if you make a huge noise with your hands, it will not attract the director. According to the matching rules, they can only have a 4th level and a 3rd level at most, and maybe even lower levels. How did they clear Olive so quickly? These two people are probably experts in decryption. It can be seen from their performance in the examination room. For the sake of the teachings and the resurrection of the world, we cannot let guys like this who are good at decryption grow up. In addition, they must have a lot of good cards. The short man gradually couldn't hide his greedy smile. Chapter 33. Such young geniuses are often elites trained by various countries with all their resources, and they have many rare cards. No matter how good K's, they are just two young kids with too little combat experience. After such a high-intensity exploration, their battle losses must be considerable. I found out that one of them has been seriously injured, can't even walk. Haha, what a piece of fat. We have always retained our combat power, and they will not be able to cope with our surprise attack. But just as they continued to follow up, don't you dare not feel that something is wrong? The man with his face wrapped in gauze frowned and made gestures. Have it? Why does the air feel a little different? However, before they could think about the result, a fire suddenly appeared. The dim corridor was illuminated in an instant, and violent explosions exploded in the corridors. The violent explosion flames covered both of them, and their blurry figures looked extremely embarrassed. Delayed 3rd level fire magic. As the smoke and dust dissipated, 4 giant masks with strange shapes appeared beside the gauze man, protecting him and his companions. Apart from some damage to their clothes, the explosion just caused almost no real damage, but immediately after, the short man he was protecting seemed to stumble and almost lost his balance. Hold your breath, the gauze man shouted. After the explosion, the air began to be filled with the colorless and odorless poisonous gas. If you inhale too much, you may faint. Damn. I was discovered by these two guys. I have to leave this corridor quickly. After all, the corridor is not a completely enclosed space. You can avoid being affected by the poisonous gas by simply changing to another place. However, just as they were about to move forward, they discovered that the ground around them was scattered with spikes. It can be seen that the carpet is gradually corroded by the nails. This kind of spike must also be highly poisonous. These two bastards. Which school taught them to use cards like this? The short man couldn't help roaring angrily. If the gauze man hadn't been protecting him just now, he might have been covered with spikes like this. Moreover, he is sure of one thing now. These boys and girls are definitely not good people. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy, 037. Deacon encounters the villain. Fragmented footsteps sounded on the silent corridor. 2 figures were running in the corridor, paying no attention to the loud noise and airwaves coming from behind. After detonating an ambush, Deacon and Cornelia chose to escape instead of further attacking each other. Hydrogen explosion, hypnotic gas, and toxic ground nails are a 3-piece set that Deacon has already equipped for Cornelia. These 3 cards are all necessary spell cards for home travel and killing and stealing. Of course, this time, their goal was only to create huge noise and a chance to distance themselves. Deacon, what do we do next? Cornelia asked beside him now that she had put down Deacon. It's better to wait and find the director's position first. A 5th-level challenger is much more difficult to deal with than a 5th-level demon. Even Deacon's expression was rare and solemn. Although fighting with others is endless fun. But their previous PvE difficulty was only level 4. The next PvP difficulty level is level 5. Cornelia, you must not underestimate the enemy. Those demons need to follow the rules, and there are no magic cards to use. But these despicable challengers are different. They may have other hell cards in their hands. We'll just try our best to wait until the director shows up. Listening to Deacon's words, Cornelia nodded. Although she is a martial artist, she absolutely trusts Deacon's judgment. In addition, Deacon can make this school never close, and they also have many demon passes in hand. Deacon is still confident about the number of demon passes. Students sometimes still have to rely on their teachers. However, Just as they were getting closer and closer to the light at the corner ahead, a black snake-like shadow silently and swiftly came from behind them. Then the shadow of Dickon disappeared like jumping into a pool of water. Suddenly, Dickon's body froze, unable to move, and he could only freeze his steps. It felt like being restrained by a shadow and unable to move. Soon he was freed from his restraints and regained his mobility. It just felt like my legs were filled with lead, making it difficult to even move forward. Who the hell is using this card? Dickon roared. This annoying effect. Dickon probably thought of which card it was. He had learned about the more famous disgusting spells in books. What he got was the 5th level spell Soul Chasing Shadow. Chasing Shadows. Category: Spell card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 5. Effectiveness: Search for targets within a 200-meter range, lock and imprison them, and then give them a deceleration state. The control effect and duration depend on the attribute gap between the two parties. Note: Works by Archbishop Minos of the Church of the Resurrection. This card will be a useless card against someone stronger than you. It consumes a lot of mana, has a short control time, and can be easily purified by 5th level spells. But when this card is used to bully people who are weaker than you, it can only be said to be extremely disgusting. The prey that is targeted is almost impossible to escape. If it weren't for my lack of rank, I would have given you the entire Soul-Chasing Shadow plus. Dickon was now sure of the other party's composition. He is obviously a habitual criminal who hunts the weak in the shadow world. Looks like I can't run away. Cornelia looked at Dickon and said, "So, I really hate fighting with people, especially those who use the underworld card." Dickon sighed deeply, turned around, and looked at the depths of the dim corridor with a solemn expression. Cornelia was also equipped with Terror Hammer and Curse Soft Armor, and applied a series of body-strengthening spell cards to herself, and took a step forward to stand in front of Dickon. Curse Soft Armor. Category: Equipment card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 2. Effect: When oneself is damaged, 200% of the pain will be transmitted to the source of the damage. Remarks: Emergent Card Maker Dickon, new model in the Autumn Curse series. Are Dickon and Cornelia so unlucky? Even if they enter the 4th level shadow world, why do they encounter such an enemy? Although Dickon and Cornelia had performed easily before, the students watching could not help but start to show concern. Those who would attack other challengers in the shadow world are heinous people. They are good at disguising their identities and fighting challengers, and because they have been hunting challengers and snatching magic cards for a long time, their strength will not be weak. The most important point is that they like to blend into the lower-level shadow world and are well-versed in paddling. Wait a minute. These 4 leaking masks. A senior student held his chin and frowned as he looked at the gauze man who appeared on the screen and the 4 giant masks surrounding him. Soon, new information also appeared on the screen. The information matching rate is 97%. The equipment is identified as an evil spirit mask, and the card user is a Class B wanted criminal named Faceless Man, an elite member of the Resurrection Church. Evil Spirit Mask. Category: Equipment card. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 5. Effect: Provides a large shield for the wearer, and the shield will automatically recover, returning 25% of the damage received to the source of the damage. Note: Feel the pain. He is indeed a bastard from Resurrection Church. Church of Resurrection. Some freshmen seem to be a little confused about these words. After all, they have not really come into contact with the shadow world. A true cult. Their teaching is to rebirth the world after natural disasters. They believe that with fewer people, the world's resources will be sufficient and people will become happier. They are actually a group of lunatics obsessed with plundering. When it comes to the Resurrection Church, many senior students and teachers become gnashing their teeth. Then why didn't they attack their teammates from the beginning and cause the shadow world to fail? The Church of Resurrection is said to be divided into 2 factions. Their Kingdom Alliance calls them the Hawk faction and the Dog faction. Their goals are to plunder and destroy and cause natural disasters. However, the Hawk faction tends to plunder resources, while the Dog faction pursues ultimate destruction. So the Hawks will actively attack the shadow world. They will be no different from normal people at first, but if they are close to completing the level, they will find opportunities to kill people and grab cards. The Dog faction will directly passively conquer the shadow world, even hindering the progress of the mission at the beginning. At the same time, it will also look for opportunities to kill teammates and steal cards. Anyway, as long as you are a member of the Church of Resurrection, you will beat them to death if you encounter them. It is not against the law. If the Shadow World brings natural disasters, the Church of Resurrection is a complete man-made disaster. They enjoy leaving exhausted challengers to die in despair, taking away their cards, and even torturing them. Even if the upperclassmen have not personally encountered Resurrection Church members, some of their acquaintances have been harassed by Resurrection Church members, even lost their lives because of the Resurrectionists. They both hate and fear the Resurrection Church. For a moment, the entire viewing hall became silent. The students all watched with bated breath the movements of Deacon and Cornelia. Chapter 34. Even though Deacon and Cornelia had done a lot to torture demons before, no one in the viewing hall was worried about them now. The known information about the Faceless Man was displayed one by one on the screen. A 5th-level summoner with high physical strength and high spirit. Summoner is the most stable profession for killing enemies, and the Faceless Man's deck is specially configured for hunting weaklings. The basic selection of spell cards is to camouflage and detect enemies, equipment cards to protect lives, and a large number of summon cards to achieve suppression. Many upperclassmen know it all. Deacon and Cornelia are in danger. A 2nd-level Deacon can only bring a total of 20 levels of cards into the Shadow World. The cards he carried had basically been seen by everyone in the viewing hall during the strategy process. With their current cards, the probability of defeating the Faceless Man is close to 0. The level gap is too big, and the Faceless Man is also a torturous king. He will never give Deacon a chance to win with one blow. I can only pray that Deacon has a backup plan. To be honest, I had doubts about Deacon being a member of the Resurrection Church at first, because his methods are even worse than those of the Resurrectionists. But now I just hope that Deacon can be a little less human. Kill this villain. Come on, Deacon. Cornelia. Volume 1, Tales of the Demon Academy. 038 The Secret of Deacon's Pain. As if gradually emerging from the shadows, the two figures slowly showed their outlines at the corner of the corridor, becoming increasingly clear. One of the terrifying huge figures was a faceless man surrounded by 4 masks. Another of his companions, a short and thin man. Hum. A gloomy, strange laughter echoed in the corridor. They officially encountered Deacon and Cornelia on the corridor. Deacon and Cornelia had no intention of continuing to escape and were ready to fight them to the end. The girl can keep it, the boy can just kill it. After a simple exchange, the faceless man did not choose to take action immediately. Instead, the thin man raised his hand. Several cards appeared on his palm, and then his other hand passed over the cards one by one, triggering them all. Suddenly, black mist and shadows filled the corridors, and the ground became as wet as a poisonous swamp. As the gloomy wind swept by, Deacon and Cornelia felt their bodies became extremely sour, and even their breathing became much heavier. What followed was a blackening of vision and a stinging sensation from the internal organs to the skin. These types of cards are obviously poison and curse types. It's not very aggressive, but it has long hands and precise catching skills. In addition to experiencing a decrease in all attributes, Deacon and Cornelia also suffered continuous damage. But soon, the expression of the spellcaster also became uncomfortable. He felt an indescribable pain in his body, which made him unsteady for a moment. He also couldn't understand the principle of this. It was almost as if he had been cursed at the same time. It's been so long since I've been alive, damn, someone dares to curse me. Deacon was so angry that he laughed a little and summoned the ruined poet without hesitation. Suddenly, the 6 times pain feedback became 60 times. The caster felt as if his body had been pierced by countless sharp swords, and his already protruding eyes were as wide as copper bells. He opened his mouth wide, and his throat made a hoarse sound as if it was rubbing uncontrollably. Then, he and the puppet whose strings were broken fell to the ground, their life or death unknown. After confirming that the curse caster was killed, Cornelia immediately took out a 3rd level, group purification, to remove the curse on herself and Deacon. Since the 2nd level Deacon could not use the 3rd level spell card, he specially purchased a 3rd level purification spell card before setting off and placed it on Cornelia in case of emergency. Antivirus, anti-curse, anti-sperm control, common sense when going out. The faceless man narrowed his eyes and stared at the summoned object behind Deacon. without paying any attention to his fallen companion. "Young man, give me your epic card voluntarily, and I will let you live," the faceless man said coldly, with an unconcealable madness in his eyes. He wanted this card from Dickon so much. It's just a pity that epic cards cannot be obtained by killing people. Once epic and legendary cards are soul-bound, they will not be automatically unbound even if they die unless the user actively unbinds them. If the user is killed, the epic card will be shattered and disappear. This is also the reason why epic cards are so scarce in this world. Not all epic cards survive. Many of them were lost in the shadow world, or died with their owners. Duckin seemed amused by the faceless man's suggestion. This is not how you would lie to a 3-year-old child. But Duckin still wanted to tease the faceless man, so he asked, "If I give you this epic card, will you let us go?" "Ho ho. Of course." "I'll go straight to Dagaqua Road." Before the faceless man could finish speaking, Duckin shouted. At the same time, Cornelia also rushed towards the faceless man. "It only takes one hammer to knock him out with 20 times the pain." "Then you'd better go die." The faceless man's tone contained a strong warning tone. He, who was already very cautious, became more cautious. Although both Dickon and Cornelia were lower in rank than him, the threat of that epic card with unknown effects was too great. The faceless man protected himself tightly with the evil spirit mask, retreated slightly, and summoned 3 5th-level summons in one breath, ordering them to attack Dickon and Cornelia. Although the 5th-level summons are far less powerful than the 5th-level warriors, but a large number of summons will still cause headaches for strong men of the same level. Summoning a bunch of 5th-level summons to besiege 4th-level opponents is absolutely overwhelming. He summoned 3 multifaceted aliens, weird and twisted beasts covered with human faces with painful expressions. The effect of this 5th-level summon is that it is immune to hard control, and has thick blood and high attack power. It's hard to control and hard to kill, and it doesn't give anyone weaker than yourself a chance at all. Your mechanism is too obvious. As long as I don't attack that boy, the stun will not fall on me, and you can't deal with my summons, the faceless man murmured, his eyes full of mockery. But then, boom! Cornelia knocked out a multifaceted alien with a hammer to the head. Then she started to fight against 2 other multifaceted aliens. The multifaceted alien that fell to the ground howled in pain. Before he could get up, Cornelia took the opportunity to hit him again, almost losing consciousness completely. After a brief confrontation, the other 2 multifaceted aliens seemed to dare not touch Cornelia anymore. As long as their attacks hit Cornelia, they will become extremely painful and their movements will become stiff. Faceless man, what level of dizziness is this? Can you control the multifaceted alien? Wrong. Not dizziness. The faceless man stared at the ruined poet behind Dickon, analyzed it frantically, and quickly figured out the situation. The epic card behind Dickon has a strength beyond common sense. It does not provide a simple control effect bonus, but a pain bonus. The equipment on Dickon and Cornelia must also have the effect of returning pain sensation or increasing pain sensation. What kind of new cult is this? Even the faceless man, a member of the Church of Resurrection, couldn't help but want to curse. But he quickly calmed down. The solution to this alternative system is also very simple. The core of the opponent, the command tower, is too obvious. Furthermore, pain feedback cannot be fed back to the owner through the summoned object. As long as the faceless man doesn't use his own body to fight Dickon, he will be invincible. Therefore, if you use summons to attack Dickon and the ruined poet, you only need to lose 2 or 3 summons at most, and you will definitely be able to replace Dickon and the ruined poet. Then Cornelia, who lost the bonus of the ruined poet, has nothing to fear. Let's see how long you can hold on. The faceless man took out 2 more summoning cards originally used for close protection and ordered them to bypass Cornelia and attack Dickon. Although all the summons are now afraid of Cornelia's hammer attack, Cornelia also tried to block them all, but blocking 4 is still too reluctant. This made Dickon frown, and he led the ruined poet back quickly and ran towards the other end of the corridor. Both his and the broken poet's weaknesses are too fragile and cannot withstand being scratched by the enemy. In order to cover Dickon, Cornelia forcibly held back the summons, but she couldn't stand the fire. Hold on, fight. If we can't hold on anymore, we have to fight with him. She thought the battle line was about to collapse and shouted to Dukin. Her idea was to prepare to go it alone, give up blocking the incoming summoned beast, and attack the faceless man himself, knocking him out. No, Dukin stopped immediately. The faceless man might have some protective cards that he hasn't used yet. It's too risky to rush in hastily. Maybe Dukin in the back row collapsed first, but Nelia couldn't reach the faceless man smoothly. If they want to win, they must take down the faceless man with one blow. We have to wait for Dukin to create an opportunity for Cornelia. Chapter 35. And for this opportunity, Dukin is already preparing. It would take him a while to fully charge up this move that he had never shown in front of anyone before. Wait, face, counter, force. Wait for me to create a chance for you, and the mask around him has a counter-injury effect, so pay attention when hitting him. Dukin conveyed tactics to Cornelia. Cornelia understood. Previously in the corridor, the damage from the hydrogen explosion caused by Dukin's release was all blocked by the evil spirit mask. As the releaser, Dukin noticed that he had received minimal damage in return. From this, he determined that the mask had anti-injury properties. As for why Dukin did not receive a large amount of damage back, it is due to the unique damage determination principle of the hydrogen explosion card. Its damage is mainly divided into two stages. The first stage is the first level fireball technique. The purpose of this fireball technique is not to directly hit the enemy, but to provide an ignition. The second section is the explosion damage caused by igniting hydrogen. The source of the ignition damage caused in the first segment can be regarded as the releaser of this card. But the subsequent second explosion was a source of no damage. Therefore, the hydrogen explosion card has another purpose, and that is to test whether the opponent has anti-damage equipment. Dukin didn't want Cornelia to seriously injure herself with a hammer later. As long as it can make the faceless man faint from pain, it is enough. The faceless man couldn't help laughing when he saw Cornelia and Dukin's embarrassed appearance. Ha ha ha. I thought you were so powerful. As long as I don't hit you, you will be a useless person who can't retaliate and suffer pain. Now hand over that epic card, and maybe I can save you some pain before you die. The more he understands the effect of the Ruin Poet, the more the faceless man covets this core card of the new system of anti-damage flow. However, when he saw that Dukin was unmoved, he was full of anger and had nowhere to vent, so he could only continue to taunt. Even if you are an alternative type of counter-injury style that focuses on control effects, if you meet me, you won't have any room to show off. You are still too naive to play retaliation and curse in front of me. The faceless man opened his arms, and the facial muscles under the gauze seemed to be twitching strangely, and he was also laughing wildly. He. Dukin's eyes were extremely cold, and his eyes were as deep as 10,000 meters under the sea, darker than black. He looked at the faceless man like he was looking at a fool. Your stupidity is so ridiculous. If I don't kill you, I'll be calling you the patriarch in vain. Dukin spoke to himself in an imperceptible voice. He seemed to have finally prepared something, and shouted to Cornelia, wait, knock. When I get him under control, you go knock him. Good. Cornelia's voice was a little excited, although she didn't know what kind of work Dukin would have to do, but based on her experience, the opponent would usually be able to shoot once they hit this point. Dukin's ultimate move is finally ready. It's time to reveal the true meaning of the anti-pain system. He lowered his head, covered his chest, and seemed to be muttering something repeatedly, his voice gradually getting louder and louder. But Nelia got injured trying to help me resist the enemy's attack. It's all my fault. I feel so heartbroken and guilty. Dukin was in a daze, hypnotizing himself crazily. Why are you fighting? Why are you plundering? Why are you targeting us? Just because we are kind. I am already furious. Dukin was feeling increasingly depressed, and his negative emotions were reaching a peak. I can't win. There is no hope. Why am I so weak? I hate my own powerlessness. Dukin bowed forward and clutched his clothes tightly, as if he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Guilt. Anger. Despair. It hurts. It hurts so much. Faceless man, it's all your fault. You are the cause of all my pain. When Dukin raised his head and looked at the faceless man and shouted the last words, the faceless man suddenly felt his heart beat suddenly, as if his heart was hit and suppressed by 1,000 pounds of stone. Then came the unspeakable cramping pain that seemed to tear out his heart. He clutched his chest in pain. For a moment, The faceless man felt that he was sorry for being a human being. Then he fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, dyeing his veil a rusty brown red. Although the summoned objects can still keep functioning, they have lost the real-time instructions of their masters, and their movements have become much slower. At the same time, Cornelia also took the opportunity to stand out from the encirclement of summons. Why can you retaliate? I obviously didn't cause any harm to you. The faceless man's voice trembled, and he looked at Dickon in disbelief. You broke my heart, Dickon shouted confidently. Sadness is also hurt, heartache is also pain. Even if Dickon's heartache is the result of his self-hypnosis, which infinitely amplifies the negative emotions in his heart, the ultimate secret of anti-pain flow, 60 times heartache attack. The only disadvantage of this trick is that it requires self-hypnosis and the casting time is too long. Puff. Hearing Dickon's words, the faceless man couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was caused by anger. He has never seen such a shameless guy. CNM. That's not how the anti-injury flow works. However, at this moment, Cornelia's heavy hammer had arrived in front of him. The faceless man looked at the increasingly larger hammer in front of him, and before he could start to feel fear, he lost consciousness. With a boom, the faceless man was hit against the wall and fainted. All the summoned objects also disappeared. She followed Dickon's instructions, and instead of using all her strength, she only used a quarter of her strength to hit the faceless man on the head. This hammer only needs to knock the faceless man unconscious, so the repercussions she received were not serious. Phew, this time it's really time to call it a day. But Nalia covered her head in pain, failed to stand still, and sat on the ground. In the distance, Dickon also breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was very tired, and smiled helplessly. In the messy corridor of the Demon Academy, the two of them looked at each other from a distance and locked eyes. A knowing smile. It has to be a tacit understanding between him, her. Author's note: this chapter is a 4,000 word chapter, and I wrote it in one go for the sake of plot coherence. So today is equivalent to me consciously adding more updates. Wow, I didn't finish writing until 3 in the morning, and I had to write the paper again during the day. I am so miserable as a human being and I really want to take a vacation. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy, 039 Dickon and Cornelia's Pool Party! Does heartache count as pain? Can this guy be more shameless? Where on earth is this cult? The Church of Resurrection has finally hit the iron wall. It's true that evil people will be punished by evil people. Even though everyone in Heavenlit Academy was making fun of Dickon, everyone was laughing. The entire viewing hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. When Dickon hit the winning blow, they were silent for a while, and then burst into cheers like a torrent and tsunami. In the corner seat in the back row, a young man had a throbbing expression and his hands clasped in his fists, as if he had been praying for Dickon and the others just now. Cool. When he saw that Dickon and Cornelia defeated the faceless men, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. There was still a faint smile on his face. It's just that in addition to being happy, his expression seemed to contain a hint of bitterness and helplessness that could not be concealed. Just when he turned around to leave the classroom, he saw a slender girl standing behind him, blocking his way. The girl's figure was noble and cold, and there seemed to be a hint of playfulness in the corner of her mouth, as if she was observing his expression. Croix, you don't imagine that you can be like them, do you? The girl's tone was very rude. No. I wouldn't imagine such a thing. Croix realized that the girl might have been observing him for a long time. He felt very embarrassed and lowered his head. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of some bad memories and did not dare to face the girl again. Haha, it's good that you are self-aware. There is no difference between you and the people in the Resurrection Church. Remember the mistakes you made and the miserable appearance of my sister. No one will ever cheer for you. Seeing Croix's attitude, the girl seemed to be getting more and more angry. I know. Hearing the girl's aggressive words, Croix's tone became a little weaker, but he never refuted anything. He just bypassed the girl and walked quickly towards the door. After watching their performance, you should understand that you are not suitable for conquering the shadow world. You are the embodiment of disaster. How can you possibly end it? The girl shouted behind him. Croix paused, bit his lip, and quickened his pace again, as if fleeing in a hurry. He disappeared into the viewing hall. There were two sneaky figures on the corridor of the Demon Academy. They looked like they were each dragging an unconscious body. They dragged the corpse by its feet, making a sizzling rubbing sound. Finally, they brought the two corpses to their base camp, the cooking classroom. Chapter 36. Dukan locked the door, ran to the other side of the classroom and opened the window. Then he ran to Cornelia, grabbed the faceless man's shoulders, and together with Cornelia moved the unconscious faceless man to the window. 1, 2. Along with the slogans, the two cooperated skillfully and threw the faceless man out of the window together. Then he repeated it again and threw the conjurer out of the window. Knock off. Although Cornelia can easily throw these two guys away by herself, but since it is a gang crime, it is better for everyone to participate in the destruction of corpses and traces. This seems to have a greater sense of team responsibility. If you encounter such villains who attack other challengers in the shadow world, you will not be legally responsible for killing them. This is a rule specially approved by the Kingdom Federation. The viewing programs carried by Dukan and Cornelia also recorded absolutely sufficient evidence. This terrain is really convenient, otherwise it would have taken a lot of effort to kill the faceless man. Dukan sighed. His evaluation of this school has gone up again. What should I do? I don't want to go back. But Nelia felt as if she had returned home, and unknowingly sat on the chair next to the long baroque table. Then he lay down on the table and seemed to not want to move. It would be great if I have a chance to go to the demon world in the future. Dukan looked out the window, seeming to be looking for a paradise. Together. It's necessary, but let's get to work first. We still have an important project. While the two were communicating, they started to quickly search for ingredients in the cooking classroom. Dukan also ordered Cornelia to disassemble some cooking equipment from the classroom. He will use these parts to modify the piano later. Correct. Dukan clapped his hands, seeming to remember something again. He turned on the school radio and said, "Challenger, please come to the cooking classroom. Your friend is looking for you. Please go to the third room in the corridor on the west side of the school building." Immediately after hearing the announcement, it didn't take long for Dukan and Cornelia to see the challenger they had rescued hurriedly to the cooking classroom to look for them. After more than an hour of rest and plenty or potions in the infirmary, the challenger's injuries have healed a lot. Not bad. I am very energetic and can go to work. The exploration degree is still 2.3% short of that. Dukan looked at the challenger with satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder. Here, let's see if there's anything you want. Dukan took out a stack of cards from his pocket and handed them to the challenger. They were looted from the faceless man and the magician. Just as only soul-bound magic cards can enter the shadow world, the same goes for taking cards out of the shadow world. It must be bound before it can be taken away. Dukan and Cornelia cannot bind level 4 or 5 cards, and there are not many free card slots. Previously, Dukan consumed 3 poisonous ground spikes and 3 Dukan captains, thus freeing up the 9-cost card slot. Without giving up their own cards, they finally only took away a collection of 9-cost cards as trophies. There are still 4th-level purple cards in the remaining cards, and it will be wasted if you leave them alone. So Dukan asked the challenger to see if there was any need. At least he could take away the 4th-level card. Can you really give these to me? Although Dukan had already explained the process to the challenger, he was still a little afraid to take these cards easily. Yes, these cards are absolutely legal. However, the card you choose must be remitted to the designated account I gave you at 60% of the market price. Is that okay? Dukan said as he handed him a note. Norton King Capital Bank, account number 948,957,812, payee, Beautiful Mind Team. No problem, no problem. Thank you brother Dukan. The challenger quickly took the note and tried to remember the account information on it. For him, no matter what, it's all blood money. Even if you resell the card as soon as you return to the real world, you can still make a net profit. Besides, you have to go and fight 2 rooms later. If you really can't figure it out, use this ring to call me for help. Dukan handed the ring to the challenger. This ring is no longer of much use to him and Cornelia. Although they didn't want to work anymore, they couldn't let anything happen to the challenger. After all, I'm still waiting for him to return to the real world and send me a large sum of money for charity. That's right. Don't worry. The challenger happily agreed. He had been paddling for a while, and Dukan had saved his life, so it was only natural that he should start working. By the way, what are you going to do next? The challenger couldn't help but feel very puzzled as he watched Dickon and Cornelia ransacking the cooking classroom. Do what a student should do, Dickon answered seriously. But Cornelia seemed to be impatient to wait, and tiptoed from time to time to attract Dickon's attention. Let's go. Good. So the two of them ignored the challenger and left the cooking classroom. I rushed to the principal's office carrying my things as if I had finished shopping at the mall. There is already a piano at the door of the principal's office. Cornelia opened the door to the principal's office, and the two of them moved the piano and things inside. The first moment they walked into the spacious principal's office, they saw the long-awaited swimming pool. So after dozens of minutes or preparation, Dickon and Cornelia finally have a happy pool party. The fourth-level Shadow World and the strange story of the Demon Academy finally came to an end with the weird scene of Dickon and Cornelia happily playing in the water. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy. 040 The Master's Warning of Murderous Intent. Although you can choose to leave the Shadow World after completing the mission goal, neither Dickon nor Cornelia chose to leave at the first time. They played until time ran out before being forcibly teleported out of the Demon Academy with regret. Finally, Shadow World ushered in the settlement stage with their reluctant expressions. After being teleported out of the Shadow World, they were temporarily in a small independent space, like a small room. This is a critical space between the Shadow World and the real world. Dickon could see a door to the void on the wall of the room. If he stepped in, he would be able to completely leave the Shadow World. Soon, the task interface also began to be updated. The story of Shadow World Demon Academy has been cleared. Accounting in progress. Review is being generated. Due to the highly coordinated team actions, the team settlement method is adopted. Challenger, Dickon and Cornelia. In this exploration of the Shadow World, a total of 5 ordinary classrooms, 2 non-capable facilities, 1 ultimate classroom, and 1 non-capable facility have been cleared. In this exploration, the team has achieved the following achievements. Submission Theory S. Successfully surrendered a demon teacher. Explosion Indicator SSS. Core tasks completed over 3,267%. School Destroyer SS. Greatly damaged the school building and mechanism of Demon Academy. Never Decrypt A. Successfully passed the level without following the mechanism at all. Devil Killing Machine SS. Kill Demon Student X17, Demon Teacher X1, Ultimate Demon Teacher X1. Siamese Twin C, always acting together, with a high degree of tacit understanding. Pool Party S. Accomplished a miracle that should not happen in Demon Academy, whether as a student, as a human, or as a demon. Achievements sorting is completed and evaluation generation is completed. You are the elite among the elites of this school, pioneers, true rulers and absolute controllers. Compared with you, demons are as pure as babies. Comprehensive evaluation of the team, SSS. Since you have obtained an SSS level evaluation while in a team, you will be given team characteristics. Dickon and Cornelia gain the team feature, Guilty Partner, Evil Partner. When 2 people team up, there is a higher probability of obtaining the initial identity of the evil camp. Reward Settlement, Rank Increase, Dickon 2nd level 3rd level, Cornelia 3rd level 3rd level, Bachel's Heart of Fear, 5th level. Rare Material, Olive's Ultimate Madness, 4th level, Epic Spell Card, Olive's Poisonous Scorpion Tail, 6th level. Epic Material. Hey, it's so epic. Compared to his own rank improvement, Dickon is more concerned about the rewards they receive. Olive's Ultimate Madness. Category, Spell Card. Level, Orange. Epic. Level, 4. Effect, within 30 seconds after use, your physical ability will be greatly increased, and your sensitivity and perception will be improved. Note, Olive will not only use this skill in combat. Dickon looked at the 3 items suspended in front of them with some surprise and took them into his hands. It includes a card glowing with orange light, a green crystal gem in the shape of a heart, and a scorpion tail full of danger. In addition to magic cards being made by card makers, the Shadow World can also produce natural magic cards. It's just that the probability is extremely small. In most cases, Shadow World will only drop key materials used to make magic cards. Generally, after clearing the level 4 Shadow World, It would be good if one person can get a level 4 blue or purple material. The rewards they received so generously may be directly related to their outstanding performance in Demon Academy. Cornelia, how about I give you this card and give me the remaining 2 materials? Chapter 37. Duncan suggested. Good. But Nelia agreed simply. Then Duncan handed Olive's Extreme Madness to Cornelia. Cornelia got the card and looked at the orange card with joy. She has never seen a natural 4th level epic magic card. She never thought that she could get a 4th level epic card by playing Shadow World once. It's like a dream. This card suits her perfectly. Well, except the description is a little weird. Oh, it's time to go back to school. Duncan couldn't help but sigh at the thought of going back to school. Well, but Nelia also had some feelings. The two left the critical space with their loot. Loot from critical spaces can be brought back to the real world without being bound. They stepped into the void gate in front of them and returned to the Shadow World connection of Heavenlit Academy. 2 days have passed since I returned from the Shadow World. Duncan and Cornelia also received a lot of attention in school. Since they all carry the Movie World Battle program, there is no need for them to supplement the records of the details of the relationship with the resurrection cultists. The school's logistics department has helped them prepare the documents they need to provide to the kingdom. Of course, as for the Faceless Man's bounty, they still need to go through the formalities in person. After class today, Duncan and Cornelia hurried to the Kingdom Federation branch in Norton Kingdom to collect the bounty. The next important thing for them is to divide the spoils. After deducting taxes, there are still 264 gold coins left. After deducting our pre-war preparations and guard losses in Shadow World, about 12 gold coins, there are 252 gold coins left. 52 gold coins are left as team funds and placed in our team's bank account. The rest, how about 100 for each of us? Duncan said to Cornelia while holding a small notebook to keep accounts. Good. Cornelia doesn't want to think about these numbers. She can just leave all the settling of accounts to Duncan, and she feels relieved. When that old man's stolen money comes in, after the charity money comes over, we can divide it again. Duncan put away the accounting book with great satisfaction. This time he returned home with a full load. The most important thing is that he confirmed with the master craftsman that Olive's poisonous scorpion tail can be used when repairing the master craftsman. Duncan also needs to collect at least 4 pieces of demonic epic materials of level 6 or above. In addition, he himself had to reach the 6th level before he could start to repair Master and revive her. The remaining 4 demonic materials may mainly have to be purchased. After all, not every time you encounter a demon boss, you may not be able to defeat it. However, such high-level epic materials are extremely expensive. To collect them all, Duncan needs to continue working hard to make money in order to one day be able to see the true appearance of this evil old woman. A voice suddenly came from Duncan's heart. Teacher, are you awake? Duncan immediately thought back. Teacher, what were you thinking about just now? I'm imagining your peerless appearance. Teacher: don't let me hear those 3 words again. What? You can't even say the 3 words, beautiful girl? The master was silent for a while. She felt that Duncan was becoming more and more shameless. I slept. With this thought, Duncan's mind became quiet again. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to make this old beautiful girl angry. Volume 1, Tales of Demon Academy. 041 Cornelia's masterpiece. After lunch, Duncan and Cornelia came to the library as usual. Still at the small round table where they often sit, Cornelia immersed herself in her homework, and Duncan was holding a book called Common Mistakes in the Production of Third-Level Magic Cards. He was leisurely drinking coffee and reading this book. Duncan has risen to the 3rd level, and there are many new problems waiting for him to study. Although he had already learned a lot about the production of 3rd-level magic cards in advance when he was in the 2nd level. However, during the actual operation in the past 2 days, he found that something unexpected would happen. The master spends most of his time sleeping, and most of the time he has to rely on Duncan to educate himself. Since I have free time in the afternoon, why not stay in the library and read the books I need? And Cornelia also needs him more. Although no one forced Cornelia to study, she was never lazy, she was too serious. Duncan couldn't bear to see her gnashing her teeth in front of the book. In addition, for him, Staying with Cornelia will give him a strange sense of security. It's like the pilot is next to the Gundam. It turns out that I thought about the third level magic cards too complicatedly. Deacon finished flipping through the book in his hand, closed it, and stood up with the book. He was going to put the book back on the shelf and look for another health book. Although the school's library is not as good as the Royal Capital Library, it is still a place with hundreds of thousands of books. Deacon found the area that interested him, just like a teenager standing in front of a display window admiring the products, with his eyes open and swiping through each book on the bookshelf with his fingers. He is looking for something. Toxic Refining 1, Toxic Refining 2, Toxic Refining 4, huh? Who borrowed Toxic Refining 3? Deacon originally wanted to borrow these 4 masterpieces together. I didn't expect that there are like-minded people in this school. Deacon took out 1 and 2 with regret. Let's take these 2 books first this time. Taking away 4 may cause the other party to have no subsequent books to read after reading 3. Think more of each other and there is no need to make things difficult for each other. Maybe we'll meet in the future. Loving people are attracted to each other. After returning to Cornelia, Deacon put the 2 books on the table. Before opening the book, he seemed to remember something. By the way, Cornelia, there is one more thing I want to trouble you with. Deacon suddenly turned his head and said to Cornelia beside him, "Varied?" Cornelia's face came up, waiting for Deacon to continue. "We want to get credits, but there is one last step. We need to submit a report." "How about you write this report?" Deacon asked in a gentle voice. "Well," Cornelia made a growl in her throat. "There seems to be some reluctance." "It's okay, you can write freely. You will definitely write better than me." After returning to the dormitory yesterday, Deacon originally planned to write the report by himself. After all, he is a civilian. He sat at his desk, holding a pen in his hand and unknowingly wrote, "In the Taiyuan period of Jin dynasty, the Wuling people made fishing." He quickly crossed it out and started writing again. But after writing it, he thought about it and read it over and over again, feeling that whatever he wrote looked like beach blossom spring. This seems to be different from the reporting requirements. Later, Deacon changed his mind and wrote in a documentary style. As a result, what was written looked like the confession of a criminal. Although Deacon could open his eyes and the make-up nonsense and write a normal report. However, with the attitude of striving for excellence as a civilian, he still wanted to write a rigorous and fair report. Maybe from Cornelia's perspective, a good article can be written. This can also provide Deacon with an idea on how to write a true and serious report in the future. Cornelia nodded and took the report from Deacon. Then she picked up a regular Norton Kingdom dictionary. "Start reading the dictionary and write a summary." Deacon also moved his chair and sat closer to her, watching her write. I saw Cornelia writing, Chapter 38. That day, Deacon was led to the devil's world and accepted the devil's temptation. The devil said to him, "Do you know where this place is?" Deacon looked around. He replied, "This is heaven." When the devil told Deacon that this was the devil's realm, Deacon was shocked. If this continues, the demon world will be destroyed. The demons need a savior. Without Deacon, how can the demon world exist? Deacon started to feel something was wrong when he saw this. But he found that Cornelia was writing passionately and couldn't bear to interrupt her. During the inspection at Devil's University, Deacon pointed out the need to standardize the selection mechanism and strengthen process management to ensure that teaching work is carried out in a solid manner and achieves practical results. And he personally provided a series of guidance to faculty, staff and students during unannounced visits. The first is the goat who is guilty of envy. As the invigilator, after he failed to get Cornelia's test paper in the first time, he became jealous of the lion, which eventually led to an irreparable tragedy. Jealousy is a flame that can trigger an irreparable tragedy at any time. A redeeming fire. Then comes the lion who commits the sin of wrath. As a demon, he failed to maintain his rationality and was punished by Deacon. He was destroyed in the violent rage. Then there are the demon students who are guilty of laziness. You can't be afraid of the present when you are young. It's impossible to lie down. Deacon taught him to shine. Baron Batchel, who committed the crime of gluttony. His appetite is too big and he will eventually burst his stomach. Deacon taught him how to exercise restraint and learn to assess the situation. And the demon school doctor who committed the crime of greed. When you covet others, you may also lose out. Greedy people mostly end up with nothing. And a chorus of demons guilty of the sin of pride. Just when you think you have a winning chance, you may have already lost. Lastly, there is Miss Olive, who committed the sin of lust. The pursuit of excessive excitement will only lead to an endless emptiness in the end. Dickon punished the devils one by one, and taught the surviving devils to take warnings and learn tolerance, gentleness, diligence, temperance, generosity, humility, and chastity. Cornelia handed the report she had written to Dickon. Then his eyes moved to Dickon, blinking. She was looking forward to Dickon's comments, and her eyes seemed to be shining. Dickon was speechless for a moment while reading Cornelia's masterpiece. In a way, he didn't know whether to evaluate whether Cornelia had some special literary talent, or whether she still had big problems learning Norton Kingdom. Well written. Dickon met Cornelia's innocent gaze and smiled helplessly. Just submit this article first. If it comes back, I will rewrite it, Dickon thought. The next day, Professor Arnold sat in his office and looked at the reports submitted by Dickon and Cornelia, unable to calm down the turmoil in his heart for a long time. From time to time he put the report down and picked it up again to look at it. It seems that he is making sure that he has not seen anything wrong. Finally, he pressed the report on the table, covered his face with his hands, and rubbed his brows. After thinking for a long time, Professor Arnold finally took out his seal and stamped it on the report, approving the credits to the two of them. Although it stands to reason that this report should be typed back and rewritten, but he didn't want to appreciate these two people's new works anymore. So be it. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 042 Dickon's Level 3 Card Maker Certification. The rising sun hangs in the sky, and the breeze blowing by is filled with the fresh smell of fruits and flowers. Stepping into the dusk, Dickon was wearing his school uniform and walking slowly on campus with a faint smile on his face. He had a peaceful face, bathed in the early morning sunshine, and had a sunny temperament all over his body. There happened to be no classes in the morning, so Dickon signed up for today's Level 3 Card Maker Certification examination. After obtaining high-level certification, you will receive more favorable discounts when purchasing various conventional materials from the Card Creators Association. Moreover, the handling rates for consignment and receiving directional orders will also be reduced. In addition, the Card Makers Association is also a good place to purchase high-quality materials. Although Dickon's current net worth is far from being able to afford 6th-level epic materials, he can register his purchase intention first. Maybe you'll have enough money to buy it when Shadow World ships again. The next time Dickon and Cornelia will attack the Shadow World will be 1 month later. First of all, there is a cool-down time for Raiders of Shadow World. Secondly, Dickon hopes to wait until Cornelia has advanced to level 4 in the real world before going to the Shadow World. In this way, their destructive power will make a qualitative leap. But Nelia has been a bit mysterious these past 2 days, always running to a hillside behind the school. But since she didn't take the initiative to seek help from Dickon decided not to pry into her privacy. Although the two of them gave other students the impression that they were inseparable, in fact they would still do their own things separately most of the time. Dickon often locks himself in the dormitory to make cards, while Cornelia goes to actual combat training every day. On the other hand, Teresa heard from Dickon that he was going to take part in the 3rd-level card maker certification, so she made an appointment with him early to observe. She was one of the few people in school who knew that Dickon was a card maker. Teresa has long wanted to take a look at Dickon's card-making process. In addition, if Dickon can create any new works, she will also have the opportunity to buy them immediately. Good morning, Dickon. Morning, Teresa. The two met at the agreed location at the school gate, and then walked in the direction of the Card Creators Association. Dickon has become famous in the royal capital recently. The story of him and Cornelia ravaging the Fourth Order Shadow World and defeating the Faceless Man has been widely spread in the royal capital. The school has also produced highlight reels, but most residents do not have magical equipment to watch them. Therefore, many people in the royal capital have only heard of his name but have never seen him. In addition, although the process of Dickon's conquering the film world is very effective as a program, some of the processes may seriously affect the school's image. Therefore, the school finally decided to only broadcast the follow-up process of Dickon's film world strategy internally and release the edited video to the outside world. However, Professor Merget of the Alchemy Institute still signed a share-sharing contract with Dickon and Cornelia with favorable conditions. About half an hour later, they arrived at the Card Creators Association, the branch in King Norton. Pushing open a heavy solid wood door, they entered this majestic and huge building. The interior of the association looks very simple. Except for the clearly divided counter area, there are not too many decorative items, and everything looks very neat. Even though it was still morning, the association was almost full of busy staff, and there were also many visitors discussing various topics in groups at the counter, and bursts of hearty laughter could be heard from time to time. "What time does your exam start?" Thresia asked. 10 o'clock. "It's a bit early. I plan to register purchase information and go to the second floor to buy something." Dickon looked at the time. It was only after 8 o'clock. "It's okay, I'll take a look too." The two came to the second floor together. As soon as they arrived at this floor that looked like a chamber of commerce, their attention was quickly drawn in one direction. Not far away, I saw a blonde girl who was also wearing the uniform of Heavenlit College. She was accompanied by several staff members wearing high-level deacon uniforms, surrounding her like stars surrounding the moon. Judging from her school uniform, she should be a second-year student at the Alchemy Academy. This kind of scene is generally rare, unless her status is particularly noble. Teresa had already recognized the identity of the blonde girl before Deacon expressed his surprise. She grabbed Deacon's sleeve and seemed ready to turn around and leave. However, because Deacon and Teresa's school uniforms were also relatively obvious, they happened to catch the blonde girl's attention. Theresia, the blonde girl who looked noble, elegant and charming, looked at Theresia and Deacon with slight surprise. Theresia secretly sighed. When he looked at the blonde girl again, his face was already full of smile. "Your Highness Alice, good morning." Deacon on the side noticed Theresia's subtle attitude and seemed to have discovered something. This blonde girl is a princess, and a somewhat sinister one at that. What a coincidence. Theresia. Alice had already walked over quickly and looked at Theresia with a smile on her face. Obviously, she and Theresia have known each other for a long time. "Is this classmate Deacon? I didn't expect to see you here. Even Brother Wang praised your heroic performance in conquering the Shadow World." However, Alice quickly turned her attention to Deacon. After all, Deacon was so famous in school recently. "Hello, Your Royal Highness." Deacon saluted Alice, still with a calm smile on his face. As expected of the royal capital, you can encounter such important people whenever you go out. "It's really exciting. Deacon, you must have come to the association today to sell the materials you obtained in the Shadow World. I can accept them at a high price." Alice had quickly walked up to Deacon and said to him with a smile, "Oh no." Before Deacon could finish speaking, Alice nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. You are here to buy third-level cards. You have just upgraded. It's time to replenish some cards." Deacon was trying to explain something. Alice continued, "You are so lucky to have met me. I am a super powerful magic card maker." Deacon. Chapter 39. He already understands. This princess doesn't listen to anyone at all. Too self-assertive. When Deacon wanted to say number, but he found Alice looking at him with a proud expression. It seemed that he was waiting with great expectation for Deacon to say, "Please, Your Highness Alice, make a card for me." This is really a kind of kindness that is hard to refuse. But since she is so confident, she must be very good at it. After all, even Deacon didn't dare to say my card-making skills are super good. Volume 2, Blizzard Movies in the Barren Mountains, 043. Deacon's surprise. Deacon looked at Theresia helplessly, somewhat asking for help. This was the first time he met the royal family of this country. Every word he says next may affect his peaceful life. "Your Highness Alice, let me have a word with Deacon." Theresia quickly dropped these words and pulled Deacon away. She quietly told Deacon, "Alice is actually a good person, but she is a little willful and pushy. Just cooperate and make her happy." Deacon nodded slightly and looked at Alice. "Your Highness Alice, our team happens to need a 4th-level group purification spell card. Can you entrust you to help us make one?" Deacon couldn't make a 4th-level magic card yet, so he bought essential spell cards like group purification directly. One of the purposes of coming to the Card Creators Association this time is to buy this card. The second-year students in the Alchemy Academy should be able to make 4th-level spell cards. HMPH, you are really discerning. My card-making skills will definitely amaze you. So without further ado, let's watch me make this card. Seeing Deacon's attitude, Alice's cheerful mood was instantly written on her face, and her tone was full of joy. She seemed eager to make the little devil Deacon worship her even more. The senior deacon waiting on the side understood the meaning immediately. He quickly walked up to Alice and the other three, bowed slightly and said, "Your Highness Alice, and your friends, please come with me." Under the leadership of the deacon, the three of them bypassed half of the association's grounds and reached the fourth floor of the association through a suspended staircase. The third floor of the association is a venue for the certification examination for card makers of level 5 and below. The places above are obviously not accessible to ordinary visitors. The corridor on the fourth floor seems to be hundreds of years old, but in order to preserve certain historical relics, no excessive renovation was chosen. At the end of the corridor, a room with a white sign on the door came into view. The deacon opened the door for them, then stepped aside and motioned for the three of them to enter. Deacon could tell at a glance that this spacious room, which looked like an ancient workshop, was a master card making room. I don't know how much more upscale than the workshop he renovated in his dormitory. There are all kinds of tools inside, and all them are the most advanced equipment. Soon, more staff began to deliver materials. They had heard that the princess was going to make group purification, and brought all the materials that could be used. In addition to regular materials such as whiteboard cards, magic crystals, and magic core liquid, there are also several scrolls. The main materials required to make 3 types of magic cards are different. To make equipment cards, you must have equipment prototypes and props such as enchantment and encapsulation. Making summoning cards requires materials such as monster crystal cores or soul crystals. Making spell cards requires magic scrolls as materials, which must be processed and rewritten. For example, the materials for Deacon's hydrogen explosion include scrolls of fireball, water ball, and electric shock. The production steps of the 3 types of cards are quite different, and the differences are more obvious with higher level cards. Therefore, after a card maker reaches a high level, he will often choose a specialization direction. While waiting for the staff to deliver all the materials, Alice chatted with Deacon and the others for a while. The deacon locked the door, and then Alice opened the storage cabinet. Sure enough, the cabinet was filled with various materials. Alice counted carefully, took out a grid plate, and took some of the required materials from the storage cabinet. Put them one by one into the grid of the dividing plate. She seemed to have been in this room many times and was familiar with where the materials were stored. Deacon looked at her material selection and frowned slightly unconsciously. What is she doing with so much material? However, while Deacon was confused, Alice had already completed her preparations. Watch out for Deacon. There are not many opportunities to witness a card maker making magic cards. Alice rolled up her sleeves, and the bright smile on her face seemed to be full of anticipation for Deacon's admiration. Deacon decided to watch and study hard. You may even need to take notes where necessary. After all, apart from Master Craftsman, he has never heard of any other super powerful magic card maker. It would be terrible if she made a 4th level epic purification magic. Alice's expression became serious. She began to mix the ground holy magic crystal powder and magic core liquid into the ink, feeling the magic power fluctuations during the mixing, and adjust your own magic power to synchronize with it. When you use them to draw a magic circle, it will be easier to infuse magic power into it. After mixing the magic ink, Alice poured it into the magic pen, then began to unravel the scroll, excerpting, intercepting, and engraving the magic on the white card. Next comes the most critical step. That is, the card maker rewrites and finalizes the magic structure and circuits. This process requires the card maker to concentrate all his energy on it. With the movement of the magic pen in Alice's hand, she fully and evenly integrates her magic into every magic circuit. The magic structure of the card is not something that any mage can draw if he wants. It is a process of understanding, creation and spell casting. Without a thorough understanding of extraordinary talent, even if you can draw the appearance, you will not be able to give it the power it deserves. Alice held her breath and seemed to have entered the most challenging moment. The biggest trouble in burning is the fine circle of magic runes that need to be engraved on the card. These twisted things look like ants crawling around. Even a top academic would not be able to understand them, let alone write them down. She frowned and wrote slowly. She looks like a great painter painting a beautiful picture. Every stroke is so delicate and every stroke is full of power. She exudes a divine and noble temperament, which makes people wonder what level she has reached. Tens of minutes passed. The magic card began to spread out with a halo of halo. It seemed to be successful, and Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Next comes the third step. The best carriers of magic are mithril and fine gold. Carefully draw the magic circle on the blank card base, and then hot stamp a small amount of holy stone powder used to activate holy attribute magic on the card surface. Form a framework to lock energy into the magic cards. Alice started debugging and processing, connecting several magic engravings at the same time to form a magic energy loop, so that the magic cards can be recharged and used again after the magic power is lost. Although the card production is close to success, this penultimate step is still quite complicated, and there must be some overlap between each magic circle. It is necessary to ensure the correct operation of every magical structure when starting up, and not to conflict with other structures. If it fails, the card will directly collapse, and even some irregular operations will cause it to explode. Alice's technique was very skillful and she successfully completed this process. At this point, the production is basically complete. Only the magic cards are encapsulated. She boiled various alchemical materials into a paste and applied it to the surface of the magic card. Use magic equipment to quickly solidify it to form a transparent film. Alice frowned, looking very focused, as if a craftsman was completing the last step of a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. Finally, a fourth-level spell card, Group Purification, was successfully released along with the mist. Alice smiled happily and stared at the card. She seemed to be very satisfied with the quality of this card. Even as a card maker, she couldn't help but admire it for a moment longer. She glanced at Dickon and raised the corners of her mouth in a perfect arc, as if she had foreseen Dickon's expression of surprise. This made Dickon couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Is purple rare? Looking at Alice like this, could there be an epic story? Alice chuckled twice, handed the spell card to Dickon, then took out a handkerchief and gently touched the sweat on her forehead. Dickon took the card. I saw a blue light glowing on the card. This made Dickon really couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Alice was very satisfied with Dickon's expression and said proudly, Dickon, do you see clearly? This is how masterpieces are born. Isn't it amazing? Dickon. He was silent for a while, seeming to calm down his inner emotions. It took so much effort to create a fourth-level blue spell card. Is this the super powerful magic card maker? How dare you? Dickon, wow. That's so cool. Great reading. After confirming Dickon's reaction, Alice put her hands on her hips and laughed happily. Hoo ho ho, as long as you like it. Thinking of the next time Dickon kills people in the shadow world, she can brag to others, Dickon and the others have cards made by me. It was even more difficult for Alice to control the corners of her mouth. He even fell into fantasy for a while. The three of them arrived at the appraisal room on the 4th floor. After identification and testing, the card was of very good quality and fully met Dickon's needs. Alice was still immersed in the joy of receiving Dickon's adoration. Chapter 40. Teresa had already seen what Dickon was thinking and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Alice is actually at the level of a normal 4th-level card maker. But she did brag a little too much. After all, a rising star like Dickon, who has recently become famous in the royal capital, is a particularly meaningful bragging target for Alice. She couldn't control it for a moment, and it was understandable for Teresa. But, I really can't blow it anymore. My Royal Highness. What you have in front of you is a genuine card-making genius. Thank you, Your Highness. Dickon put the cards away and counted 20 gold coins to Alice. The market price of this card is about 25 gold coins, and Alice only promised to charge him 20. Which is equivalent to a very friendly price. Including the loss of materials, she basically made no profit. Simply to show off in front of Dickon. Then I'll accept it. Alice did not make things difficult for Dickon and simply accepted the gold coins he handed over. After all, if you don't ask for his money at this time, it will make him feel that he owes a big favor. For most people, owing favors to the royal family is not a good thing. Let's go back to school together. My carriage is right outside. Alice seemed to find it easy to chat with Dickon and wanted to brag with him more on the way. She enjoyed the feeling of appearing holy in front of people. At this time, She noticed that both Dickon and Theresia looked a little embarrassed and seemed to be exchanging glances. "Do you have any other arrangements?" Alice asked. Dickon sighed and said truthfully, "Actually, I'm here to take the third-level card maker exam. After all, everyone will know this kind of thing in the future. There's nothing to hide." "So Dickon, you can also make cards?" Alice asked in surprise. "Understand a little bit." "Ho ho, then you are so lucky to meet me. The third-level card maker certification is not that simple. Let me tell you the key points of the exam." Alice smiled even wider. She knew that there were very few people in the Knights Academy who knew how to make cards. Repairing equipment is a good skill for warriors. However, these card makers at the Knights Academy basically only make equipment cards. It is still difficult for them to pass the professional card maker exam. Alice felt like she had found more topics to brag about in front of Dickon. Yeah. One dares to teach and the other dares to learn. Alice taught everything she could, as if she wanted to impart her lifelong secrets to Dickon in just a few dozen minutes. Dickon also listened patiently. From time to time, he looked at Alice with eyes that were thirsty for knowledge. "I happen to be free this morning. Let Theresia and I take a look at your performance later." Alice patted Dickon on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, "It feels like a teacher sending students to the examination room." The three of them have arrived at the examination room on the third floor of the Card Creators Association. Dickon is about to enter the exam hall to take the certification exam. There are also viewing seats in the hall, which are open to the public. "Okay." Dickon was humble. "Dickon, if you need any guidance on making magic cards, you can come to me at the Alchemy Academy at any time. Although I am also a student, I should have no problem teaching you." "Cool." Dickon finally couldn't help being amused by Alice. This brought a genuine smile to his face. "Thank you so much, Your Highness Alice." "Ho ho, I'm not bragging to you. Not long ago, I made a second-level purple card. This is not something ordinary card makers can make. Do you admire me very much?" Alice seemed to be getting more and more excited and didn't notice Theresia's strange expression at all. "It's amazing. If God had not given birth to Alice, Norton would be like a long night." Dickon now felt like he was having fun. Compliment her, praise her, and that's it. "This princess must look pretty when she cries." "What? Did you say that again?" However, what Dickon said just now seemed to shock Alice, and she looked at Dickon with wide eyes. "Who is the peak at the end of the card making? When I see the princess, the truth will be empty." Dickon tried another sentence! Alice forgot to close her mouth for a moment. Please let me remember those two sentences just now." Alice's voice was filled with excitement. Theresia had completely averted her eyes and looked into the distance. "Your Highness, please hold back. If you keep talking, you really won't be able to step down." Author's note. Unexpectedly, I updated again. And it's still a 4,000 word chapter. Don't you praise me for this? To be honest, I didn't expect it to be on the click list this week. It has been on the click list for 3 consecutive weeks, and it has become a bit boring. What was once a dream, is now so simple. I feel a little swollen. In order to keep myself awake, it's better to write more words. However, adding updates often comes with a price. Because there is no saved manuscript, I have to continue coding for tomorrow's update now. If I don't finish coding before going to bed today, tomorrow's update may be a little later. But I will try my best to finish coding. When reading in the morning, you must start with The Rising Sun. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 044 Dickens Lucky Number. At 10 o'clock sharp, the Magic Card Production Association's Level 3 certification examination officially begins. The examination room is very spacious, with dozens of work tables equipped with complete card-making equipment and marked with numbers. More than 20 card makers came to take the exam. In addition to the local residents of the royal capital, there were also many card makers from nearby cities who came to take the exam. There were also many spectators sitting in the auditorium, most of whom were businessmen and residents of the royal capital watching the excitement. Of course, there are also relatives and friends of the candidates. Candidates like Dickon who are wearing the color uniform of Heavenlit Knight Academy attract special attention, because usually the people you see in the card maker certification exam are students from the Alchemy Academy. Occasionally there will be students from the Mage Academy and the Summoning Academy. Knight Academy students rarely appear. First, the examiner will make a series of regular opening remarks. Then there is an introduction to the rules of this exam. Basic materials such as whiteboard cards, magic crystals, and magic core liquid will be provided by the association to determine a theme. Each candidate will only be allocated a quota of 3 cards. There is no limit to the type of card the candidate will make in the end. They can choose freely according to what they are good at. If you make quite ordinary cards, you will be qualified and you will become a third level card maker. The blue rare one is the 3rd level and 2nd level, and the purple rare one is the 3rd level and the 1st level. The higher the level, the higher the potential, and the Card Creators Association will also provide higher privileges and benefits. Depending on the different needs of the candidates, additional materials will be needed when making the cards. There is a built-in shop inside the examination room. Candidates can take any additional materials they need with a total price not exceeding 10 gold coins. In addition, the registration fee for the exam is 15 gold coins. It is impossible for the association to make you money. After Dickon found his table number, he looked at the basic materials already arranged on the table and fell into deep thought. Why is it a 3rd level holy attribute magic crystal plus a holy radiant stone? It seems that the theme of this exam happens to be holy attributes. He is not very good at this attribute. He rarely makes healing and dispersing magic cards by himself. He has done some research on serious injury and anti-purification cards, but it is obviously not something that can be made using only holy attribute magic crystal as the basic material. Give me a light attribute magic crystal and I can make a sun fist. Dickon touched his head, feeling that he needed to think for a while. Chapter 41. Some of the card-making techniques taught him by his teacher were related to holy attributes. After all, Master Xiang also devoted himself to studying how to reverse the holy attributes. No problem, I've even learned 2. But I still can't do 1? Dickon organized his thoughts, started drafting card-making ideas on paper and calculated the material ratio. Then he went to the examination room store and selected materials such as Devil's Blood, Purifying Holy Flame, and 3rd level Purification Magic Scroll, ready to start work. Half an hour after the exam started, some candidates have already scrapped all their materials and left the examination room with regret. For most card makers who have just reached the 3rd level, it is difficult to guarantee the success rate alone, not to mention the quality of the 3rd level cards they make. Coupled with factors such as nervousness, it is normal to lose 3 games in a row. But at the same time, one candidate finally succeeded in making a card, which caused a burst of exclamation from the audience. The blue light emanating from the cards proves that he is no ordinary card maker. Once successful, it is still the precious quality of blue. Soon the candidate took the finished product to the appraiser, and after the appraisal was completed, it was sent to the testing room. Then the examiner gave it a pass on the spot and made the result public. Holy Light Hammer. Category: Equipment Card. Grade: Blue Precious. Level: 3. Effect: Causes an additional 60% damage to enemies in the evil camp. Note: the holy light will crush your head. It's so awesome. It's straight to the 3rd level and 2nd level. Basically, the 3rd level and 2nd level qualifications are the limit for ordinary people. Only the most powerful geniuses from Heavenlit Alchemy Academy every year can achieve the 3rd level and 1st level qualifications. I heard that some freshmen have already received it this year. There is also a student from Heavenlit College here. But why is it in a red uniform? Don't look down on the red school uniforms. Although not many of them can make cards, their fights are really brutal, such as the recent rumors about the cult priest and the Valkyrie. Wait a minute. Why does this guy in red school uniform look so much like Dickon? There seemed to be a wealthy businessman in the audience who had seen the clip released by Heavenlit College and recognized him with exclamations. Are you sure he is Dickon? Isn't Dickon a priest? Why is he still making cards? It's definitely him. I saw it right. Although he is in succubus form in the video, this appearance must be his. The wealthy businessman walked around the audience again, looked at Dickon's appearance repeatedly, and said with great certainty. The audience instantly became noisy. I thought it was an ordinary 3rd level card maker exam. To be able to meet such an influential person, no matter what card Dickon makes in the end, it will be very topical. While the spectators were discussing enthusiastically, the examination room began to glow with the light of the finished card again. But whether it was blue sky or white clouds, the audience didn't care much. They only care about what level Dickon is. Another 10 minutes passed. Candidates who succeeded once have now completed card production. Those still left on the field were almost all candidates who had made mistakes during the previous card production process and had to start over. Alice frowned. Dickon ... He hasn't failed yet, but why did he do it for so long? I don't know. I don't understand you card makers. Threesia just played dumb. She silently prayed that Dickon wouldn't do anything too exaggerated later. Otherwise, she could have foreseen Alice's embarrassment after learning the truth that Dickon is a master of card making. Dickon seems to be making spell cards, and I don't know what spell he wants to make. I'm quite surprised that he didn't choose to make equipment cards. It seems that he just witnessed me. You have gained some insights into the card-making process and want to imitate me. Alice was still commenting with a profound look. This made Threesia feel even more uneasy. Another 10 minutes passed. Even candidates who have failed twice are now almost finished making the final cards. On the contrary, the number of spectators in the stands not only did not decrease, but actually increased. Many staff and customers on the first floor heard the news and came to the third floor to watch the excitement. They were all curious about what Dickon would make. It seems that he has not failed since the beginning of the exam, but it took a long time to burn one card. What the hell is this kid doing? Even several examiners couldn't help but ask each other. Unlike most viewers, they knew the candidates' names from the start, because Dickon's name is clearly written on the registration information. They were also surprised that Dickon came to take the third-level card maker exam. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 045 Dickon's Sacred Magic. He seemed to be doing it well, but he actually made a serious mistake in common sense. The scroll he chose indicated that he was going to make a purification spell card, but no purification spell card uses demon blood. In addition, purifying holy flame should also be required for offensive holy attribute cards. It seems that he is just a layman. The examiner couldn't help but start criticizing Dickon's card-making process. The materials he selected are only enough to make a magic card once, and there is no chance for subsequent attempts. This card has been trying to explode since just now. It makes me a little scared when I see it. When this card explodes, we just have to prepare firefighting and rescue measures. Wait a minute, can you understand the magic words he wrote? It seems that they are not human magic words. The syllables corresponding to these words are probably difficult for humans to sing. Is it dragon language? Or elven language? I don't understand. I have never seen a card maker with a different magical language. Dickon entered a state of selflessness. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten human language, and only the thoughts conveyed by the master in his mind echoed in his ears. Although this was his first attempt to create a third-level spell card. But he didn't know why, but it felt good. It was as if he didn't need to think, his consciousness would lead his hand forward, and he knew exactly how to operate every next step. I don't know how long it took, but a smile finally appeared on Dickon's lips. It's done. And it played well. Master, you will never deceive me. Dickon finally completed all the burning, and his cautious and slow movements suddenly accelerated and became smooth, and the encapsulation step was completed in less than 2 minutes. The moment the mist dissipates, orange light instantly illuminated the entire hall. A candidate next to him was glanced at by him, and he made a direct mistake and bid farewell to his last chance. Even so, he still opened his mouth wide and rubbed his eyes, unable to resist taking another look, before he could get angry. He was frightened. Orange color? Is this something that can appear in the examination room? Level 3 epic card? I was actually able to witness the birth of the third level epic card with my own eyes. It turns out that Dickon's job is as a card maker. No wonder his cards are so weird. If he makes an orange epic, then wouldn't he become a third-level special card maker? How many years? How many years have I not heard of this title? The audience's seats erupted with exclamations like a tsunami. Dickon calmly walked to the invigilator's seat and handed the card to the appraiser. After the appraiser finished the appraisal, he wiped his glasses and checked the instruments. Then try identification again. Blood purification. Category: spell card. Level: orange epic. Level 3. Effect: if used on oneself, it can relieve third level and lower abnormal conditions. If used on a different race, It will purify the opponent's blood and evaporate their blood volume. Cooling time 120 seconds. Note: heresy. I want to purify you. You call this purification? The appraiser's eyes widened, confirming that the appraisal result was correct, and muttered in disbelief. Then, under the shocked eyes of the examiners, the card was sent into the testing room. Is this card really safe? Are you a pureblood human? How about we just count him as passed? After a while, the card was sent out. It is directly judged as valid. Neither tester dared let the other use this card. If your bloodline is impure, it will most likely be purified. Discussions and exclamations continued to erupt in the audience. There is a feeling of celebrating the new year. However, unlike the joyful atmosphere of the spectators, the air between Alice and Theresia seemed particularly solemn. When Alice first saw the orange light, she was a little sluggish for a moment, as if her brain was short-circuited. Orange. Epic. Chapter 42. Alice's face gradually became hot, as if she finally understood the current situation. She has been bragging in front of a card maker who can create epic cards. It's still a monster that can create epic cards of the same level. She sniffed and her eyes began to mist. She only felt that the words she had said to Dickon before were lingering in her ears like a curse that could not be dispelled. For a moment I wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Your Highness Alice, Dickon just has better luck. After all, card making is 30% strength and 70% luck. Theresia panicked and wanted to reach out to touch Alice, but was afraid that she would break at the touch, so she hesitated to touch her shoulder. Such a unique card. Couldn't he use all the cards he made himself? Alice's voice was trembling, as if tears would fall at any moment. She looked at the public identification results. This is such a unique card that it's hard not to associate it with Dickon's deck. This leads to a very scary guess. All of Dickon's cards are actually handmade. This is not luck at all. This is absolute strength. He was actually able to easily create second-level purple cards as early as the second level. Even the picture of the dilapidated poet is probably his early work. Dickon is undoubtedly a super-standard card-making genius that Alice can't match. Theresia was silent. She felt that Alice's eyes could no longer hold back the tears and she did not dare to stimulate her anymore. You already knew about his card-making skills, right? Alice also understood what Theresia meant. No, Alice, I really didn't expect you to have such a fun chat with him, and I thought the most he could do was make a purple rare card, Theresia said timidly. This made Alice tremble even more. Then she turned around and noticed that several association staff waiting at the back had looked away in embarrassment. Obviously, these deacons also witnessed the whole process of Alice bragging to Dickon. Alice wanted to hold back her tears, but the shame in her heart that was about to kill her was indescribable. Her eyes became redder and redder, and tears kept falling out like broken beads. Finally, she suddenly thought of something again and looked at Dickon in the examination room. Dickon was also looking at her and gave her a bright smile. The dappled sunlight fell on Dickon's face through the glass window, but it still couldn't hide the smile that was more dazzling than the sun. Wow! Alice cried uncontrollably and stood up from the audience and ran away. This is the first escape in the life of Princess Alice. This book is compiled by Nanjin. The copyright of the novel belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you want to read it, please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and reject piracy. If this resource inadvertently infringes upon your rights, please notify us to delete it promptly. Nanjin reminds you, arrange your reading time reasonably and avoid being addicted to online novels. More novels from all over the internet can be found in Nanjin Novel Group, 1,017,459,498. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 046. Dickon begins to anger the Church of Resurrection. Looking at Alice's fleeing figure, Theresia wanted to catch up but felt that doing so would only embarrass her even more. But if she doesn't catch up, she and Alice may not be able to talk to each other for a long time. She looked at Dickon helplessly. The smile on Dickon's face seemed to say bad hospitality. Well, Theresia sighed deeply. This guy is becoming more and more inappropriate. Obviously when I met him in the border shop, I thought he was quite normal. That goblin sheriff is obviously not something a normal person can do. Seemingly sensing Teresa's confusion, Dickon shouted to Theresia, "Theresia, go find Her Royal Highness Alice. I won't be able to leave here for a while." It seemed that the examiner had something important to ask him. He also felt that Alice needed a little comfort. He was indeed a bit too harsh. In fact, Dickon never thought about making epic cards at first. He originally thought that if he tried his best to make a third-level rare quality card, it would be successful. After all, after spending so much in registration fees, he couldn't lose money even if he didn't turn the meter back. As a result, I got sick while doing it. It's not surprising that the card exploded at any time during the production process. After all, every step of it is rewriting the holy attributes in reverse. Unfortunately, luck is really better. Not only did it not blow up, it also managed to achieve epic quality. What? Are you saying that I am just lucky? What are you talking about? I do not understand. See you at school then. Theresia waved to Dickon and ran away quickly. She was going to save Alice's scorched earth-shattered heart. The exam is over. Now several examiners gathered around Dickon. The moment Dickon produced the orange card earlier, several other candidates who were still struggling obviously couldn't withstand the cool and amazing special effects. There is no doubt that they were all blinded and failed. In other words, their hearts have been shocked and they no longer have the confidence to continue doing it. In any case, it doesn't seem too bad to be able to see this kind of miracle up close. Mr. Dickon, please come with us to see President Leland. Even though the examiner was a 6th-level card maker, he was quite polite to Dickon at this time. Because of Dickon, he will become a special card maker. Like 3rd to 1st level, you can go to the certification hall on the 3rd floor to get the corresponding license after passing the exam. But they don't have the special card maker's items ready-made here. It must be reviewed and produced by the headquarters. The president will have to talk to Dickon about the specific matters. The gold content of the title special class cannot be described by class. They are also very self-aware and know where Dickon will go in the future, so they will be extra respectful to Dickon from now on. No problem. Please come with us. Good. Dickon followed several examiners and left the examination room through the internal passage. Next, the examiner took Dickon all the way to the 6th floor through the suspended stairs. It is also the top floor of this building. There were few people on the 6th floor, and Dickon was taken to the door of the most conspicuous office. The examiner knocked lightly on the door. After getting a response from the person inside, he pushed open the heavy door and motioned for Dickon to enter. I saw an old man sitting in the exaggeratedly spacious office. The old man looked to be over 60 years old, but his back was straight and his eyes were shining. He was wearing the uniform of the Highest Style Association, with a little gray hair hanging in front of his eyes, and a faint smile on his face. The other party was obviously the branch president of the Card Creators Association in Norton Kingdom. To Dickon's surprise, before he could walk over, the president actually stood up and walked around the desk to shake hands with him. This made Dickon a little flattered. "Dickon, nice to meet you." "Hello, President Leyland." Dickon noticed 7 purple stars printed on the chest of the opponent's uniform. Obviously the opponent is a 7th-level first-class card maker. He's a real boss. A 7th-level strong man, even if he is a civilian, is very scary. It's not a problem to pick up a hammer and hit level 3 or level 4 in seconds. After inviting Dickon to sit on the sofa nearby, Leyland said, "First of all, congratulations on becoming a special card maker of the Card Makers Association. This is a lifelong honor, but the review steps it faces are also very complicated, so continue. You may also need to attend at least one review meeting down the line. The special card maker is the most senior core member of our association. No matter what, the association will support you. I can't even issue you your badge, uniform, or license for the time being, because special symbolic objects need to be reviewed and approved by the headquarters before they can be specially made for you." Dickon was a little stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he could get such awesome treatment by making a 3rd-level epic card. Although he had heard of the special card maker, the Card Maker Association rarely publicized the mechanism and authority of the special card maker to the outside world, so he didn't know much about it. "Then what am I now?" Dickon asked with some confusion. "Before you pass the review, You will temporarily obtain the rights of a third-level first-class card maker. That's good. Dickon feels that the coordination of the Card Creators Association is good. Although the review sounds a bit cumbersome, the mechanism is reasonable. Is it difficult to review? I have never heard of a situation where a special card maker was censored. Well, if it were you, the headquarters might investigate whether you are related to the Church of Resurrection because of your card-making style. It's really even worse than their Archbishop. President Leyland seemed to be speaking more and more uncertainly. He had also heard of Dickon's glorious deeds of ravaging the shadow world and his evil cards. Chapter 43. Dickon was silent for a moment. It feels like my express delivery will be stuck for a long time. And now he suddenly wants to eradicate the Church of Resurrection. It is because of the existence of this group of people that an innocent citizen like himself is misunderstood as a cult priest. Don't worry about Dickon. I will help you communicate more actively with the headquarters. You will definitely become the 13th special card maker among the existing registered card makers in the continent. You are also the second special card maker in the Norton Kingdom. Cardmaster Lun is obviously very excited about the fact that the Norton Kingdom can have 2 special card makers. Even if I am only the 3rd level, can I be on par with the other 12? No matter which level you have achieved the title of special class, it will not change even if your level is improved later. Leyland explained to Dickon. If you take the level 3 exam as level 4 during the exam, no matter what quality of cards you make, they will be counted as level 3. If you want to get a second level or higher rating, you must make a card of the same level as yourself. First class or second class is also considered an honor. It means being able to make high-level cards of the same level. It's just that the special level completely surpasses the other 3 conventional level concepts. It is a symbol of the card maker's absolute strength. Anyone who can create epic cards is basically a famous card maker. And card makers who can create epic cards of the same level are even rarer among the rare. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 047 Dickon's repayment. Although other special grades have different stages of reaching special grade, it is really rare to reach special grade below the 5th level. Leyland couldn't help but sigh. Dickon, shouldn't it be that the higher the level of magic cards, the harder it is to produce epic quality? Lun, that's right. But the higher the level, the harder it is to improve your level. You may only stay at the 3rd level for a short year, but you may stay at the 7th level for decades. Dickon nodded. If you level up quickly in the early stage, your skills may not necessarily keep up with your own level. In the later stage, I could no longer practice leveling, and gradually relied on time to accumulate knowledge. Of course, this is all for talented card makers. Without talent, I might not even be able to make purple quality cards in my lifetime. Leyland spent the next hour answering questions for Dickon. Dickon also learned a lot about the special card makers and the high-level structure of the association. Once Dickon passes the examination, he becomes an official special card maker. At that time, the Card Creators Association will not charge any service fees or handling fees from Dickon, and all basic materials will give him a fixed and large quota every year. And when purchasing gear and materials, Dickon will receive a high guarantee from the association. That means you can pay on credit. In addition, Dickon will be eligible to observe special meetings. The status of a special card maker is equivalent to the highest level of the Card Maker Association. But you need to be at least the 6th level special class to have the right to vote. Of course, there are also some scattered, very distinguished privileges. By the way, President, can you help me keep an eye on the demonic epic level materials at level 6 or above? Dickon felt that the conversation was almost over, and remembered that he had one more important thing to do when he came to the Card Creators Association today. Originally I just planned to register my purchase intention, but now it seems that he might be able to directly ask President Leyland to help him a lot. What do you want this material for? President Lun asked with some confusion. Even he, a 7th level card maker, has difficulty controlling 6th level epic materials. I have an idea for a super powerful card and I will make it in the future. Okay, I will announce my purchase intention for you in my own name. If there is something suitable at that time, do you need me to buy it for you? Leyland still cared about Dickon. After all, posting a request to purchase 6th level epic demonic materials as Dickon is likely to attract the attention of others. It might even attract the attention of the censors at the headquarters. No, President, I don't have that much money now. I'm afraid I can only exchange it for this third level, blood purification, ... Well, generally speaking, third level epic cards are not enough to exchange for sixth level epic materials, but considering the special nature of your card, maybe someone will be willing to exchange it. If you can find a suitable one. As for the transaction partner, I will let you talk about it. Thank you, President. Blood purification. Let's not talk about whether this card is strong or not. Its high versatility will make it a target for grabs, and no matter what profession, you can add one to your deck. Sometimes it might even work wonders. I'm afraid that when Dickon walks out of the association normally, he will be surrounded by a group of businessmen and big guys, asking him to buy this card. Can this card be sold? The answer is of course yes. It's just that Dickon doesn't plan to sell it now. For him at level 3, this card is still very useful. When he reaches level 5 and level 6, he can sell this card for money. At that time, it was time for him to prepare to repair, Master Craftsman. If you think about it carefully, it can be said that he went bankrupt for the sake of his master. Not only the money earned in the past must be put in, but also the money earned in the future must be put in. I don't know how much. Everything is just to repay the favor. What a touching teacher-student relationship. Obviously he can use the money to make countless girls. Oh? The master is also a sister, so that's okay. What's on your mind? Suddenly, a thought came to Dickon's heart, which sent a chill down his spine. Dickon pretended not to hear anything and continued to chat and laugh with President Llewellyn. Dickon felt silent for a while. It seems that the master is silent for the time being. At this time, Dickon's pupils suddenly showed signs of changing color. He quickly covered his eyes. Llewellyn, Dickon, it's okay. There's dust in my eyes. I'll just rub them and it'll be fine. Then Dickon quickly shouted in his heart, Master, if you have something to say, don't take over my body. I was distracted just now and didn't notice you calling me. You seem quite confident lately. No way, it's not because you taught me well. Is that really what you think? The master's voice was filled with contempt. She might have read Dickon's perfunctory message. ... I suspect that you have been awake all day and are listening to my thoughts every day. Since he couldn't hide it, Dickon stopped pretending. His wings are already a little hard, and it's time to challenge the master. How can I be suppressed by her for the rest of my life? I'm not as boring as humans. The master's voice was still clear and cold. Then tell me what I was thinking just now, otherwise I will suspect that you are fishing again. Dickon's tone was provocative. ... I'm Maker, right? Haha, you are getting bolder and bolder. After many years of getting along with Dickon, Master Jiang also learned a lot of Dickon's characteristic vocabulary. Ouch, she really heard it. But Dickon showed no repentance, as the saying goes, as long as you are brave, teacher. Go on. Master Jiang's voice became a little colder again. Dickon only felt that the control of his body was being invaded again. Teacher, please be at ease. Filial piety may fail, but it will never deteriorate. Dickon dropped the pledge. The master judged for a moment and found that what Dickon said was true. It seems that he really has no intention of committing any crime. Teacher, I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up again. Okay. You ghost, you are obviously eavesdropping on my thoughts. Division, German? Greater than. Only after making sure that Master Jiang fell asleep did Dickon dare to breathe with peace of mind. This teacher is really hard to coax. Dickon, are you feeling better? President Llewellyn handed the handkerchief to Dickon. It's okay, thank you. Dickon blinked hard and seemed to finally recover. It's a good thing to study hard, but you should also pay attention to protecting your eyes. Okay, I won't waste your time here anymore. We will follow up on the review of the special card maker and notify you. After a brief exchange of greetings, Llewellyn sent Dickon out of the office and took him all the way to the association's special exit. Dickon said goodbye to Llewellyn very happily. Chapter 44. In the Card Creators Association, I felt like I had become a big boss for a moment. Obviously this feeling can only be experienced in Demon Academy. Author's note: do a small survey about the proportion of plot in the current plan. The Campus Chapter, the Upper World Chapter, and the Shadow World Chapter, the Underworld Chapter, are carried out alternately, and the ratio will be about 1 to 1. The first dungeon, Demon Academy, is considered a relatively long dungeon, and the following 2 dungeons are the copy will be shorter. So the question is, which of the following options is closest to the proportion of the campus chapter and the Shadow World chapter that you expect? A. 1:1, B. 1:2, C. 2:1, D. 1:1.5, E. 1.5:1, F. Other values. If you have any feedback, you can leave a message here and I will see all your posts. Thank you all. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 048 Dickens Elective Course. Today is another hopeful day because it is already Friday. I finished playing Shadow World on Monday, took a day off on Tuesday, handed in my report on Wednesday, and took the association exam on Thursday. It can be said to be a very fulfilling week. There are still about 3 weeks before the next trip to the Shadow World, and Dickon needs to take some time to replenish Tier 3 cards for himself and Cornelia. It's time to create a 3rd level summoning card for yourself, and the poisonous ground spikes should also be updated. In addition, you can also create 3rd level weapon cards with higher durability for Cornelia. But before that, this Friday, there was an elective class that Dickon had been waiting for. He decided to study hard. After auditioning in the first 2 weeks, the 2 subjects he finally chose were Medicine 1 and Pharmacy 2. This school has a more flexible application mechanism for elective courses. Considering that each student has different talents and foundations, if sufficient proof can be provided, it may be possible to be exempted from prerequisite courses. The prerequisite courses for Pharmacy 2 are Herbology 1 and Pharmacy 1. Dickon provided enough pharmacy works to the course director and successfully convinced the teacher to allow him to study pharmacy directly too. As for why Dickon wants to study medicine, let's put it aside for now. His motivations are very intriguing. After the required classes in the morning were over, Dickon and Cornelia went their separate ways. Dickon's pharmacy class was in the afternoon, so he couldn't go to the library with Cornelia. But Cornelia knew that Dickon had classes in the afternoon, so she didn't plan to go to the library. Dickon noticed that Cornelia's departure direction was towards the back mountain. This time Dickon was really curious. Let's go with her next time, because he found that Cornelia's mood seemed to be a little low today. Although her expression is simple, she has eyes that speak volumes. It's also possible that Dickon has a unique gift of understanding that allows him to easily read her thoughts. It was time for Pharmacy 2 class, and about 20 students gathered in the pharmacy classroom. After the trial period in the first 2 weeks, the students who are now left are the students who have officially registered for this course. Most of them are girls. Good afternoon everyone. I'm glad you were able to finally choose this course. The teacher is also a woman. Teacher Maria looks about 30 years old. She wears glasses on her face and feels very gentle. At first glance, he looks like a very benevolent doctor. Pharmacology is a very practical knowledge, which is especially important in real life. In addition, although it is difficult for us to bring finished potions into the Shadow World, we can often make the required potions on site based on materials in the Shadow World. The knowledge I learned today may be put to use immediately tomorrow, and I will do my best to give you guidance. Listening to Teacher Maria's words, Dickon nodded frequently. This course not only imparts theoretical knowledge, but also provides a wealth of materials and experimental opportunities. Dickon can make the most of the school's resources. To be honest, Dickon wouldn't mind taking more of this conscientious and practical course, although his motivations are different from most students. In Pharmacy 1, we focus on recovery medicines, but in Pharmacy 2, we will focus on functional medicines. What we are going to talk about in today's lesson is how to deal with unknown toxins. As Teacher Maria said, she put on her gloves and raised a small bottle in her hand. This is a bottle of toxin newly developed by the Alchemy Institute. It is extracted from a newly grown poisonous weed. It is highly toxic, but it is easy to remove. The content of our course today is how to extract it from its accompanying plants. Antidote raw materials are extracted from it. Here comes the point that Dickon is most interested in. His eyes had almost penetrated the bottle of poison. Next, Teacher Maria began to show everyone the production process, and Dickon also listened attentively. Before I knew it, the class time was almost over. Then the task left for everyone is to successfully create an antidote, and give everyone 1 week to complete it. After class, everyone can continue to use this classroom and the drug laboratory of the Alchemy Institute. After finishing speaking, Teacher Maria gave the diluted poison samples to each group, and prepared a copy of the required materials for the students. Due to safety considerations, the experiment was conducted in groups of 2, and each group was ensured to have 2 copies of the antidote prepared by Teacher Maria just now. If accidental poisoning occurs, they can rescue each other. In this class, every 2 people will be assigned a long table. The space can be said to be very sufficient, so much so that Deacon was so focused on class that he didn't even notice when his deskmate came. But now, it's time to say hello to my deskmate. After all, we have to do homework together. You finally noticed me, Deacon-san. Deacon turned his head and found that the other person's face was very close to his. The quiet fragrance hits your face. She is a beauty with no sense of distance, black hair, black eyes, and clear and bright eyes. Her appearance was exquisite to the extreme, as if carved by the most outstanding work of art by the hand of the creator. Even sitting down, you can see that she is tall and slender. Was she always so close to him? Although Deacon was surprised, he not only did not avert his gaze nor dodge back. The momentum cannot be lost. If you had been closer, I might have noticed you earlier, Deacon replied calmly. Then the teacher might warn us. Hai-no-cheng said these words, and the smile on his face never disappeared. As soon as she finished speaking, her body leaned further forward. This is a state that almost sticks to Deacon. Deacon felt a chill go straight to his forehead. This is an instinctive warning of crisis. Just like the other party is a beautiful but poisonous flower. It was obvious that the other party was wearing the uniform of a second-year student at the Alchemy Institute, yet it made people feel such a strong threat. Deacon leaned back helplessly to avoid her, and then moved the stool a little further away. Although he admitted that the other person was very good-looking, he didn't have any good impressions of this kind of person who was inexplicably close to him. Can you keep a normal distance from me first? Sorry, I was a little absorbed in observing. The other party still answered with a smile on his face. He didn't mean to embarrass Deacon, so he stayed a little away from him. Your name is? This new classmate only appeared in this class, and Deacon didn't know her name yet. Me. She sat quietly, still smiling. Deacon, are you busy later? Me. Not busy. Then let's finish our homework and then leave. Deacon doesn't want to put off things that can be done today until tomorrow. Me nodded, obviously agreeing with Deacon's idea. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 049. Deacon's half-sister. Since he had just finished learning, Deacon was deeply impressed by every step of making the antidote. Me was on the side helping Deacon prepare the required materials. To Deacon's surprise, Me's arrangement was completely in line with his wishes, allowing him to get twice the result with half the effort. But she always seemed to take a closer look at Deacon when she had some free time. Although Deacon has always been very focused, Me's movements will affect his concentration. The sense of danger brought by the sense of smell stimulates Deacon's nerves from time to time. The fragrance just now seemed to be not only her body fragrance, but also a special medicinal fragrance. It feels like the sleeping gas you made yourself. Although I don't know what the effect is, but it's definitely not good. Deacon secretly used purification magic on himself several times. It was done so easily. It seems we have a good understanding. Chapter 45. Me said with a smile. The two of them worked together to successfully prepare the antidote in less than 10 minutes. Sashwang call it a day. Deacon was clearing up the experimental table and looked like he wanted to leave quickly. Speaking of which, Deacon, I heard that you are a card-making genius? Me asked as he was also tidying up. It's all flattery, Deacon said calmly. It seems that the fact that he made an epic card in the third-level exam has spread quickly in the capital. Ho ho, I don't know who is praising you, but you have made Her Royal Highness Alice cry. How come this news has even spread? Deacon couldn't help but take a serious look at me. He thought those deacons should not dare to talk nonsense. It's impossible for Thresia to tell Alice's embarrassing story everywhere. Me seemed to notice Deacon's doubts, and remained silent for a moment meaningfully before speaking. Alice lives next door to me. She cried to me for a long time yesterday, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Hearing this from me's mouth seemed to make him feel a little guilty. In fact, to be honest, that idiot princess is a good person. At least a person with a cheerful personality. Not only did I not make any money from him, I also didn't want him to owe me any favors. In fact, The main reason why she can't make money is that there is something wrong with her card-making technology. With so many materials, even if the card is successfully produced, there is basically nothing to gain. It's a pity that looking at Alice's appearance at that time, I couldn't help but tease her. Is Alice okay? It's okay. It's just that I worked hard and comforted her for a long time. I also asked her not to tell her brother and the king about this matter, otherwise you will be in trouble, Dickon. Thank you very much. So how can you thank me? If you want anything, just ask for it quickly. There are not many opportunities to make me owe you a favor. Then please put down your guard against me. Only this is impossible. You're talking too much, even though I'm so sincere to you. Sincerity? I think even if Alice comes to you to cry, she won't tell you the embarrassing story in such detail, right? Dickon raised his eyebrows. He had already suspected that me was bluffing him. Oops, I was discovered. Me didn't panic at all. She put her fingertips on her red lips and smiled. Snort. Dickon wanted to leave simply, picked up the book and walked away without looking back. Me didn't try to hold him back, but said behind his back, "Are you interested in making poison?" How could it be possible? No serious person would make poison all day long. Although Dickon paused slightly, he continued to walk away. "Did you borrow the toxic refining 1 and 2? Me's light voice sounded in the silent classroom. Dickon finally stopped and was about to leave, looking back at me. Me picked up a book and shook it at him. It was Poison Refining 3. Dickon frowned slightly, then relaxed quickly. What follows is a genuine smile. Me also smiled frankly. The eyes confirmed that he is a caring person. The two of them felt like they were friends through books. "You should have told me earlier. As long as you like poison refining, you are my relative." What's wrong with kidding? Dickon, let's study it together. Me, no problem. The distance between the two seemed to disappear instantly. It was like two like-minded researchers sitting in front of the test bench, preparing the equipment again and communicating. Me, don't you think it's a pity that only the antidote was produced from the poison just now? Do you have other ideas? Me, we can make an anti-antidote to improve the poison. The weakness of this new poison is that it is too easy to remove. As long as we can improve it successfully, it will be perfect. Germany, the hero sees the same thing. I can also analyze toxins and use the principles combined with poison magic in card making. Me, Humphrey, I also have some homemade poison magic and potion formulas, but unfortunately I'm not good at making cards. If I were with you, maybe we could make some interesting cards together. Then what are you waiting for? We have to achieve something today anyway. We are not allowed to leave until dark. The sky was slightly red, and the pharmacy classroom was already a little dark. There were only two of them left in the empty classroom. There is a rather imaginative atmosphere. It's just that they were too focused and didn't notice this wonderful atmosphere. After entering the research state, even me became extremely serious. Boom. You need to leave this classroom. It wasn't until a teacher from the Alchemy Academy came outside the door and reminded the two of them that they raised their heads and looked around and found that the classroom was empty. And he seemed a little hungry. It's easy to lose track of time when doing something you're interested in, especially when you're surrounded by good friends with similar interests. It seems we can only go here today. Dickon sighed and put down the refining bottle in his hand helplessly. Classrooms and laboratories will soon be locked. After all, this is not a library. There are many medicines stored here and the controls are strict. Saturdays and Sundays will not be open to students unless teachers are on duty. But our research is reaching a critical point, isn't it? Me frowned and said, "Dickon, do you have any good ideas?" Me, come to my room. I converted the storage room into a pharmacy laboratory. "If there is nothing else to do today, you can stay until night." Dickon asked hesitantly, "Stay until night?" Since me always had a smile on his face, Dickon really couldn't figure out what this person was thinking. Me asked, "I don't mind, do you mind?" Dickon, my yucks, how can our scientific research spirit be abandoned halfway? Dickon, that's right. Let's go. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, Remarks on the Release. Superior. Beg. Thanks. What's going on? I can't send it out. It turns out that chapters need to be at least 100 words long before they can be published, so it seems that it won't be a hassle. The dog's head saves life. Although the 3-word acceptance speech is very handsome, I still have a lot to say to you, and I can't finish it in 3 words. First of all, thank you all for your support. Those who read this are all my half-brothers and sisters. This is my second book. Indeed, my second book as a human being. I have never changed my vest, and I have never deleted even a few thousand or 10,000 words. I will never publish a book if it cannot be submitted internally, and I pay attention to being prudent. The last book can be said to have been written in a very young way. There are many places where when I look back now I think, how could it be written like this here? It seems that the writing style is particularly inconsistent with the plot. At that time, I had just started writing a book, and I was still in the confusing stage where I felt like I am pretty awesome. Later, I gradually discovered that the writing was so bad that it was actually full of exposure. It was really my own problem that it was too big. After accepting the reality, I learned from the pain, carefully scanned the rankings, studied and analyzed the works of the big guys, revised it repeatedly, and started writing the second book. I didn't have any expectations for this book at the beginning. I just hoped that it would be an improvement over the previous book and that I would continue to accumulate experience by writing more than 1 million words. As a result, I now have almost 40,000 copies of this book in my collection. I never dared to do this in my previous dreams. Really, you have to be steady in your dreams and not make too big a leap all at once. But please rest assured that good results will not go to my head. I am too stable and I don't even dare to open a bounty. I am afraid that I won't finish it yet, so I don't dare to set a flag blindly. Poor grades will not affect my mentality. The last book had over 500 first orders and over 100 follow-up orders. I still finished the book honestly. In fact, I am very afraid that I will not be able to write a wonderful plot in the future and live up to everyone's expectations. There will still be a creative bottleneck in this kind of thing. I can only try my best to think more every day, find more inspiration, revise more, and strive for everyone's support. I just want to live more and have more sweets. It is impossible to step on the accelerator in the main story, so I have given up on it, to save my life. Counting the 700,000 words in the old book and the more than 100,000 words in this book, I have only written more than 800,000 words so far, so I still have a serious lack of experience in many places, and many areas such as writing, word choice, and sentence making need to be improved. The area that needs improvement the most is rhythm. I can feel this problem myself. The gap with the big G's is not obvious. I am still unable to control the rhythm smoothly. It can even be said that my rhythm has a certain it feels more casual. This problem cannot be completely changed for a while. On the one hand, it is due to lack of experience, and on the other hand, it has not yet reached that point. I will think about it again, and read and study more while writing the book, so as to bring you a better reading experience. This book is still my infancy, and I will need everyone to witness my progress later. Everyone's opinions and suggestions are very valuable to me. Although I cannot change the article according to the ideas of a single reader in many places, I will carefully analyze and consider every suggestion, and often get inspiration from it. Each of your suggestions is absolutely valuable. Instead of wasting your time and mine, they will be of value and will have a positive impact on the book. If you have any suggestions and comments on the new chapter, please feel free to submit them. Although it is difficult to correct the problem immediately, it will let me know where the problem is and the direction in which I need to improve. In the last book, I received a lot of valuable suggestions and finally determined my own style. I have been reading the posts all the time and peeking at the screen intensively in the background. One of my daily pleasures is to read the posts in the background. I am very grateful to Sister Zai, who has been helping me read the manuscript when I started a new book. She is obviously very busy, but as long as I contact her, she will reply quickly. Even though I don't know whether she can see it or not, I still want to shout again, Sister Zai will always be awesome. Special thanks to Pora, my author friend, who has given me a lot of guidance from the beginning to the present. He helped me point out many problems that I was not aware of. We are really brothers in distress, supporting each other. If he hadn't helped me read the text, This book would probably have been scolded in many places. He helped me point out many logic bugs, blunt and unreasonable places. P.S. Feedback from yesterday's small survey, regarding the distribution ratio between the campus chapter and the movie world chapter. There are more readers who support 1 to 2 or 1.5 to 1 or 1 to 1. First of all, let me explain that the proportions of the plot will not be completely fixed according to the chemical ratio, but will ultimately be flexibly adjusted according to the development of the actual plot. I analyze the reasons why readers who like 1 to 2 and 1.5 to 1 made this choice. Friends who support more Shadow World want to see more of the protagonist's underworld operations, so without greatly increasing the length of the Shadow World, a feasible optimization solution is to also include the protagonist's operations in the real world. More hell rises. Although the protagonist will have a bottom line in the real world, there are also some enemies that can be dealt with without considering the bottom line. In addition, there will be persecution-type characters. As the map becomes larger, there will always be a few reckless people who do not know whether to live or die. Friends who support more campus plots may prefer light-hearted plots, but also need real-world chapters to set off the underworld of the Shadow World. There is also a feasible optimization solution, which is to increase the interaction of characters in the Shadow World. The first instance seemed too single-player, due to the small number of participating challengers and the absence of the protagonist's companions. So a few ideas that have come up so far are: 1. The campus chapter focuses on more card making and battle, underworld, plots. Chapter 46. 2. The Shadow World chapter optimizes character communication, avoids the feeling of a single player in the plot, and makes it closer to the real world. 3. Optimize the alternation frequency of the two chapters to make the combination of the two more natural. 4. Sister card up. If you have any suggestions, you can give them to me through posts and comments. Since it will be released tomorrow, the update time will be around 11 AM, and will be restored to 7 AM later. Thank you all for your continued support, I really appreciate it. I wish you all have a good mood every day. Volume 2. Blizzard movie in the Barren Mountains. 05 Omi's wonderful house. After the two had dinner together, they headed to Mi's dormitory. This is the first time that Deacon has come to the dormitory building of the Alchemy Institute. After the administrator's simple registration, Deacon was allowed to enter the Alchemy Academy dormitory. The overall structure is not much different from that of the Knights College dormitory. Only the configuration of shops and public facilities is different. We won't run into Alice, Deacon asked as he walked down the corridor. Mi is a second-year student, and he also said that he lives next door to Alice. Maybe we'll meet him later. If Alice saw her best friend bring Deacon into the room, her expression would definitely become very exciting. Mi, don't worry, Alice is in the library now. She will work extra hard these days at least. Well, she has always been a serious student. Duh, are you sure? Mi, don't worry, I know Alice very well. Duh, that's good. Mi : Why do I feel that you are a little disappointed? Duh, how could that be? Mi chuckled lightly and stopped observing Deacon's expression. There were not many girls on the corridor at this time, and it was not unusual to have male visitors. After all, Alchemy Academy students are engaged in academic research. Even during breaks, students often come to discuss topics. But Deacon is too conspicuous. After all, he is a man in the limelight. In order not to cause gossip, Mi took Deacon on a slight detour. She seemed to be able to clearly detect if anyone was nearby. So Deacon followed her and arrived at the door of Mi's dormitory without meeting anyone. After Mi opened the door, Deacon finally saw what the girls' dormitory looked like. The structure of the dormitory was similar to Deacon's own, and it was exceptionally neat. It seems that Mi's living habits are similar to his. Please come in. After signaling to Deacon to enter, Mi quickly came in and closed the door. Then Mi started rummaging in the shoe cabinet in the entrance hall. Well, my slippers are a bit small. I'll have your slippers ready next time. Mi searched for a moment, and finally took out a pair of the loosest cloth slippers and placed them on the ground. Deacon should be barely usable. Next time? Deacon was slightly confused. Do you want to become a regular customer yourself? Yes, I will prepare a copy for you as well as your toothbrush cup, towels, etc. Wait. The more you talk, the weirder it gets. My question is, will I come often? Is there a better laboratory than mine? Me led Dickon into the living room and opened the door to the storage room. A fully functional small pharmacy laboratory appeared inside, which was as good as the school's laboratory and even had basic card-making equipment. Compared to the pharmacy classroom, the functions of Me's laboratory may be more in line with the needs of the two poison masters. It's open 24 hours a day, so you won't be disturbed. Clearly the best place for them to study. If you don't mind, I don't mind either. Dickon's eyes seemed to have been locked in the laboratory, and it took a few seconds before he looked at me again. It's impossible for him not to like such a good laboratory. Getting along with me was quite pleasant. Apart from being a little weird, she's actually pretty good. Me still looked at him with a smile. She seemed to have anticipated what Dickon was thinking. Tea or coffee? Me walked towards the dining table and asked. Cafe. A few minutes later, the faint fragrance of coffee floated in the living room. Me skillfully made coffee for Dickon and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. She seems to be very used to entertaining guests. I'm afraid Alice often comes to Me's house as a guest. Then I'll take a shower first. After putting down the tray, Me untied the hair rope tied on his head and said to Dickon with a smile. Good. Dickon didn't know what to comment on. It always felt weird. There's actually nothing wrong with it. After all, some people are accustomed to taking a shower first when they get home after a day's work. Me just chuckled, stopped talking to Dickon, and walked into the bathroom. Dickon looked at the coffee, thoughtfully. Then he lifted it up and tasted it leisurely. About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door was pushed open by Me. After washing himself, Me seemed to be in a good mood. She put on a pair of pajamas, like a hibiscus emerging from water. Phew, it feels so comfortable. Dickon, do you also want to take a shower before doing the experiment? No, it's not convenient. They were doing serious experiments. Dickon is now eager to continue their research in the classroom. Give me a moment and we'll go to the lab. Me was sitting on the sofa combing her hair, looking very lazy and relaxed. Her pajamas were much looser than her school uniform, and the fragrance emanating from her body, accompanied by moisture, lingered around Dickon for a while. The coffee is great. I will try the tea with gratitude next time, Dickon said as he leaned on the sofa. Ho ho, you have completely let down your guard. You were obviously so wary of me at the beginning. Me looked at the coffee that Dickon had finished and said with a smile. Yes, after all, you are dangerous and mysterious. But since I have chosen to be friends with you, I will trust you as a friend. Dickon looked at me, with more smiles in his eyes than at the beginning. This made me stunned. Then he smiled helplessly. You are so grand. I saw you right. Let's go and fight all night long. Soon she got a little closer to Dickon, smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't talk about academics being so weird. After a brief chat, the two finally entered the laboratory together and closed the door. The two of them worked together to develop anti-antidotes for the new poisons in the classroom, while exchanging their anti-antidote and anti-purification experiences. By the way, have you figured out how to improve your spell card, Poisonous Ground Spike? Me suddenly remembered the card that Dickon had used in Demon Academy. It is also the card that interests her the most. Dickon shook his head. Although I have added a spell to block the second-level purification magic, it still cannot prevent the high-level purification. This is the fatal weakness of poison magic. I am too afraid of these purification dogs. He hates these people who play purification. Dickon, have you ever thought of creating poisonous magic that cannot be removed by any level of purification magic? Of course I do. Isn't this our dream? But no matter how skilled I am, I still can't make something so completely contrary to common sense. After hearing Dickon's answer, Me nodded. Then she said, I actually have an idea. If we can succeed, we may be able to create toxins that cannot be removed by any level of purification magic. As soon as Me finished speaking, Dickon's eyes were completely focused on her, and he even put down the medicine bottle in his hand for a moment. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 051. The crystallization of the wisdom of Dickon and Me. How to say? Dickon looked more serious than ever at this time. Maija was a little surprised. Apparently Dickon did not take Maija's Arabian Nights as a joke. It seems that he thinks highly of me. Purification magic can only purify negative effects, but it can't purify benign gains, right? Chapter 47. Me asked with a smile. Indeed. Dickon once thought about using this method to bypass purification, but it had no practical results. Me said, I constructed a poison magic alpha that can provide continuous healing effects to the opponent, but it will continuously accumulate a toxin with minimal benefit effect in the opponent's body. Is there another poison magic beta? If it encounters the toxins produced by alpha, it will trigger the poison and completely detonate the accumulated toxins. Deacon understands the flow of stacked poison and detonation very well. However, compared to the traditional stacked poison detonation, Me's improved poison magic can prevent the opponent from removing the stacked poison through purification. Finally, detonate it to deal huge burst damage. But can this really be called poison? The process of stacking poison is too gentle. The poison without a painful torture process has lost the soul of poison magic. Although Me's poison magic was a leap forward innovation, it was of little use to Deacon. What he wanted was never the harm caused by poisonous magic. HMPH, it's more than that. Me shook her index finger and smiled slyly. This is not the unpurifiable poison we want. Poison is a process that continues to torture the enemy, she continued. This made Deacon's eyes light up. As expected, Me is a colleague and has not given up his belief in poison magic. Please continue. Deacon asked for advice seriously. Me asked, in your opinion, is the poison magic beta used to detonate poisonous injuries a single burst type? Deacon replied, yes, after all, its function is to detonate toxins, and its characteristics are often quick and decisive. Then what if poison magic is also a continuous benign gain? Listening to Me's words, Deacon seemed to understand something in an instant. He murmured, combining these two benign gains that cannot be recognized by purification magic, together? Yes. That's it. They are all benign buffs, and they interact to produce toxins. Purification magic cannot remove these two benign buffs. As long as the trigger frequency between them is controlled, they can continue to produce toxins that torture the enemy. Wonderful, my biological sister. Deacon clapped his hands absent-mindedly, unable to suppress his expression of growing joy. He had completely understood what Me meant. Two benign buffs, why do you purify them? Even if the toxins produced by their interaction are purified, new toxins will be produced immediately. Before the two benign buffs end, toxins are continuously produced. Purification magic treats the symptoms but not the root cause. This is the real poison with no cure. This is the difference between DC poison and AC poison. Me has obviously already decided on a name for this new type of poisonous magic. We are really the Edisons and Teslas of poison magic, Deacon exclaimed excitedly. Although the principles of direct current and alternating current are completely different, there are some similarities. Edison and Tesla? Me asked with some confusion. Two gods who control thunder and lightning, a legend from my hometown. Oh, Me didn't understand and just nodded. By the way, have you developed these two toxins? Of course, it's still a prototype. To combine them together to trigger stably and subsequently increase the level, a card maker with a deep understanding of poison magic and extremely high skills is required to achieve it. Me proudly took out two small scrolls from the cabinet. Together, we will be able to successfully create the card. I am confident. Both of them were very excited, and then started the new experiment somewhat crazily. By the time the two completed the experiment, no one knew how long it had been. Both Deacon and Me lost track of time. They leaned back in their chairs exhausted. Phew. Initial success. Communication Toxin 1.0. Category, Spell Card. Grade, Blue Precious. Level, 1. Effect, causes continuous double gain, but it will continuously trigger poison damage. Remarks, Me and Deacon's highest masterpiece, experimental product, prototype. Developer Diary, we finally fixed the bug where poison magic would be dispelled by purification magic. But if we get infected by this poison, it seems we can't remove it with purification. Deacon thought for a while and commented in his notebook, when making high-level AC poisons in the future, the antidotes of the two toxins need to be prepared in advance to prevent the experimenter from being poisoned. The enemy is either poisoned until the duration ends, or it can only be removed with special dispersion magic. Me touched the smooth surface of the finished card, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Forced Dispel, can dispel both benign and malignant states at once, and is generally used against enemies. Moreover, the mana consumption is huge and there are many restrictions. Very few people would use forced dispersal, as purification for themselves. In addition to dispelling all your buffs, it will also waste more mana. But let's not talk about whether the enemy has forced dispel. Even if you force the enemy to dispel you, you will still gain blood. I'm really a little tired. When I think about the end of the matter, the feeling of exhaustion suddenly emerges. Dickon, yes, I'm exhausted too. Then go to bed quickly. But you have to take a shower first. Dickon was confused for a moment and looked up at the clock. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. If you leave now, the dormitory administrator will definitely remember you, Me said with a smile. Then if I bump into someone when I go out tomorrow morning, wouldn't it be very bad? Dickon felt a hint of trouble. No wonder he had to prepare his own daily necessities at Me's house. It seems that I will often stay here all that night in the future. Let's go again at noon tomorrow. Let's have a good sleep. Should your wording be more rigorous? After all, our behavior can easily be misunderstood. Dickon had grown accustomed to Me's way of speaking. She doesn't speak seriously at all and simply likes to tease people from time to time. Just when the two were reasoning, dong dong, both heard a slight noise in the laboratory. There was a knock on the door of Me's dormitory. The other person knocked very lightly. It seemed that he didn't want to wake up Me, but he really wanted to find me. Me made a SHHH gesture and left Dickon in the storage room. She walked to the living room and went over to open the door. I saw Alice standing outside the door, rubbing her red eyes sleepily. The moment she saw me, Alice hugged her as if she had finally seen her savior, sobbing in her arms. Alice, what's wrong? Me was a little surprised at first, then gently stroked Alice's long golden hair. I had a nightmare just now. I dreamed that I was purified by a demon. I was so scared. It's okay, there are no demons in the dormitory. Alice raised her head pitifully. Me, can I sleep with you tonight? Author's note. 1 bad news and 1 good news. Bad news, there are only 2 updates today. Good news, the group number is 948,957,812. You can join the group to troll the author. Volume 2. Blizzard movie in the Barren Mountains, 052 Dickon's transformation. Well, Me hesitated for a moment. She naturally put her elbow against the shoe cabinet, then patted Alice on the back and said to her, Alice, let me go to your dormitory to accompany you. Me had hidden Dickon's shoes before opening the door. She couldn't let Alice discover Reincarnated's shoes in the shoe cabinet, although there is innocence between her and Dickon. But if Alice sees it, nothing can be said. I haven't cleaned up my place for several days. Chapter 48. Alice murmured. It's okay, I just want to help you clean it up. How can this be okay? I came to disturb you in the middle of the night and woke you up. Alice's voice became smaller and smaller. It's okay, I was actually staying up late doing experiments just now. Me said softly as he took Alice out of the dormitory. However, Alice always held me tightly. Her body was still shivering, and she seemed to be very resistant to the dark corridor outside. Me, just stay with me for a while. Alice's tone sounded like pleading. Cool. Me sighed helplessly. She slowly turned around and looked away from Alice, and took out a pair of slippers for Alice from the shoe cabinet. Then he took Alice into the living room. Me placed Alice on the sofa, handed her a thin blanket, and poured her a glass of hot water. Although Me was walking around in the living room, Alice never took her eyes away from me. Alice, who had just had a nightmare, was still in a very fragile state. It seemed that he was too frightened. Me sat next to Alice, stroked her hair, and said softly, Alice, don't worry, there are no demons in the academy. But I'm still so scared. I dreamed that I fell into the demon academy. I was very weak, and then a terrifying demon chased me. He held a purification card and said he would evaporate my blood. Me finally understood. Alice's nightmare is based on images from the Demon Academy and the indelible impression that Dickon left on Alice at the Card Makers Association at the time. It's very harmful. Me, does the demon you dreamed about look similar to Dickon? Alice : Yes. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. It's obviously a dream. Dickon is still a human being after all. Me thought for a while and felt that it would be more rigorous to use the word human to describe Dickon. After all, he's not much of a human being. Alice nodded and thought quietly. After hearing Me's argument, she gradually felt that the dream she had just experienced was less real. Now I feel safe and secure, with Me by my side. If you think about it carefully, That kind of terrifying dream can't happen. It's all fake. Just like there was no way Dukan would suddenly show up in Mi's dormitory. It is impossible for Dukan to transform into a demon in the real world. Seeing that Alice finally settled down, Mi said, "Alice, you are still a little too concerned about what happened that day at the Card Creators Association. You don't have to think about it that much. You don't have bad intentions. It was Dukan who was causing trouble. It's so embarrassing. Whenever I think about what I said to him that day, I don't know how to face him. But he is really too bad." Alice covered her head, her expression becoming ashamed and angry. "He pretended to be so humble on purpose. Now that I think about it, I realize that he looked at me like a fool. Then he praised me sincerely." Alice became angrier as she spoke, and was so excited that her speech was unclear. She visibly perked up. Mi smiled and listened to Alice's endless complaints. As long as Alice regains her energy, she can be sent back soon. Looking at the clock in the lab, Dukan felt increasingly sleepy. "My eyelids gradually started to fight." Mi added, "Sound isolation, magic to the room when leaving the laboratory, so Dukan doesn't have to worry about making a little noise in the lab and getting discovered. But the disadvantage is that I don't know what's going on outside." It was too bad that he didn't dare go out until Mi came back. "The laboratory is not a good place to sleep. At least I want a sofa." But I couldn't help it. I was too sleepy. I couldn't do it anymore, so I fell asleep. Dukan leaned down on the table and soon fell into a deep sleep. It didn't take long. Dukan, who was lying on the table, trembled slightly, then slowly raised his head. He looked around, seeming a little confused. "Didn't this kid go back to the dormitory today?" he said to himself. He looked through the books and notes on the table, then picked up the medicine bottle and observed it. Dukan's face and his cold expression were reflected on the medicine bottle. Although his appearance remained unchanged, his pupils were dyed a deep golden color, and there was an extra horn on the upright side of his forehead. It's completely different from the succubus form he had in Demon Academy. He is obviously a demon, but he seems to have a hint of supreme divine aura. It turns out I was studying in the pharmacy laboratory until I fell asleep. It's good, I don't have to worry about those crooked girls all day long. Although there was no smile on his lips, his tone seemed much lighter. Then he gently put down the medicine bottle, stood up from the chair, walked to the door and opened the laboratory door. The warm and soft light seemed to cause some discomfort to his eyes for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be a living room full of life outside. I didn't even think there were others. The golden pupils instantly locked onto me, and Alice sitting on the sofa. Both me and Alice immediately spotted the devil Dukan pushing out of the laboratory door. Mi was confused at first, and then instantly exuded a terrifying murderous aura, protecting Alice, and a dark purple dagger with crystal light appeared in his hand. Mi's gentle and casual temperament has disappeared, and there is only fierceness in his eyes. Devil Dukan looked at the two women with doubtful eyes. Although he was not hostile, the sense of danger emanating from his whole body made the air feel a little colder, just like the arrival of the devil. At the moment when Devil Dukan and Mi were confronting each other, Alice's nearly short-circuited brain seemed to finally begin to function again. Is this a dream, or reality? She only felt the endless fear drowning her like an ocean and nearly suffocating her. Alice's expression gradually became frightened, and her eyes became redder and redder. She seemed to want to speak, but she couldn't control her vocal cords. She only felt that her legs were weak and her body was shaking violently. Then his eyes rolled white and he passed out. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 053. Mi's side job. Dukan? Mi asked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Although she didn't take action rashly, her nerves were tense at this time. It seems that he is ready for a life-and-death fight with Dukan in the next second. This is her last temptation. Well, it was as if he heard her words. At this moment, Dukan lowered his head and covered his eyes. Soon, his pupils turned back to dark blue and his appearance returned to his normal human form. He raised his head and glanced around. Finally, his eyes rested on me and Alice, who fainted on the sofa. His expression gradually changed from confusion to relief, and there was also a hint of anger. He probably understood what was going on. He fell asleep just now, and then Master woke up. "You secretly used my body while I was sleeping again," Dukan shouted angrily in his mind. "Tsk, the Master is a little unreasonable this time. She escaped into sleep without much response. Dickon looked at me with helplessness. It seemed that he could only accept the reality of being messed up by his master. Fortunately you didn't call directly. Dickon raised his hands and said somewhat thankfully. If me had just made a direct attack, the master would definitely fight back in order to protect Dickon's body. In the end, both sides must suffer losses. Dickon, can you please explain? Me still didn't let down her guard. She wasn't sure if Dickon was truly back to normal or if he was just pretending. Chapter 49. I'm back to normal, and I'm a human, so please don't worry. Even if I'm a demon, there's no need to expose myself so stupidly. Then what happened to your appearance just now and that terrifying aura? It was a side effect of my ace card. Powerful cards often come with risks, and sometimes I become uncontrollably demonic. Dickon was not going to tell anything about the master, nor was he going to lie. Me thought for a moment and continued to ask. There is a potion in the Demon Academy that allows humans to disguise themselves as demons. Is there a technology in this world that allows demons to continue to disguise themselves as humans? She was still protecting Alice behind her like a mother bird. It seems that she is not afraid of Dickon, but in order to protect Alice, she has to be more cautious. Dickon sighed, pulled out a card and threw it to me. Mia silently caught the card flying from Dickon's hand and looked at it thoughtfully. It is Purification of Blood. An epic card that can purify the blood of different races. Use it on me. It will clearly prove my race. If I am a human like you, nothing will happen. If I am really a demon, my blood will be evaporated. Me was silent for a moment, then put away the dagger. She approached Dickon and placed the blood purification back in his hand. What? Don't you need to verify it? Dickon asked with a smile. Actually, there is nothing to verify. You are much more dangerous than the devil. What race you are is not that important at all. Me said. Dickon, ho, it's great that you are willing to believe in me. It's not in vain that I believe in you too. Me, so we get along very well. Both of them knew that the other had some secrets, but neither of them would delve into it. This is a relatively tacit consensus between them. But now, what do we do? Seeing Alice fainted on the sofa, Dickon suddenly felt a little numb again. He couldn't help but press his temples. The real trouble has not yet been resolved. The master gave him a serious treatment this time. I must let her make up for herself in the future. Me sighed deeply. Alice was really frightened and fainted this time. To be honest, it was really scary from her perspective. It's like being caught in a narrow gap between nightmare and reality. Her reality turned into a nightmare from which she couldn't wake up. The more convinced she was that she had escaped the dream and felt at ease, the more unexpectedly she encountered surreal horror. Is there a way to make her lose her memory? Dickon asked slightly hesitantly. As a psychiatrist, this was his first reaction. Me, obviously we can't do it. Moreover, if we tamper with the memories and souls of the royal family, if we are discovered, we will die together. Dickon, me, it's okay, I have a way. Let's move her to the bedroom first. We can't let her collapse on the sofa like this. Dickon nodded. Me is indeed reliable. So me held Alice's armpits, and Dickon grabbed her feet, and together they carried her into me's bedroom. Afterwards, me carefully covered Alice with a quilt and looked at the sleeping Alice with some pity. This time, even I really feel a little ashamed of her. Me, why don't you feel ashamed of me? You scared me too. The way you acted just now didn't look like you were scared at all. My neck felt cold and my head was about to fall off at any time. Me, how is that possible? I'm just a weak woman. Germany, a weak woman with AA in strength and speed, right? Me, what do you mean? Nothing. Dickon was convinced that compared to a card maker like himself who took the exam for the Knights Academy, me went the other way and the poisonous assassin took the exam for the Alchemy Academy. Everyone is a dream chaser with ideas. Me touched Alice's forehead and said, I will use potion to make Alice sleep longer, and then hypnotize her to make her think that what just happened is also a dream. Do you have any side job? Dickon asked suspiciously. Me, please, if we call the police chief of the royal capital, your problem is much more serious than mine, do you know? Dickon. Soon, me went back to the laboratory to get a toolbox and took out a dose of medicine. After injecting Alice, a series of hypnosis sessions began on her. The technique is quite skillful. Alice won't be able to wake up for a while, but I'm afraid you won't be able to come to my laboratory for a while. If Alice catches her again, she will definitely doubt the authenticity of dreams and reality. Me put away the toolbox. 2. Duncan's expression could not hide his disappointment. The exchange of toxins has just started, so the progress will be temporarily put on hold. I can only wait until next Monday to go to the school laboratory to continue. How do you use your storage room? Me suddenly asked. It has been changed into a card-making workshop. Duncan replied. Me, let's bring some tools to your place and spend the next 2 days studying how to carry the communication toxin onto the poisonous spikes. Duncan, perfect. Me, I will go find you after I comfort Alice. Duncan, no matter the wind or rain, 404 is waiting for you. Author's note, I didn't update yesterday not because I was lazy, but because I didn't have time to update. I'm very sorry. The finals will be next month. I am a second-year actuarial dog. Writing papers, reports, and writing questions every day makes me miserable. I will try my best to write as many words as possible while ensuring that I can sleep for at least 6 hours. I will be relieved when I have the holidays and will consciously update more. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 054 Cornelia's Weekend. It was already dawn, and there was a faint blue-gray light outside the window. Alice looked particularly adorable lying on the bed. Even in her sleep, her breathing was sweet and gentle. There seemed to be a faint smile on his face, and he didn't know if he was dreaming of something. You are so good, you can help her brainwash nightmares into sweet dreams. Duncan sat on the chair next to him and couldn't help but sigh when he looked at Alice's condition. What is brainwashing? This is a serious sleep aid. Me glanced at Duncan and said softly, I think we need to find opportunities to communicate about this serious technology. Duncan wanted to learn Me's skill, essential skills for home travel. Then you have to give me a copy of the spiritual spell cards you made. Me obviously understood why Duncan wanted to learn this. Duncan, of course, each person must have a copy of our Axis of Kindness joint production. Me, have you already thought of a name for our company? Duncan, what do you think of the name? Me, it's very good. It fits our characteristics very well. Listening to Alice's steady breathing on the bed, the slightly cold air in the capital was so boring that the two of them felt strangely sleepy. After spending the hustle and bustle of the night, Duncan and me finally reached the moment of separation. I guess I have to stay with Alice today. I'm not sure when I can go find you. It might be at night. Me saw Duncan to the door of the dormitory. Duncan nodded and said, it's okay, my place is open 24 hours a day. Then remember to prepare slippers, towels, toothbrushes and water glasses for me. I know. I'm going back to sleep. You should also have a good rest. Good. As soon as it got light, the criminal suspect Duncan left the dormitory of his accomplice Me. When he returned to his dormitory, Duncan felt the exhaustion all over his body. He went straight to the bedroom and threw himself on the bed. The soft and familiar bed seemed to have a chemical reaction with him, making him fall asleep in an instant. It was almost noon when Duncan woke up. He moved his body. The soreness in the joints is the result of sleeping in a bad posture for a long time. It seems that the master did not secretly log in again this time. She should know how to repent. Just as Duncan was thinking this, the cold and familiar voice sounded in Duncan's heart again. Chapter 50. Who do you think repented? You've really been eavesdropping, haven't you? No, every time I wake up I always hear you say something offensive to me. This is called tacit understanding. Don't you think this shows how often you speak ill of me every day, rather than explaining it by tacit understanding? After all, you are Wagatama-e, my soul. What happened to the tacit understanding? She had already heard Duncan explain what Wagatama-e meant, but she is still not used to being called that by Duncan. After a moment of silence, Master Jiang said, I will never use your body again without your knowledge. When Duncan heard this, he smiled happily. Ho, Master, it turns out you're here to apologize to me. You have to be more honest to be popular. However, Master didn't say anything, and Duncan only felt his vision gradually darken. Stop, I said the wrong thing. You are always welcome. There won't be a next time. After saying these words coldly, Master Jiang fell into a deep sleep again. Duncan breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression was not panic, and there was even a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Daily confrontation with Master and Craftsman 1-1. After completing today's daily tasks, Dickon stretched and felt refreshed. He touched his belly. So hungry. It's time to check out the new restaurant in school. 3Zia once gave him a food map of Heavenlit College, which marked the features and evaluations of each restaurant. There are a lot of great things about this school that Dickon hasn't explored yet. But to be honest, after arriving in the royal capital, what impressed him most was Baron Batcher's cooking skills. It may be that it is mixed with a little seasoning called Batchel's fear, which makes Dickon feel special every time he recalls Batchel's dishes. Forget it. As a human being, you shouldn't think that way. Let's see if we can use the materials exploded from Batchel's body to make a chef when we reach the 5th level. While thinking about it, Dickon found a restaurant he was interested in and finished his lunch quite happily. Afternoon. By the way, let's go to the back mountain and have a look. Dickon happened to have some free time, and he decided to find out what Cornelia had been doing these 2 days. Even if she is not in the back mountain today, as long as Dickon goes there, he will definitely find some clues. So Dickon strolled around campus. Basking in the comfortable autumn sunshine, I walked slowly to the back mountain. Compared with the mountain, the back mountain is more like an undulating hillside. The vegetation is much denser than other places. Under the sunlight, the flowers and plants glow with a bright color. Because there are relatively few tall trees, students can clearly see the scenery from a distance. Dickon's eyes quickly caught the familiar figure. Even though Cornelia was wearing private clothes today, her red hair was particularly conspicuous no matter where she stood. I saw Cornelia sitting under a big tree, with a somewhat melancholy expression. She held her chin in her hands and looked at a group of elf cats on the lawn from a distance. They look no different from ordinary cats, but they have some magical talents. The cats were eating small dried fish. The dried fish seemed to have been brought by Cornelia. Oddly enough, these cats don't seem to feel comfortable eating. It feels like risking your life to find food. They always approach the cat food bowl containing dried fish very cautiously, and observe Cornelia's movements from time to time. Only when he was sure that Cornelia, who was sitting far away, would not move, did the elf cat accelerate quickly and rush to the cat food bowl. Then he took a piece of dried fish in his mouth and ran away. Obviously these elf cats are afraid of Cornelia. She has a sense of oppression similar to that of the king of beasts. Even if she is completely human, but in the eyes of animals, she may still be similar to the dragon demon form in Demon Academy. She could only hide away pitifully, motionless, and watch the kitten looking for food. It turns out that I come here to feed the cats every day, Dickon said to himself. Looks like I need to help her. It's so pitiful that you want to pet a cat but you can only watch it from a distance. As an expert trapper, Dickon wanted to make Cornelia smile. He shook his head helplessly, smiled, and strode towards Cornelia. Volume 2. Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 055. Dickon picked up a cat. Cornelia's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she noticed something. She turned her head, a little surprise flashing in her eyes. Before Dickon could get closer, Nelia spotted him. Dickon smiled and shouted to her, "Noon." Cornelia, okay. Dickon quickened his pace, jogged up to her, and asked, "Cat?" Well, Cornelia's mood was obviously a little low, and she nodded. Dickon grinned. "Help, eh?" Without keeping his eyes on Cornelia's slightly stunned expression, Dickon walked towards the group of elf cats. It seems that these cats are not wary of Dickon at all. He picked up the cat food bowl and walked away from Cornelia. I saw that gradually some elf cats began to follow him, and they all wanted small dried fish. The kitten was not afraid of him at all. He was full of affinity. Then he put the bowl on the ground, picked up an elf cat, and put a piece of dried fish into its mouth. Meow. When it had finished eating to its satisfaction, Dickon began teasing its jaws. He stimulated the kitten's acupuncture points quite skillfully, and even made regular sounds while stroking it. It's like a lullaby to encourage cats to fall asleep. The cat gradually becomes sleepy. Actually, he secretly used their hypnotic gas for a moment, but he just held his breath. Soon, the cat fell asleep. Next, Dickon hugged the cat and walked back to Cornelia. Cornelia looked at the kitten in Dickon's hand with excitement and swallowed. Cornelia, touch? Can you touch it? Dickon, yeah, but Nelia stretched out her hand tremblingly, feeling quite excited as if her long-cherished wish was about to come true. However, at this moment, the kitten suddenly woke up, and the hair on its body stood on end. It wrenched frantically from Dickon's hand. Then he was so frightened that he ran away and was never seen again. It seems like we need to knock it out completely, Dukan said, dragging his chin. No, Cornelia quickly shook her palms, although she was grateful to Dukan. But this kind of cat abduction is not what she wants. She wanted to truly live in harmony with these lovely creatures. Let me wonder. Dukan sat next to Cornelia, leaning against the tree, thinking. Now that you have decided to help her, you must help her to the end. Dukan, what are your plans for this afternoon? Cornelia, free. She was going to take a leisurely nap under this tree. Dukan, wait for me. Cornelia, okay. After saying that, Dukan stood up and walked away quickly. He went to the store to buy a lot of medicinal materials, then returned to the dormitory and began to prepare the potion. When he developed poisonous ground nails, the most important purpose was hunting. Use this to obtain the crystal core of Warcraft in order to better trap wild beasts. He also mixed spices to attract wild beasts. If it could be more tempting to cats, it might be able to offset their fear of Cornelia. Chapter 51. This will allow Cornelia to have smooth access to the cat. Although he did not bring the beast-luring spices from the border to the capital, it was not difficult to make. And I just got a lot of raw materials from me that can be used. In this way, he quickly prepared the cat-luring potion. After mixing it, Dukan ran to the back mountain again with a small medicine bottle. He sat next to Cornelia and opened the medicine bottle. As soon as the scent came out, the group of elf cats surrounded Dukan like crazy. But they were still afraid of Cornelia and didn't dare to get too close. It's like a line is drawn on the ground, and they don't dare to cross it. Dukan sprinkled some of the potion around Cornelia. Although the elf cats were still afraid of Cornelia, some of them gradually dared to approach her without fear of death, and then sniffed her not far away. Whenever Cornelia makes any movement, they will be frightened and retreat. In the end, Cornelia remained motionless, almost turning into a sculpture. Finally a cat was willing to get a little closer to her. Even Cornelia still couldn't touch the cat. At least I could see them up close. Finally, Cornelia spent a relatively pleasant afternoon. Thanks. You're welcome. I'll make some more of this potion for you later. Dukan handed the vial to Cornelia. She gratefully accepted Dukan's half bottle of medicine. After the two went to have dinner together, they returned to the dormitory building as usual, and then parted ways on the third floor. But Dukan found none. When he left the back mountain, a dark elf cat sneaked into his shadow. After Dukan returned to his dormitory, he first decided to tidy up the living room. Although his dormitory is very neat, but he didn't want to lose to me in terms of neatness. Dukan can be oddly competitive at times. But while he was cleaning, hearing the sound of bottles being knocked down, Dukan quickly ran into the card-making workshop. He never thought that there would be burglars in the dormitory. Meow. When he opened the door, I saw a black elf cat falling to the ground in pain. It seems that it wants to get the cat attractant potion made by Dukan, and even its formula. So he greedily tasted some of the bottles and jars that Dukan put on the table. He seems to be a repeat offender. Oh my god, what's wrong with you? Dukan quickly picked up the kitten. Well, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Meow. Obviously they are not poisonous. Why would I be poisoned? Meow. The kitten made a disdainful sound. Can you still talk? Of course. I'm a teacher. Naya. Will there be teachers sneaking into students' dormitories? Meow meow meow. It seemed to have touched a sore spot, and it began to act stupid. What a headache. Dukan covered his forehead. Please help me detoxify me. This is too painful. Meow. This poison cannot be cured. Meow meow meow. Can't the purification magic be removed? It can't be solved. How is that possible? What kind of horrible thing did you make? Meow. It suddenly remembered a word that was recently circulated in school-underworld. The guy in front of me is probably the one who brought this term. Where's the antidote? Meow. My R&D partners may have it. But it's for humans, not necessarily cats. You have to wait for us to develop it for a while. Help Meow. Although the poison will not pose a life threat to it for a while, it is really painful. Cat, do you know where I can find someone who carries their Forced Dispel spell card? This card can save you. Forced Dispel is a 6th level spell card. At level 6, you basically have to be a teacher. It happens to be the weekend now. Except for teachers on duty, most teachers are not at school. Among the students who have just entered the 3rd grade, Dukan is not sure if anyone has reached the 6th level. Go to Croix. He has this card. Teacher Cat shouted as if he had found a savior. Author's note: the more daily plot of this chapter ends here, and next will be the campus battle and the opening of a new copy. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 056. Deacon has never seen such a person in the world. Croix. Are you sure you can find him? Deacon asked. He should be in the dormitory. He rarely goes out. Teacher Cat lay in Deacon's arms and struggled painfully. Deacon frowned slightly. At first he thought Croix was the name of a certain teacher. It seems to be a student. Reaching the 6th level at such a young age is really impressive. You must know that this good-for-nothing cat who calls himself a teacher is only at level 5. How to find him? Go to the boys' dormitory of the Masters Academy, number 4 on the 4th floor. So under the guidance of Teacher Cat, Deacon took it to dormitory 404 of the Masters Academy. Dong dong. Deacon knocked on the door. Although I haven't met the owner of this dormitory yet, but seeing the house number, Deacon had already developed a slight liking for him. He seems to be a destined person. But Deacon couldn't help but have doubts. The other party lives on the 4th floor. Is he a first-year student? According to the rules of dormitory rotation, before they entered school, the older 3rd graders graduated and left, leaving the 4th and 5th floors vacant. So most of their freshmen will live on these 2 floors. The 6th level Croix is unlikely to be a new student. So he is actually a repeater from the 3rd grade? Deacon stood outside the door thinking, and heard footsteps coming from inside the house, which gradually became clearer and clearer. Soon the door was opened by a brown-haired young man. His brows were delicate and the corners of his eyes were slightly drooped. He looked like a very gentle person. Hello. To you, Deacon-san? The brown-haired young man was surprised at first when he saw Deacon, and then his face was full of doubts. This young man must be the Croix whom Mr. Cat mentioned. Croix, save me, meow. Before Deacon could explain, Mr. Cat pounced on Croix in an instant. Croix was so frightened that he caught it in a hurry. Mr. Cat, what trouble did you get into again? This bastard somehow made poison that cannot be removed with purification magic. I'm poisoned, I'm going to die, meow. Teacher Cat shouted noisily. Deacon snorted coldly. You stupid cat, you ran into my dormitory and stole food. You still blame me, right? If it wasn't for how cute it looked, Deacon would have wanted to call out the ruined poet. I'm really sorry, Mr. Deacon. He is the weirdest teacher in our Master Academy. He made you laugh. Wait until I detoxify him and then you can teach him a lesson. Croix was about to go back to the dormitory to look for the Forced Dispel card, but hesitated again. By the way, Mr. Deacon, have you made the poison in Mr. Cat's body into a spell card? Croix suddenly asked. Have. Can you lend me a loan? Without much hesitation, Deacon handed Communication Toxin 1.0 to Croix. After Croix got the card, he had no intention of looking for Forced Dispel. Chapter 52. He immediately used Communication Toxin 1.0 on Teacher Cat. What are you doing? Deacon was surprised by Croix's behavior, but soon his expression became more startled. He saw that when Croix applied Communication Toxin 1.0 to Teacher Cat immediately relaxed. Phew, saved, meow. Teacher Cat jumped to the ground comfortably, raised his head with his eyes closed, and seemed to be sighing at the beauty of the air. It fully regained its vitality and ran into Croix's dormitory. There is quite the intention of looting the food. Seeing this strange scene, Deacon held his head in confusion. What happened? He felt like his faith was shattered. It would be okay if the communication poison was dispelled. Why can communication toxins be unlocked by communication toxins? What kind of devastating bug is this? After thinking for a while, I couldn't find an explanation. Deacon grasped Croix's shoulders. How did you get rid of this poison? Croix seemed not to be surprised by Deacon's expression, and explained with a wry smile. This is because I carry the blessing of the gods. All spell damage caused by me will be converted into healing. And if curse magic and poison magic are used by me, they will become the corresponding uncurse and detoxification. There is such a thing. Deacon muttered to himself somewhat absent-mindedly. It turns out that Croix is this kind of alternative mage. Deacon thought for a while and asked, even if the toxin just now is a mixture of two buff states, can you still eliminate it? Blessings will be judged by the results. Deacon's mood instantly dropped a lot. This bug cannot be fixed. This is hanging. But he soon thought of something else. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Croix. If you use your characteristics to heal other people, they will still feel the pain, right? In most cases, they need to bear the pain of being directly hit by a spell. So generally I will avoid using this feature to heal companions. Croix seemed to recall some bad memory, and his eyes flinched. Dukan looked at Croix, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. He shouted with some excitement, "Croix, your abilities are so useful. You are like an angel. I want to form a team with you and explore the shadow world together." Eh? Croix opened his eyes wide with surprise. He seemed to wonder if this was a dream. He never thought that someone would invite him to explore the shadow world together again. What's more, I didn't expect that the inviter was Dukan, who has been making a big splash recently. Croix, why, Dukan, our team just needs a healer. You are undoubtedly the most suitable one for us. If they can get the help of Croix, no matter how much Dukan and Cornelia torture the enemy, they will not kill them. It can also cause even greater torture during treatment. It may even cause the enemy to continue to suffer 60 times the painful treatment while remaining awake. Croix is undoubtedly the best candidate to become an interrogator. Croix was silent for a long time. He seemed to smile helplessly, and soon his expression took on a hint of bitterness as he said, "No, classmate Dukan, I really appreciate your invitation, but I can't harm you. Don't worry, Cornelia and I usually don't need your treatment. You are responsible for just treating those who need to be treated." "I'm sorry, I really can't promise you. Do you have a regular team?" "No." "Then our beautiful mind team is undoubtedly your best choice. When Cornelia and I reach the 4th level, we can form a team." Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 057. The Troubles of Croix. Seeing Dukan's sincere eyes, Croix couldn't hide the throbbing in his eyes for a moment. But soon he seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Dukan-san, I am willing to help you, except to go to the shadow world with you. Please don't think about it anymore." Then Croix closed the door resolutely, leaving a stunned Dukan standing outside. "The last time I was rejected was the last time." Well, Dukan sighed. Although he admired Croix very much, he didn't expect that Croix would refuse to join their team so firmly. But mages like Croix should be quite popular. Although it is very painful to breastfeed, the amount of milk alone is probably not comparable to any therapy profession. Dukan walked home alone with some regrets. When he walked to the door of his dormitory, he hesitated for a moment with his hand on the door handle. He turned around silently and stepped on his own shadow. Meow. Accompanied by a familiar cry, Teacher Cat emerged from Dukan's shadow and jumped twice like a spring. "You're not good at this. You can't even defend against physical attacks." Dukan chuckled and looked down at Mr. Cat on the ground with a face full of teasing. Teacher Cat scratched his head in grievance and said to Dukan, "Give me a bottle of that potion." Meow. Hearing Teacher Cat's innocent words, Dukan laughed out loud. He squatted down and grabbed the back of Mr. Cat's neck unceremoniously, making his eyes level with his. He looked into its eyes and said, "You owe me a favor now, right? You have to repay me for saving you first and then we can talk about the deal. I can teach you some magic, Cats." "No, it's too troublesome to learn magic, and it's also difficult to learn magic that's not compatible with your own magic. It's more convenient to just use spell cards." "But the cards you carry have a limit." Meow. "It's always good to learn a few more magics." "My magic power is very average, and the effect of casting most spells is not good. For me, spending time studying magic is not as good as honing card-making skills." "Then what do you want?" Meow. Teacher Cat seemed ready to be blackmailed by Dukan. "Just tell me something about Croix." Dukan's request surprised Teacher Mao. This guy didn't take advantage of the situation, but it was hesitant. What do you want to do to him?" Meow. "Don't worry, I just want him to be my companion. Of course, I won't do anything to harm him and I won't force him. Don't worry." "Okay, then you ask." Meow. "What I'm most confused about is why Croix repeated the grade. This is the first time I've seen someone in school whose magic power has been exaggerated to his level. If Dukan was right, the reason Croix lived on the 4th floor was because he had repeated a grade. There was no way he was a first grader. Just now, even through the air,
He could feel the uncontrollable terrifying magic power fluctuations on Croix's body. It's simply scarier than elves and demons. Croix is actually a good student with both good character and academic performance. But he has never successfully conquered the Shadow World, so he cannot graduate as a student of the Master Academy. Either he can successfully pass it this year, or he has to transfer to the Alchemy Institute. How is it possible that someone like him can't pass the level? Even if Croix can't do any damage with some auxiliary spell cards, being a nunny is totally beyond the mark. The divine blessing on Croix is not absolutely benign, but it is not malignant either. The reason why Croix couldn't get through the Shadow World must not be because of blessing. Teacher Cat was silent for a while. In addition to the blessing of the gods, Croix also has a curse from the gods, which he cannot resist or remove. Duckin frowned. What is the curse? It must be this curse that really caused Croix to be unable to clear the Shadow World. He is cursed. He will be accompanied by disasters throughout his life. Not only does he have extremely bad luck, but he will also kill his teammates. With him in the Shadow World, the difficulty will increase dramatically. It can also be understood that although he is at the 6th level, matching the world of time and shadow will count him as a 7th level. So some students called him the group-killing engine. Teacher Cat explained. This made Duckin think deeply. He probably understood why Croix looked so decadent. Croix must have had some kind of accident while conquering the Shadow World. I'm afraid it brought my teammates into a more difficult Shadow World. Then it overturned because the difficulty was too high. Chapter 53. In order to protect his teammates, he had to work hard to protect his teammates. Even if his teammates are spared the death penalty, they will not be able to escape the punishment of life. No wonder Croix is determined not to team up with us. Duckin murmured. Croix did not dislike him in the underworld, but he was afraid of killing him and Corneliac. Even if he and Cornelia reach the 4th level in the future, once they team up with Croix, they may be dragged into the 6th level Shadow World. Sure enough, powerful teammates come with huge risks. But he underestimated me and Cornelia too much. Duckin thought about it carefully and felt more and more that Croix was a good teammate. The first level to conquer the Shadow World with Cornelia should be in casual mode, and the second level should be in normal mode. Even if you don't team up with Croix, you might be unlucky enough to be dragged into a high-difficulty dungeon. It's better to bring such an invincible interrogator, Arno. Daddy. It would be a lot more interesting if Croix was in the Demon Academy. It is estimated that Baron Bachel can be chained to complete the exploration of the entire Demon Academy. It's a pity that Baron Bachel didn't meet an angel like Croix, and he burned up instantly. Now that I understand the reason why he rejected me, it will be easier to handle now. Newcomers also need to seek Cornelia's consent before joining the team. Of course she would agree. After all, who can refuse such a good person to join the Beautiful Soul team? Duckin decided to take Cornelia with him after class next week to persuade Croix. When Duckin was thinking, Teacher Cat put his hands on Duckin's shoulders again and shouted in his ear, "Give me that potion, meow." Now we are only clearing the money. If you want the potion, you have to exchange it for something of equal value. Tell me what you want, meow. Go and let Cornelia masturbate. Is that the red-haired girl? Meow. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Nya. No need to discuss it. Meow. Teacher Cat was lying on the ground and beating his limbs on the ground, seeming very unhappy. Even if Duckin blackmails it, it is better than making a demand for its life. Suddenly it seemed to think of something, turned over, looked at Duckin and asked, "How about I give you a transformation, elf cat?" Meow. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in Barren Mountains. 058. Duckin is no longer a human being. Duckin looked slightly confused. What's the meaning? Teacher Cat didn't explain. He raised his front paw, and a card appeared on the ball. Duckin took the card and looked at it. Transformation, Elf Cat. Category, Spell Card. Grade, Purple Rare. Level, 2. Effect, after use, you can transform into an elf cat, which will continue to consume mana. You can no longer use the transformation spell within 24 hours after the transformation is released. Note, meow meow meow. Become a cat yourself, meow. I want to exchange this card for your permanent potion, meow. It's a pity that this card cannot be turned into an enemy. Duckin handed the card back with some disappointment. You can't use the transformation spell that forcibly changes the enemy.
and this card can only be made with elf writing. You can't buy it on the market. Meow. Well, Duckin hesitated. Although it seems to be a good deal, in the long run, there is no telling how many gold coins will be eaten by this cat. I can tell you, Meow, there is no elf cat in this school who would dare to let that girl named Cornelia touch me. Even the strongest me would be scared half to death by her. If you want to help her realize her dream, just change it yourself. Cat. Fine. After thinking about it, this card is also very good as a means of disguise. After all, it is a card that cannot be bought on the market. Even if I have to pay hundreds or even thousands of gold coins for this stupid cat in the future, I will admit it. It's not a loss if you give me a cat as well. Duckin took Mr. Cat into the dormitory, then walked to the workshop, and prepared a bowl of diluted cat-attracting potion for Mr. Cat. He put the bowl on the ground. Teacher Cat soon started licking the new drink happily. After settling the cat, Duckin was ready to try out the new cards he had harvested. The moment he activated Transformation, Elf Cat, he felt his eyesight lower and his body became much lighter. Soon he was standing on the ground with 4 flexible legs. He looked in a mirror and found that he had turned into a light gray cat. I really turned into a cat. Meow. Duckin shouted in surprise. And his own language habits have also undergone irreversible changes. Look, I won't sell this card for even 1,000 gold coins. Teacher Cat raised his head and glanced at Duckin Cat. Well, it's pretty good looking. Duckin Cat, okay, you can come to me anytime to eat and drink. Teacher Cat, yes, you are a loyal and honest student, which is different from the rumors outside. Meow. Duckin Cat, no. My good old man is alone. Meow. While the 2 cats were chatting, dong dong, there was a knock on the door of Duckin dormitory. It seems that me is here. Duckin was about to release his transformation when he suddenly thought that he could try to see if his identity would be recognized in this state. After all, the color scheme is very similar to my own body. He jumped up high and unlocked the door. Me opened the door and glanced around the living room in surprise, only to see 2 cats. Duckin actually has a cat. No, you are the cat teacher of the Masters Academy? Me looked at Mr. Cat and asked. Yes. Meow. Where is Duckin? Wait a minute. Why are the girls coming to this guy's dormitory so late? Are you going to do something? The Duckin Cat crawled up to Teacher Cat and scratched his head. What are you thinking about? Meow. We made an appointment to study together. Studying? Do you think I'm stupid? A man and a woman study alone in the same room in the middle of the night? That's really it. Meow. When 2 cats communicate with each other by mouth. Me looked at the light gray elf cat with some surprise. Are you Duckin? Me asked. Duckin Cat, how about it? Meow. Isn't it a wonderful disguise? Me, great. Now it will be very convenient for you to enter and exit my dormitory even in the middle of the night. Teacher Cat, what? Are you still hanging out? You don't want to say that you went to her dormitory to study, right? Duckin and my yucks. That's right. After saying that, Duckin released his altered state and turned back into a human. Then he couldn't wait to take me into the card-making workshop. The stunned cat teacher was left in the living room. So throughout the night, the curious Teacher Cat would put his ear against the door of the card-making workshop from time to listen to the sounds inside, and would also sniff at the crack of the door to see if there was any strange smell in the card-making workshop. Meow? Strange. Are you really studying? On Monday, Duckin came to class early. Not long after, Cornelia came. Germany, new. But, what? Virtue, cure, pain, danger. But, welcome. But Cornelia also approves of having a reliable healer in the team, regardless of the specific cues he will play at that time. So they agreed to go find Croix together after class. Hearing that a new teammate was joining the team, Cornelia seemed to be more energetic throughout the arithmetic class. She was looking forward to it. The one whom Duckin recognized must also be a very good person. Before get out of class ended, the 2 hurriedly raised their hands to signal and left the classroom together. This made many students suspect that they were going to loot something. Duckin has already inquired about Croix's class schedule with Teacher Cat. Chapter 54. So nowhere to find him at this point in time. When the 2 of them arrived at the major academy building, get out of class had just finished and they should have met Croix. However, when they found the target classroom, they found several students gathered at the door. It seemed like they were just passing by and watching the fun. Excuse me, what's going on?
Dickon patted the shoulder of a third-year Mage Academy student at the door. The other party didn't look back, but still carefully observed what was going on in the classroom, and said, "Hey, Mr. Flatter is here to trouble Croix again." "Oh? Can you elaborate?" "From the beginning of the school year to now, Mr. Flatter has caused trouble for Croix several times." "Why does he bother Croix?" "It is said that it is because Croix seriously injured the eldest daughter of the Marquis Poulin family in a shadow world last year, and Prince Frater likes Claire, the second daughter of the Marquis Poulin family. Claire always it's because he spoke ill of Croix, so Prince Frater always makes trouble for Croix to please Claire." The third-year student from the Master's Academy didn't seem to call Frater the young master out of respect, but rather with a rather mocking meaning. "This guy named Frater is really pitiful. He has to use this method to chase girls." "SHH. Don't talk nonsense. His family is powerful and he is not weak himself. Don't provoke him." The third grader, who had been watching the show, finally turned around. He wanted to see who had the guts to mock Frater. However, when he turned around, he saw men and women in red school uniforms standing behind him. Dickon. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 059. Dickon never shows mercy when slapped in the face. At this time, many students gradually gathered at the door of the classroom. A large part of the reason was the sudden appearance of Dickon and Cornelia. When two melons that should not be related meet together, it means there must be a big melon. Dickon didn't come near the door. He just stood outside the door and continued to listen to the situation in the classroom. In classrooms, you are worthy of being the one to contact the popular person among the freshmen so quickly. Frater's voice contained no hint of sarcasm. He and his two followers gathered around Croix's table, blocking Croix's way of escape. He could only say helplessly, "I told you, he came to find me." "Haha, this is really a big joke. If you hadn't shamelessly gone to Dickon, how could he have come to find a disaster like you?" Croix lowered his head, as if he didn't want to explain any more. "It must have been when Dickon came to see him 2 days ago. They communicated for a long time by the door and were seen by students passing by." So Frater inquired about it. "Do you want to kill him?" "Croix." Frater tapped Croix's desk, as if trying to attract his attention and make him look up. "No, I won't team up with him." Croix clenched his hands into fists, placed them on the table, and gritted his teeth. "There are no teammates suitable for you among the old students, and the strongest freshmen have no chance to meet you. So what are you doing in the Mage Academy? Do you want to wait for a few more enemies to cause natural disasters?" I will complete my credits honestly and will not go to the shadow world again." "Okay, this is what you said. Swear to all of us." Frater laughed heartily, and seemed to have finally achieved a good goal. He looked at Claire, who was still sitting in the back row of the classroom, quite intent on taking credit. Claire just looked away in disgust. Her expression was cold, and there seemed to be a hint of anger between her eyebrows, but soon she looked at the back of Croix, who had his head lowered with an angry look. "Okay, I get it." After a long time, Croix finally seemed to have figured out something. At this moment, his expression was no longer bitter, but instead showed a relieved smile. "Indeed, it's time to worry. If he continues to hesitate like this, maybe he will really agree to Dickon one day. Then let the tragedy happen again. Kill this junior who showed enough kindness to him." He thought so. So he slowly raised his hand. "I swear on Croix Curran's name that I will not." Just when Croix swore, Dickon finally strode into the classroom, causing a commotion. "Oh my god, it's not really Croix that Dickon is looking for, is it?" "It seems so. After all, Dickon came to the classroom and he is quite interested in Croix." Then Frater is a little embarrassed. Amid the discussion among everyone in the classroom, Dickon walked straight to Croix. He grabbed Croix's forearm and pushed him onto the table. In the astonishment of Croix, Dickon looked at Frater with a smile and said, "He's right. I went to find him. Besides, he has already agreed to join our team. You can't make him swear like this." As soon as this statement came out, whether it was the students who stayed in the classroom to eat, or a large group of Master Academy students who gathered outside to watch, all were in an uproar. After being briefly surprised, Frater sneered and shook his head. His expression seemed as if he had thought of some ridiculous joke. He did not keep his eyes on Dickon, but asked Croix with a mocking tone, "Croix, you are really despicable.
You hid the curse on yourself and wanted to join their team, right? If I told Dickon about the curse on you now, guess what his expression would be? Croix bit his lip. Indeed, he did not tell Dickon of his curse. But he didn't agree to Dickon joining the team. Join the team was Dickon's own words. Once Frater tells the truth, it would be embarrassing for both him and Dickon. Just when Croix was about to open his mouth to explain something. Isn't it a curse that will make the shadow world difficult? Dickon asked, touching his head in feigned confusion. Frater seemed a little embarrassed, coughed twice and said, I'm afraid you don't know how strong the curse on him is. It is a terrible disaster that it will almost directly increase the difficulty of the shadow world by 1 level. Only the first level? Dickon looked at Frater with disdain. It's like watching a silly beep. When I go up 2 levels, I go on vacation. What kind of luxury travel is there when I go up 1 level? Frater's haughty expression seemed to freeze for a moment. He originally wanted to ask Dickon if he was here to cause trouble. But when I think about it, in the Demon Academy last time, this guy did indeed surpass 2 levels as if he was suppressing 2 levels. Can't refute. So Frater could only say, I'm afraid you don't know how terrifying the first level gap will be in the high-level shadow world, and you haven't figured out what kind of inhuman torture his teammates may suffer due to his characteristics. Of course, I have figured it out. Doesn't Croix possess the most benevolent characteristics in the world? Durkin's words silenced Frater again. Even Croix was a little embarrassed to say anything. Many students who were watching had their eyes twitching slightly. The words "the most benevolent and the most good" seemed to have changed when they came out of Dickon's mouth. Some people may have figured out why Dickon liked Croix so much. What he values is not Croix's healing power at all, but the poisonous milk that will not kill the enemy no matter how much he tortures him. Frater was finally pissed off at Dickon. He held back his anger, took a deep breath, and asked, so you want to stand up for him? Dickon-san? Hearing this, Dickon still maintained a calm smile on his face. I have always been peace-loving and kind-hearted. Dickon's tone was very gentle. He paused and continued, but if someone bullies my friend, I will be very heartbroken. When he mentioned the word heartache, Dickon's tone seemed to be a little more serious. This made many people subconsciously cover their chests. Dickon's heartache was terrible. That 60 times heartache attack is too hellish. Chapter 55. At this time, even Frater, who had always been arrogant, could not hide the strong fear on his face. Frater said righteously, students are not allowed to fight privately in school. Dickon, of course. I just said that I would be heartbroken, nothing else. You are a liar. Can you put away that devilish smile first? Frater couldn't help roaring in her heart. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in Barren Mountains, 060. Dickon helps every dream of life and death. Both the classroom and the corridor have become much quieter. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Frater's reaction. Are you a coward or a fool? This young man needs to make an accurate judgment. It would be a good idea to ask if any of the 3rd graders present would challenge Dickon. There must still be some, but no one is afraid of Dickon's concern. Students all know that the scary thing about Dickon is not how powerful he is in frontal combat, but this guy's dirty tricks are really unpredictable and difficult to defend against. If you offend him, it won't be safe even if you lock the door at night. Just when Frater was hesitant, he glanced at Claire subconsciously. Her expression was still cold, but the faint smile didn't seem to be hidden at the corner of her mouth. It was like just watching a circus show. This made Frater's forehead veins pop out. He suddenly turned his attention to Croix. He pointed at Croix and shouted, Croix, do you dare to duel with me? If you lose, just accept the reality and promise not to harm anyone again. And don't have anything to do with Claire and her sister. Frater's move not only made Croix open his eyes, but even Dickon was a little surprised. This guy is too disdainful. Not daring to confront Dickon, and unable to bear the tone, he pretended to be righteous and went to Croix for a duel. In this way, even if Croix is forced not to go to the shadow world because he lost the bet, it will be a loss in a fair duel. If Dickon comes to take revenge on Frater again, it will appear that Croix has lost his character. Even if Croix gives in and refuses the duel, Frater can take this opportunity to step on Croix and step down. This is the first time I've seen you looking for a pure healing profession to fight in a duel. Dickon shook his head helplessly, seeming to find it a little funny. So what? He is at the 6th level, and I am only at the 5th level. Frater snorted coldly and said, if Croix wants to fight in a one-on-one fight, the card can only do damage if he brings a group of summoned beasts. Then use the milk volume to feed the summoned beasts and fight a war of attrition. However, Croix's true calling is not that of a summoner, and he lacks the auxiliary spells, tactics, and system configuration of a summoner. If you take a bunch of miscellaneous summoning cards, you may not be able to win level 5. After falling into a disadvantage, the war of attrition is a process of self-torture. After all, it hurts for him to breastfeed himself. Frater simply wanted to beat Croix. I will fight you on his behalf, do you dare? Dukan asked. I don't bother to challenge the weak, Frater said solemnly. Ha ha ha, it turns out that Croix is the strong one in your eyes, and I am the weak one. Your spirit of always challenging the stronger ones is really admirable. Dukan, don't be too arrogant. I admit that you are very scary in encounters, but you must know that you rely on the power of women and use all your tricks to be domineering in the shadow world, and in a fair duel, we have to find a way to target you. Dukan's repeated taunts seemed to finally irritate Frater. Frater completely let go of his scruples, looked at Dukan with disdain and said, many students understand what Frater means. Although Dukan's system includes curse, poison, and spiritual systems, it ultimately relies on pain to destroy the enemy's consciousness. So as long as he can block the pain, Dukan's combat ability is not even as good as the ordinary 3rd level Pain Shield. There is such a card. Generally only frontline professions such as tanks and berserkers carry it. The mage won't bring this card at all. Taking up card slots also consumes mana. But if it is clear that your opponent is Dukan, then just bring this card. If you continue to use this card in a duel, Dukan's system will be completely broken down. Then let me challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to agree? If I win, you can no longer cause trouble to Croix and apologize to him. Dukan looked like he hadn't thought about their Pain Shield card at all. And he still looked arrogant. What if I win? Frater asked with dark eyes. Whatever you want, you can ask for it, Dukan said with a smile. He will decide how heavy the move will be based on the conditions proposed by the other party. Frater, then you come to be my servant. In addition, you have to give me your broken poet. Dukan. Don't. Croix quickly grabbed Dukan's arm, but Dukan ignored Croix. Cornelia, who was standing at the door, had already shown pity to Frater. Isn't it good to be alive? Hey 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 hey. Dukan lowered his head and laughed. He has been very kind. Originally I just wanted to teach Frater a little lesson, but I didn't expect that there are such reckless people in this world. He is really cuter than Baron Batchel. Okay, I promise you. Let's set a time to go to Phantom Canyon. Dukan replied. Although the school does not allow students to fight privately, it does allow simulated battle training in Phantom Canyon. Then come to the Phantom Arena at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Frater didn't want to give Dukan the opportunity to create a countermeasure card. After all, Dukan's job is as a card maker. If Dukan is given a few days, maybe Dukan can come up with a new underworld system. No problem. Dukan readily agreed. Frater, haha. I hope you are a person of your word. Dukan, of course, I do what I say. So Frater snorted coldly and walked away from the classroom with her followers. Dukan, you shouldn't do this for me. Even so, I won't change my mind. I really can't hurt you. Croix looked at Dukan sadly. However, Cornelia had already walked to Dukan's side, looking at Croix with interest. She seemed interested in her new companion. Happy Juan. Cornelia tried very hard to express her kindness to Croix, but he tried and failed, and his face turned slightly red. She wanted to say welcome to the team. Dukan explained with a smile. Croix looked at the two men and felt a very strong urge to reach out to them, but his reason made him clench his fists. Croix, your curse is just like playing for us. We can't wait to adjust the difficulty of the shadow world to prevent the rewards from being too bad. No matter what, please cancel the duel with Frater first. Your stakes are really too heavy. This is not a fair duel. Don't worry, you have to believe in the strength of your teammates. Dukan's words made Croix smile helplessly after a long silence. Dukan refers to him as a teammate, and seems to have recognized him as a teammate. Croix felt a little sore in his eye sockets. It's already rare to find people who don't dislike him. What's more, Dickon always admired him and defended him. I haven't felt such pure kindness in a long time. How could he refuse this? Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard Movie, 061. Dickon pays attention to standardizing duels. Soon, Croix's eyes became a little sad again. He looked at Dickon and asked, "Did you know that there is a third-level spell card called Pain Shield?" Dickon smiled calmly. "Then how do you defeat him?" "If you want to defeat the enemy across levels, you need to rely on your pain system." "Humphrey, let's do this. If I can defeat Frater in a fair and just duel, you should stop hesitating and honestly admit that you are a member of our beautiful mind team. How about that?" Chapter 56. Croix was silent for a while and finally nodded heavily. "Okay, I promise you. But please, you must win." "Do not worry." Dickon waved his hand, a proud smile on his face. He turned to look at Cornelia beside him and asked, "Cornelia, tonight we will have a welcome party and celebration banquet. What do you want to eat?" "Bake, barbecue, no problem." Seeing Dickon's confident look, Croix smiled helplessly. "But, please, Cornelia said she's going to treat you tonight." "Thank you. By the way, I had a doubt just now. How did you understand what Cornelia meant?" Croix finally couldn't help but ask. It's very simple. Look into her eyes and you will understand naturally." "Graham, I thought you had squad voice and didn't drag me in." At this time, many students watching the excitement had dispersed. There are also students who are still witnessing the historic moment when the three giants of beautiful mind met. Claire had already walked to Croix's side without warning. "Are you a pig? Just letting Frater bully you?" She glared at Croix with some anger. "What he said is indeed the truth. I have made irreparable mistakes. I am ashamed of your sister and I am ashamed of you." When Croix saw her, he seemed to wilt again. "You are ashamed of us, and you are worthy of him. I just can't bear to see you treating yourself as the perpetrator again, and pretending to be a victim and feeling sorry for yourself. You deserve to be cow-ordered for the rest of your life." Claire seemed furious and walked out of the classroom quickly. Croix seemed to be used to being scolded by her, so he didn't even say anything back. He just smiled awkwardly at Dickon and Cornelia after Claire left. "Sorry for making you laugh. How is your relationship with her?" Dickon asked. "It's very bad. She didn't hate me that much when she was a child, but she has hated me since her sister was seriously injured. Is it possible that she hates and loves you at the same time?" "Are you kidding?" Croix's eyes widened and his voice became louder. "Next time, why don't you try hitting her hard and see how she reacts? Then she will never forgive me in her whole life." "Forget it, just figure it out yourself." Dickon patted Croix on the shoulder and was not going to say any more. Some things are always mysterious to the authorities, but clear to those on the lookout. Watching chess without talking is also a kind of fun. News of Frater's duel with Dickon soon spread throughout the academy. Before the 2 o'clock they agreed upon, it was like a grand ceremony was about to be held in the Phantom Arena. The main structure of the arena is like a coliseum, with the top blocked by a transparent barrier. The venue is divided into many different areas, but the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the artificial Shadow World launcher placed in the center. The walls of the ring periphery and separated areas are filled with large projection light screens, which can display conditions and data in the human shadow world. All the good seats in the auditorium were occupied by students who arrived early. Whether it's black or white, everyone wants to see the excitement. After all, many people have guessed it. In this duel, Dickon will be targeted by countermeasure cards. As a card maker, Dickon doesn't have enough time to make new cards for Frater. Theoretically speaking, the 5th level elite mage Frater has a good chance of winning. But for some reason, everyone felt that Dickon might have some new tricks up his sleeve. And if Dickon really wins, Frater will definitely be miserable. That's the risk of making a bet with the devil. Even many teachers game, especially the teachers and medical staff of the Alchemy Institute. It stands to reason that Phantom Canyon, a man-made shadow world, is absolutely safe. But last time, Dickon let Professor Arnold go away on a stretcher. It shows that there are still some unknown security risks. Croix and Cornelia sat in the audience. Even Mr. Cat came to join in the fun and took the seat next to Croix. "By the way, this kid is only at level 3, can he beat Frater?" "I don't know either, but I beat Frater and won. Shouldn't you win over Dickon?" Meow. I've almost never won a gamble like this. I suddenly discovered that you seem to be a cursed Meow. No wonder that boy likes you. The artificial shadow world is now ready for the duel mode, and the parameters have been set by the administrator in charge of the arena. The default is unlimited duration, and in order to ensure fairness, the outside world cannot communicate with the inside of the shadow world in any way during this period. Just waiting for Deacon and Frater to enter through the void gate. Both stood at the entrance, seemingly waiting for each other. What, are you scared? Frater said with a sneer. Deacon did not respond to him, but just went to the school administrator and said a few words. After a while, the school janitor brought a document and pen. Deacon signed it with a few quick strokes. Let's sign a life and death certificate first. After Deacon finished signing, he handed the disclaimer for the use of the artificial shadow world launcher risk awareness letter to Frater. Is it necessary? Strong uneasiness welled up in Frater's heart. Signing this thing would do him no good at all. It is necessary to follow the rules of Phantom Canyon duel mode, but many students skip this step, which is an irregular operation. Deacon took out another manufactured shadow world launcher instructions, turned to a certain page and handed it to Frater. Frater's mouth twitched slightly. Who the fuck has time to read this book? Although he was very reluctant to sign this, he asked the school janitor next to him, and the answer he received confirmed that Deacon did not bluff him. Usually this step is skipped just because both sides hold the idea of a friendly duel. Since one of the duelists requires a signature, it still has to follow the rules. Phew, what a mind-attacking tactic. Although Frater was uneasy, he quickly figured out that this was Deacon's mentality to mess with him before the game. As long as the pain is completely blocked, there is no danger in the world of artificial shadows. Even if he really encounters danger, then he can take the initiative to surrender and leave the shadow world. Frater signed it neatly and handed it to the school janitor. Okay, can we start the duel now? Frater asked. Yeah, let's start a happy duel. Deacon looked at him, smiled and walked into the void gate. Volume 2, Wild Mountain Blizzard, 062. Deacon's Underworld Deck. Inside Phantom Canyon. A small, empty island is so peaceful that you can't even feel the wind and waves. But this seemingly calm tranquility was broken with the arrival of two figures. Welcome to Phantom Canyon. Generally speaking, simulated duels are not life-threatening. The terrain is a small island, about 50 meters in diameter, and the pain is 1/4 of the real thing. If you voluntarily declare surrender in the Phantom Canyon or completely lose consciousness and cannot recover, you will be teleported out of the Phantom Canyon. The initial distance between duelists is 20 meters. The duel will officially begin in 30 seconds. Please be prepared. Not bad. The description has been changed to be more rigorous. Looking at the prompt, Deacon admired. For example, in the second sentence, generally speaking is added compared to the entrance examination. Deacon took his time and put on there, crown of thorns, 3 times the pain, locked blood. He also put on a strange piece of armor like armor that covered his whole body. The ruined poet. He was not in a hurry to summon him. After all, Frater is a long-range player, and the ruined poet can easily be killed instantly by his magic while standing on the field. He saw Frater in the distance taking out a 5th-level staff and attaching it to several low-level functional accessories. During the preparation stage, Frater and Deacon met their gazes, with a sinister curve on their lips. Just wait until I restrain you to death. Think of it as a lesson to you, Frater said with a smile. Then 3 cards glowing with crystal purple light appeared in his hand, and he summoned 3 level 5 summons. 3 majestic undead armors stood beside Frater. Chapter 57. The heavy black armor on their bodies exuded a cold chill, and the swords in their hands made a loud noise when they hit the ground. If it weren't for the flame-like blue pupils, it would be difficult to believe that these were 3 summoned objects. Isn't that the case with Frater? Someone in the audience couldn't help but say this. This guy is really rich. In order to deal with Deacon, he went to get 3 countermeasure cards at noon. Frater summoned 3 undead armors. Undead battle armor. Category: summoning card. Grade: purple rare. Level: 5. Effect: when the summon is defeated, it cannot be defeated unless it receives sufficient fire/light/holy attribute damage. It will be resurrected and become stronger after 15 seconds. Note: I refuse to retreat. As a non-living creature of the undead type, it cannot feel pain. Even if he attacks Deacon forcefully, he will not lose his ability to fight due to Dickon's pain feedback. Moreover, the undead armor has extremely high defense and durability. Even if Dickon brought a powerful third-level spell card, he could not defeat it. Even if Dickon did some tricks to kill the undead armor, he still wouldn't be able to completely break it. It can be said that Dickon has almost no way to deal with these three undead armors alone. The duel begins. The countdown is over and both men are ready to fight. Frater first took out a pain shield, and applied it to himself. At the same time, Dickon also used a spell card. This spell card seems to be somewhat special. Even if Dickon clearly triggered it just now, Frater could not decipher its effect using identification skills. It stands to reason that even an encrypted third-level card cannot escape the identification of a fifth-level Frater. Frater felt a little afraid and did not choose to attack Dickon rashly. On the one hand, I don't know what spell card Dickon used just now, and on the other hand, I'm not entirely sure whether Dickon has other anti-damage cards. He first concentrated on commanding three undead battle armors to attack Dickon. The safest way to deal with Dickon is to use the 5th level summoned beast. This is also the most stable way to fight against food. Back in Demon Academy, the faceless man's idea of dealing with Dickon was absolutely right. It's just a pity that the faceless man didn't expect Dickon's heartache attack, nor did he carry a card to block pain, nor did he have a summoning object like undead armor. Nice card, if only I could give you a sun god. Dickon sighed as he looked at the three undead armors attacking him. As long as there were three monsters on the opposite side, Dickon felt itchy in his heart and wanted to help his opponent sacrifice the monsters as sacrifices to the gods. Unfortunately, Dickon is still far from being able to make cards of that level. However, he had already expected that Frater would use targeted high-level summons to crush him. He also prepared countermeasures. 3 equipment cards appeared in Dickon's hand and he threw them gently. Suddenly 3 jet black streams of light attached to the ghost battle armor. A dark and ferocious mask grew on the armor of each armor. Frater felt nervous, and he quickly identified the effect of the card used by Dickon. Curse Soul Mask. Category: Equipment Card. Grade: Blue Precious. Level: 2. Effect: You can equip the opponent's summons. The equipped summons will not be able to be removed from the summoned state, and the mana consumption will be doubled. Note: the summons must have a beginning and an end. Seeing the effect, Frater felt much relieved. He was originally worried that it was that kind of unreasonable control card. Generally speaking, it is difficult for second-level equipment to control fifth-level summons. Unless the quality is extremely high and the conditions are stringent, death control can only be achieved. Fortunately, these are 3 garbage cards with unclear meanings. Haha. Just when Frater wanted to taunt Dickon, Dickon activated another spell card. The Temptation of the Sun. Category: Spell Card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 2. Effect: Within a radius of 100 meters, the mana consumption of both parties is doubled. Maintaining the effect of this card will continue to consume the user's mana. Note: is this a duel in the underworld? Suddenly, it was like the light of fireflies was floating on the small island, and it was like a group of light fairies came to play here. Frater's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Now his mana is overflowing like a flood. Frater started to panic. He knew he had to end this fight quickly. But fortunately, as long as 3 undead can get in front of Dickon, 1 strike, that's enough to take Dickon away. However, just as he was thinking this, he saw Dickon standing opposite grinning at him. It was an extremely sunny smile, as if there was no trace of malice in it. Is there any surprise for NM? Frater felt a chill in her heart, and her eyes became anxious and uneasy. When the 3 undead armors were about to hit Dickon, Dickon took out another spell card as expected. I saw frost filling the air, and Dickon's body was instantly wrapped in ice. He seemed to have turned into a doll sealed in an ice crystal gem. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains. 063. Wouldn't Dickon be targeting mages? Are you a beast? The people of Flutter were dumbfounded. He could only roar at Dickon, who turned into an ice sculpture. The last card that Dickon used was a spell card that Frater, as a mage, was very familiar with. Although the price is high, many mages choose to bring one. It is a key life-saving card. Ice Barrier. Category: Spell Card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 3. Effect: Freeze yourself. and within 30 seconds you will gain a frost protection that cannot be broken by attacks with strength below level 7. During this period, you cannot attack, move or cast spells. It cannot be released again within 1 minute after being released. Remarks: it can also be used as life magic in summer. This was borrowed by Dukan from Croix. Although Dukan can buy one or make one by himself, but it's not necessary for now. The market price of this card is about 300 gold coins. If you buy it directly, Dukan will use up all his savings. If you want to make it yourself, Dukan needs to spend time studying the steps to make this card. In addition, since Dukan is not good at making cards using human magic script, he needs to make extensive adaptations before making this classic card designed by the ancient magician. As for how to specifically translate it into demonic card making and how to add new designs, he still has no idea. If you really want to do it, you have to ask the master for advice. In addition, the required materials are also very expensive, so he is not in a hurry to make this card for the time being. So I directly borrowed a ready-made one from a good teammate at level 6. Frater clenched her fists as if trying to calm down. Each of Dukan's previous battles has shown his extreme reliance on the broken poet, so much so that it gave Frater the illusion that Dukan would not be able to play without the core orange card, the ruin poet. He didn't expect that in addition to the pain flow, Dukan also had such a mana-consuming underworld flow that didn't rely on orange cards. Now the 3 undead Dharmas could only stand stupidly in front of the ice sculpture, waiting for Dukan to thaw. And Frater felt that the mana in his body was flowing away at an uncontrollable speed. Frater is equivalent to maintaining 12 level 5 summons. Even a 5th level summoner would have a hard time withstanding such continuous consumption of mana. Moreover, Undead Dharma is equipped with Curse Soul Mask, and he can't even cancel the summons of Undead Armor. This is the only way to waste mana. There are 2 possibilities for this to continue. The first result is that Dukan's 30-second freeze is lifted, and he successfully drops Dukan in seconds to end the battle. The second outcome is that Dukan successfully survives again, and he continues to waste mana in vain. A premonition told him that Dukan had a backup plan. Dukan's tactic is already obvious, which is to consume Frater until his mana is exhausted and his body collapses. Frater doesn't dare to gamble. If a mage is forced to consume a large amount of mana when his mana is exhausted, it will be fatal. Even being continuously deprived of mana in Phantom Canyon will cause the magic circuit in his body to collapse and may also suffer neurological damage, resulting in irreversible disability. If he loses the bet, he will become a useless person by accident. Chapter 58. So Frater gritted his teeth and activated his strongest spell card continuously, killing all 3 undead Dharmas with his own hands. He also added fire spells to burn their remains, and finally recovered these 3 cards to stop the mana consumption. In this way, in just 10 seconds, Frater spent more than half of his mana for no reason. Frater gritted his teeth and took out the 5th level spell cards, Thunder and Arc, one by one, and pointed them at Dukan. He was ready to take his first life the moment Dukan lifted the ice. With the speed of thunder and lightning, Dukan had no chance to take out the card to deal with this blow. Why are there so many hidden dangers in Phantom Canyon? Many Mage Academy students watching the battle felt their spines go cold and the backs of their heads feel sore when they thought about what would happen if they were depleted of mana. This is undoubtedly the most cruel torture for a mage. Phantom Canyon can only avoid attack damage caused by both parties, but this Gaidakan specifically targeted the internal damage of the human body. I'm afraid only a person from the underworld like him would read the manual specifically to find dangers. But when Dukan comes out of the frozen state, how should he deal with Frater? Hearing the commotion around him, Mr. Cat stretched out his front paw anxiously and pushed Croix. After taking this move, Thunder Arc, even if Dukan is able to resist death, he will fall into a state of paralysis. Meow. Controlling Dukan is Frater's purpose, and he will soon be cast by Frater's next spell, Instant Kill. Croix just smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Mr. Cat, Frater's actions so far are all taken into account by Dukan. Inside Phantom Canyon, the ice in Dukan is filled with cold fog and the ice is about to lift. The moment the freeze was lifted, the blue python-like arc of electricity fired from Frater's hand engulfed Dukan's entire body. Thunder Arc. Anta's cooldown. Frater then took out a 5th level spell card, wind blade cutting, that could cast spells at high speed, and aimed it at Deacon again. However, just when his spell was about to be released, Deacon, who should have been unable to move, calmly summoned a Q version of Deacon doll. Frater threw the spell at the doll uncontrollably. The wind howled by, leaving Deacon unscathed. The doll was cut into pieces by the wind blade. This doll, Captain Deacon, Taunt, Chaos debuff, only has level 1, and Deacon used up double Frater's mana at a very small cost. Why? Frater roared in confusion. He can't figure it out. Thunderark not only did not paralyze Deacon, it did not even cause any harm to him. Deacon did not explain, but stretched out his hand and pointed to his temple with a mocking meaning. The eyes under the protective mask were also full of amusement. This made Frater's forehead veins pop out, and his expression gradually became distorted. He probably had some guesses at this time. Deacon's ability to be immune to 5th level lightning magic must be because of the strange armor he was equipped with at the beginning. Your thunder magic is not like real lightning that can have millions of volts. Of course it can't penetrate my rubber explosion-proof suit, Deacon said with a rather disdainful smile. He is actually quite afraid of control. Therefore, I had already made equipment to protect against lightning magic. It was also considered that in this duel, Frater would use lightning magic with a paralysis effect to press him up. So Deacon specially carried this card. Insulated explosion-proof clothing. Category, equipment card. Grade, blue precious. Level, 2. Effect, it has a certain reduction effect on fire damage, and is immune to voltages below 50,000 volts. Note, if you have the ability, give me 100 million volts in seconds. Not only does it isolate the Thunderark, but it also uses the fine cooling of the ice barrier, and the fireproof performance of the explosion-proof suit itself to offset the heat generated by the lightning. What the hell is a volt? Exclamation mark. Frater had already identified this card. He knew that this piece of armor might have some effect on lightning magic, but why can it completely block 5th level thunder magic? This is not in line with the principles of magic. Author's note, friendly P. It's broken. I turned into a little succubus. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 064. Deacon's Ultimate Torment. Summoned, Frater will kill himself. I want to control Deacon but I can't. He couldn't even hit him, and he was ridiculed by the expression of Captain Deacon. Frater felt like she was gradually losing consciousness. I don't know if it's because I'm filled with rage or because I'm in a state of confusion. Deacon has so far shown no proactive aggression, but all the cards brought Frater the maximum loss at the minimum price. For the first time in his life, Frater had the urge to switch to a melee profession. He just wants to kill Deacon. How can anyone put all the pits in the deck? Putting aside winning or losing, are you just disgusting? Is it something that creatures in this world can do? Who? Just when Frater was so angry that he couldn't breathe properly and was in a state of confusion, making it difficult to accurately capture the target of the attack. Deacon had already started running away. He did not care about face and kept the distance between him and Frater as much as possible. Deacon's running speed is so fast that people may even suspect that he is a second-level assassin. It can be seen that although Deacon does not have the qualifications of a warrior, he must have worked hard to train sprinting. Not only is running away shameless, it's also extremely useful. The further the distance is, the more time Deacon has to react to summon Captain Deacon, to deceive Frater's attack. Deacon, how shameless are you? Are you really here for a duel? Frater roared, her eyes red and her lips trembling. He had no choice but to chase Deacon and shorten the distance. But he felt as if he had drunk fake wine, and his sense of direction was completely confused. As a long-range mage, this was his first time chasing an opponent. Frater didn't dare to use purification rashly to get rid of the chaotic state. His mana is now very scarce. He was still worried that he would hand over the purification, but Deacon would immediately put him in an even more disgusting state. After a few seconds, Frater finally emerged from the confusion. Let's see if I don't turn you into a hedgehog. This time he was going to use the 5th level large-scale ice cone magic to attack Deacon. Even if Deacon still has Captain Deacon in his hand, Frater can summon objects and people in seconds. Deacon seemed to have guessed what spell Frater was going to use, and threw Captain Deacon in front of Frater with a precise flying card. Suddenly a familiar doll appeared in front of Frater. Captain Deacon, hit me. Hit me. Fratter's attack target was forced to turn again. And if he continues to release this range of magic, not only will he not be able to hit Deacon, he will also hurt himself. He had no choice but to forcibly interrupt the spell casting. Forcibly interrupting the casting of a spell will still consume mana, and will cause damage to itself and the card depending on the degree of sudden breaking. Fratter was confused by Captain Durkin again, and could only watch Durkin running further and further away. Ugh! You beast! Do you have any potential? You will play cards in the underworld all your life. Major Deacon. Can mages also be kited? Fratter finally had enough. He must find a chance to kill Deacon. After the summoned object has just been defeated, even if the card is successfully recovered, it will enter a cooling period and cannot be summoned again. And summoning it again in a short period of time will consume a lot of additional mana. Fratter was not sure how many Captain Durkin had brought. He only knows that if he continues like this, he will definitely be killed by Deacon. So Fratter immediately used purification magic while Deacon was patronizing and running away without looking back. He wanted to give Deacon a fatal blow while his back was turned to him. However, Durkin had already summoned the third, Captain Durkin. Durkin was running with Captain Durkin in his arms, and he threw Captain Durkin to the side with all his strength. He seemed to have guessed that Fratter would not be able to resist using purification and then sneak attack. So the last Captain Durkin was betrayed in advance. Fratter was taunted again and once again fell into confusion. It's not over yet, Fratter yelled in a broken voice. His voice was hoarse, even a little broken. Obviously he is far stronger than Durkin, but from the beginning of the duel to now, he has not caused any real harm to Durkin. Instead, he was almost exhausted by Durkin. It's all a trap. Chapter 59. There is a feeling of being treated as a retard. Even if he wins, in his dreams tonight he will look like Captain Durkin. Durkin, are you? Fratter had completely let go of his restraint and scolded Durkin desperately. He is almost unable to activate the 5th level spell, and the cooldown time of Durkin's ice barrier has expired, and he can avoid another wave of damage at any time. And the life-saving bloodlock of Durkin's Crown of Thorns has not been played out. Only Fratter was being consumed repeatedly, and Durkin was not injured at all. Moreover, Durkin uses low-level cards, and the mana consumption is much smaller than that of Fratter. In addition, the upper limit of mana is closely related to mental attributes, and Durkin's most abundant thing is mana. If this continues, when Fratter's mana is exhausted, it's time for Durkin to counterattack. Fratter gradually calmed down. He had to change his tactics. We can no longer think about using level 5 spells to kill Durkin. Although the offensive spell cards he carries are all level 5, but this doesn't mean that he can't use low-level spells, because he is a mage himself and has mastered many low-level spells. Just like Cornelia is extremely powerful in combat even without relying on magic cards, the same is true for Fratter. His physical combat ability is not weak either. He is a 5th level mage. It's just that he is good at fire spells, so other types of spells are basically supplemented by spell cards. If we must fight a war of attrition, he can kill Durkin with fireballs one after another. Fairy spirits beating in the fire, please turn your anger. Just as Fratter was chanting the incantation, the chanting stopped suddenly. Fratter? Durkin, HMPH. Missing the spell? Dreaming. Durkin just cast a spell card to block Fratter's spell chanting. Although Fratter was extremely angry, he did not panic. The 3rd level Durkin wanted to silence Fratter, but he couldn't last long. However, 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Fratter found that she still couldn't speak. Even Durkin stopped running and stood in the distance looking at Fratter like a monkey. Why was it silent for so long? At this time Fratter finally discovered the seriousness of the matter. Fratter wanted to roar, to question Durkin, but could only purr. The problem lies in the strange spell card that Durkin used just now. My forbidden speech technique. Category, spell card. Grade, purple rare. Level, 2. Effect, turn a single target into a speech prohibited state. Note, you can only speak if your fan value exceeds 99,999. Volume 2, Blizzard Movie in the Barren Mountains, 065. Durkin's kindness gradually grows. I heard that someone wants to teach me how to target. Durkin scoffed and shook his head. Do you think I haven't prepared a card against the mage? Let me show you the power of the authority dog that transcends despair. He shouted towards the confused Frater. It was as if he was deliberately mocking Frater for being unable to speak. The abnormal state imposed by Deacon is not silence, but speechless. If a control magic with silence is applied, the opponent will be prohibited from using magic, and even magic cards cannot be used. The durations tend to be short and the cooldowns are long. But Deacon's suppression only targets the enemy's throat. It only interferes with the other person's vocal cords and prevents the other person from speaking. Belongs to poison magic. Long duration, short cooldown! What kind of animal card is this? Don't let the mage play. At this time, even many students from the Master's Academy in the auditorium outside the venue couldn't help but stand up and angrily denounce this card. In addition to using magic cards, mages also have part of their combat power derived from the spells they master. If you are banned, it will be the ultimate jail sentence for the mage during the battle. You won't be able to cast your own spells without singing skills. Due to the convenience of magic cards, modern mages may not necessarily practice the non-singing technique. This is to force everyone to learn to sing without chanting. Even Mr. Cat couldn't help but want to scold Deacon. This guy, meow. Croix. As a mage, don't you want to scold him? Teacher Cat looked at Croix, who had a calm expression, and asked excitedly, I can sing without chanting. Cat, you are amazing and noble. Deacon had already found out that Frater did not know how to sing, so he was very sure that suppression could block the magic controlled by Frater itself. If Frater uses purification magic, Deacon will gain blood in exchange for blue. The angry Frater finally couldn't bear the humiliation and rushed towards Deacon with his staff. No matter what, even if he uses the staff as a blunt weapon at level 5, he will not lose to Deacon at level 3 in close combat. He had inquired about Deacon's attribute test results when he entered school. Deacon's power growth is only E. Did you choose to run towards me? This time, Deacon did not run away, but stood quietly waiting for Frater to approach. At the same time, he also prepared a favorite spell card. When Frater was not far from Deacon, calm down. As Deacon shouted, Frater felt his knees bend uncontrollably. Then he fell to his knees on the ground in an extremely abrupt posture, and immediately lost his balance. He rolled onto the ground, and in the end he didn't know whether he stopped the car with his knees or his face. Deacon holds mental interference, like a black whistle referee holding a red card. I just used this card to make Frater kneel down. Seeing Frater kneeling while running, the students outside the field felt some phantom pain in their knees. Can this guy do some personnel work? His card can impose a short-term mental interference command for an instant, but he chose the most stupid one. Frater lay on the ground in humiliation, her angry eyes full of resentment, as if she wanted to tear the person in front of her into pieces. But compared to the madness that was about to lose his mind before, his eyes are now much darker, like a dying flame. Now he actually doesn't want to fight anymore. Frater was certain that he had no chance of defeating Deacon in this duel. Summons cannot be used. High-level spells cannot be driven by mana. Low-level spells are banned. If you fight in close combat, you will be humiliated by Deacon's spiritual magic. After being tortured to this point, Frater's biggest wish now is to die together with Deacon. Even if it's just to fight for a breath, even if he is killed head-on, he will still hit Deacon with his staff. When Frater struggled to get up with the last bit of obsession, he saw Deacon slowly walking towards him holding a spell card glowing with orange light. Every step Deacon takes is light and the rhythm is gentle. It was eerily peaceful. Frater had already heard about the spell card in Deacon's hand. It was there, blood purification, card that could evaporate the blood of different races. At the same time, Deacon finally summoned their broken poet. Black mist spread over the entire land, and a cold aura enveloped Deacon and Frater. Although I don't know what Deacon wants to do, but a terrifying sense of oppression instantly enveloped Frater. His body also sent out a strong death signal, warning him that he must escape. Deacon had already walked up to Frater at this time. He lowered his head so that Frater, who was lying on the ground, could meet his gaze. Chapter 60. Although Deacon's appearance remained unchanged, his pupils were vaguely covered with a layer of gold. and there was a smile of unknown meaning at the corner of his mouth. Those deep pupils seemed to be possessed only by unknown creatures from the endless abyss. Like a weird monster about to start killing mode in a high-level shadow world that is about to get out of control, Frater did not hesitate to use purification magic to lift his mute state. Must run, I think. However, just as he was about to declare his surrender, he found that he could not speak again. Dukan banned him again. Purification magic is now on cooldown. HMPH. Did you want to surrender just now? Dukan's pupils returned to their usual color, and the oppressive feeling on his body disappeared at the same time. The smile on his face became extremely friendly again. Frater's pupils contracted violently, and growing panic filled his heart. Dukan looks even scarier than before. Frater is now very unsure whether Dukan is human. If not, blood purification can evaporate Frater's blood. Although Phantom Canyon cannot be harmed, and Frater also blocks the feeling of pain. But whether the evaporated blood will be within the protection of the artificial shadow world, Frater doesn't know. He now extremely regrets that he did not read the instructions carefully, and signed a life and death certificate with Dukan. Evaporating blood is terrible. Frater had never encountered such a situation even in her nightmares. If Dukan doesn't let him surrender like this, he will be tortured repeatedly by Dukan and finally steamed into a mummy. At that time, even if you leave the shadow world, you may really die. Frater was speechless and could only look at Dukan with pleading eyes. If you cannot clearly declare your surrender, Phantom Canyon cannot send you away. Dukan squinted his eyes, the smile on his face unchanged. The world of man-made shadows is quite dangerous, don't you think? Woo. But please don't worry, I have always been kind-hearted and will not put your life in danger. Volume 2, Blizzard in the Barren Mountains. 066 Dukan convinces people with virtue. Don't worry, how could I not let you surrender voluntarily? Dukan put his hands behind his waist, bowed slightly, looked at Frater with a smile and said. This smile looked particularly creepy in Frater's eyes. I do it for your own good and want to save you. If you had left Phantom Canyon rashly just now, you might really have died. Remember that I used a spell card at the beginning? As he spoke, Dukan took out a spell card. Show it to Frater. This was the spell card that Frater could not successfully identify at that time. Quickly identify the effect of this card. The moment Dukan finished speaking, orange ripples appeared on the card, making Frater's heart beat wildly. Pain spreads. Category: Spell card. Level: Orange Epic. Level 3. Effect: Inflicts the spreading pain state on the enemy and cannot be purified. The enemy will not feel any pain until the status is lifted. When this status is lifted, all pain generated during the duration of the status will explode instantly. Note: Old woman. I bet you can't see this card. Frater's eyes widened and she shook her head wildly with fear, desperately trying to speak but unable to speak. I know you are thinking that you can avoid this fatal pain by maintaining Pain Shield. But have you carefully read the instructions for the Shadow World Starter? The moment you leave the world of human shadow, you will be cleared of all status. Includes pain spread and pain masking. In other words, the moment Frater leaves the shadow world, he will bear the blow without any pain shield no matter what. I mean, what if? It's just an idea. What if after a while, there is a broken poet waiting for you outside? Impossible. Although Frater could not speak, the panic and struggle written on his face were all read by Dukan, who said, I only have one card of the broken poet. Look at the one I summoned now. Is it a little different from the one I had before? Dukan pointed at the ruined poet behind him. Compared to the previous dark outfit, there is now more blue light. I have already given Croix the broken poet. He is standing outside summoning you and waiting for you to go out. Off the field. Everyone looked at Croix, who was sitting in the audience. Croix. The whole audience was suddenly focused, and Cornelia next to her was so frightened that she dropped the popcorn in her hand. Croix was also confused. At this point, everyone understood. Dukan is bluffing Frater. There is no second one at all. Dukan just used his card maker skills to gift the ruined poet a new skin. In Phantom Canyon, Dukan walked slowly around Frater. Ho ho, let me test you. When I summoned the ruined poet, I already applied a 60 times heartache attack on you. So how many times the heartache attack will you receive when you leave the dungeon? Woo. There is only 1/4 pain in Phantom Canyon, So the 60 times the pain that Dickon just applied is actually 15 times more effective. But if this damage is recorded by spreading pain, and when Frata leaves the shadow world and is triggered, it will be 150 times more affected by the ruined poet outside the field. His heart might just break. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will probably have to spend the rest of your life in bed. Do you regret now what you did to Croix? Frata was about to cry. He wanted to apologize to Croix outside the court through the screen, but couldn't speak. Okay, don't worry too much. I'm used to repaying kindness with kindness and won't embarrass you. The choice is now up to you. Do you want to admit defeat? Dickon asked with a chuckle. Frata nodded sharply. Dickon turned around and opened his hands to the sky. Dear students, Frata has given up. According to our bet, he will never cause trouble to Croix again. At this point, Dickon stopped talking, then turned back to look at Frata, smiling without saying a word. Woo. Help me get rid of the spreading pain. Frata's expression was already occupied by anxiety mixed with fear. When did I say I would help you get rid of it? Dickon finally couldn't help the smile that was about to bloom on his face. Like the mastermind of a successful prank, Frata finally figured out what Dickon meant. If Dickon leaves Phantom Canyon just like that, although the film world will judge Dickon as a loser, Frata has surrendered to Dickon in front of everyone. Their gambling battle has an accurate result. Regardless of whether there really is a broken poet in Croix outside, as long as Dickon goes out first and summons the ruined poet from outside, Frata will definitely suffer 150 times the heartache attack. He was deceived by Dickon. He rashly agreed to Dickon's request to surrender. Now we're truly in a dead situation. Woo. No. You can't do this. You will be expelled from school. What are you talking about? I don't understand. We have signed a life and death certificate. What do the risks that come with the artificial world have to do with me? Woo. I'm leaving first. Leave Phantom Canyon when you're ready. Woo. No, don't go. Please let me go. I am kind-hearted and had no intention of harming you, so why should I let you go? With these words, Dickon's figure disappeared into the Phantom Canyon. The desperate Frata was left lying on the ground, staring blankly ahead. The duel ends when one of the duelists leaves the field. In order to give the duelists buffer time, they will not be forced to teleport away. Duelists can choose to leave when they are ready. After leaving Phantom Canyon, Dickon stretched. It was like just coming back from a walk. Coming out of the void gate, Dickon immediately saw Croix. He ran to Dickon and said anxiously, Dickon, don't be impulsive, Frata will really die. Although Croix was not afraid of Frata's family power, he was worried that Dickon would get into endless trouble.